I would like to call this reconvened meeting of the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities of July 27th, 2020 to order. This meeting will be convened by electronic means as authorized under the order of the Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General of the Province of British Columbia, Emergency Program Act, Ministerial Order number M192. As such, council members are participating by phone, and as chair of this meeting, I am also participating by phone. Please note, if my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we will recess the meeting until my connection is restored. If council loses connection during the voting process, we have staff on hand to facilitate getting you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. The contact information has been circulated to you. Council is also reminded that we need to ensure there is quorum during the meeting, so please make sure your video is on. The live stream of this meeting will continue with audio only, as council are participating in the meeting by phone. Presentations, amendments, and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, and thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver staff who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Council, I also just wanted to add some comments in the midst of this very, very long set of meetings that we are having, acknowledging how difficult the meetings have been and are, both in their length and in their intensity, and recognize that this is bound to have an impact on you both physically and emotionally. I know all of you are compassionate, thoughtful people, and you're listening very intently with care, so I will aim to take a 10-minute break every few hours just to give us time to stretch and, just decompress a bit. I'm sure you've noticed that at times I've reminded speakers of our rules of procedure. That's when I believe they have crossed the line in making statements or allegations that are negative or disrespectful of others. Many speakers have used the term police in general when expressing their fears and anger regarding their negative experience with police. If I've chosen not to raise our rules of procedure in those instances, recognizing the personal and deeply emotional experiences being relayed to us. To speakers, I want to acknowledge how difficult it is for many of you to speak to us, and I want you to know that relaying your personal stories is very important to increasing the understanding of mayor and council, and that we are listening intently to you. When you express your negativity about police, I hear it to be based on your personal experience. Regarding those who are not speaking from personal experience with Vancouver Police, please focus on the contents of the motion by Councillor Swanson. Whether some of the work of the police could be better done by others, that is what this motion that you are addressing is about. To staff, I want to acknowledge how hard it also must be for the staff in our city clerk's office, our IT staff, our legal staff, our city manager's office, and others who are listening to and managing these proceedings. You too, I know, are being impacted by the duration and intensity of the meetings, and I thank you for your incredible service. To the members of our police department and police board who are listening in, I want to acknowledge how these times must be especially difficult, and please know that there is deep respect and gratitude for your care, your compassion, and commitment to helping others in oftentimes very difficult and dangerous situations, and the risks you take to keep the people of our city safe from harm. Overall, everyone, while other cities are experiencing riots and violence, we are talking to and listening to each other with a focus on improving the way things are done in our city. Clerk, I think we can move to the roll call, please.
Mayor Stewart is on a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Carr is on the chair. Councillor Desjardins is not in the room. Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Kirby-Young is not in the room. You have quorum, Chair Carr.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, Council, I'm going to go over the plan for the day. Speakers should follow along on Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so they don't miss their turn to speak. Comments on the agenda items can be sent to Council using the web form on the City's website, and the link to that form will be tweeted out on @Van City Clerk. We have one item of business remaining on the agenda, and we will begin that item on Speaker 190. We will recess for lunch and for the virtual Pride launch at 11:30 a.m., reconvening at 1. With a large number of speakers for this member's motion, Council will be hearing from speakers potentially for more days, and I will announce the next backup date is Tuesday. That's tomorrow, July 28th at 9:30 a.m. So our one item remaining on the Standing Committee agenda referred to from Council to hear from speakers as the list has started last week, will be starting now on Speaker 190, as I've said. Before we begin, I want to remind speakers they have up to 5 minutes to make their comments, should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the motion, and may only speak once. Council members have up to 3 minutes to ask questions to speakers. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. Following the last speaker on the speakers list for each item as a pilot for the next few months, we'll go over the speakers list of who were not present earlier, giving them an opportunity to speak. After hearing from speakers, we will go into discussion on the motion. I would like to remind committee members that their amendments must be submitted to the clerk in final written form before you introduce it. Please ensure the clerk has received your amendment before it is your turn to speak. Council, we have speakers who will be providing comments by phone. A moderator will assist in patching the speakers through when their turn comes up. So we are now continuing with item 7, decriminalizing poverty and supporting community-led safety initiatives, which was moved and introduced by Councillor Swanson, seconded by Councillor Boyle. We will now hear and continue to hear speakers via phone and in person, and our first speaker today is Speaker 190, Fiona York.
Hello?
Yes, hello, is that you, Fiona York?
Yes.
York?
Sorry, I thought it was
We can hear. Nope, you're 190, and we can hear you clearly. So go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I do want to acknowledge that I'm on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh nations, and I am respectful and honored and humbled to have this opportunity. I would like to speak in favor of the motion decriminalizing poverty and supporting community-led safety initiatives. I want to speak first about some of the experiences of people in the downtown east side that I've spoken with and that have participated in various events and town halls in the downtown east side with our organization, Carnegie Community Action Project, with Banju and other organizations in the downtown east side, talking with many participants about how much of the police department resources are spent on over-policing and controlling the neighborhood, and how overwhelmingly the resources are spent on policing poor people on an ongoing basis. People talk about police cars going up and down the block. Every single person has an experience interacting with the police, generally in a negative way. I personally watched officers just yesterday making people take down their tents in Wendy Pool Park, with just those few tents that were there and a small number of people, and many officers present to make sure that happened. So just a very disproportionate response in that situation with people who are impoverished, trying to find a safe place to be and being repeatedly displaced. Again, repeated stories of homeless people and repeatedly being made to move on and displaced up and down Hastings Street on a regular basis, on Hastings and Main, being made to take down their tents and move. In Oppenheimer Park last year, I watched almost every day and every week as people's belongings were trashed and thrown away and taken away. Also, again in Oppenheimer Park, a disproportionate response during quite minor events. I did file a complaint with the OPCC regarding an incident where a large number of officers with vehicles, with armed officers with equipment and vehicles went directly into Oppenheimer Park for an extremely minor event where nobody was actually touched or harmed or hurt. So I filed a response about how disproportionate that was and how traumatizing for the people involved, and that it did not take into account cultural safety and being trauma-informed in the response to that event. So what I want to talk about in terms of policing and what the budget is spent on is to say that the budget should not be spent or justified on being part of community events, policing being part of the Memorial March, the Murdered and Missing Women's Inquiry. These are just looking through some of the police documents and background on the budget for each year. These are some of the areas where policing resources are noted to be dedicated, and suggesting that these are not appropriate uses of resources for police, and they're better done by other groups. No police parades, the police dinners at the Carnegie, another large expense that is unnecessary, unneeded. Wellness checks, of course, I'm sure you've heard numerous speakers talking about wellness checks being done by the police and how that is not an appropriate resource to be used in that way, and not to be used in mental health. That would be also better performed by other groups, and also not in terms of so-called social work responding to
Point of privilege.
social situations.
Swanson here.
Yes, just 1 second.
Yep.
Just hold the line, speaker. Just hold the line. Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
I just can't hear. There's too much static.
Yes. Madam Clerk, I think it's the speaker's phone. Could you just check on that?
Fiona, are you on the line still?
I am on the line.
Could we ask you to speak louder and into the mouthpiece?
Yes, is this
and there
better?
is background noise. Yes, there's background noise that is very much interfering with hearing you. So if you could try and minimize the background noise, that would be great.
Is that better?
Much better, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was just talking about some of the areas where funding in the police budget is spent, just noting this from previous budgets. So areas like community events, Memorial March, police parades, police dinners at the Carnegie, mental health checks, wellness checks, social work, and so on, where it's really not an appropriate use of resources, and it's the wrong entity that is being used in those areas. So one suggestion, because this is about community-led safety initiatives, so one suggestion is just having more spaces and more places for people to be, particularly in the downtown east side. I think this is more noticeable right now because there's so few places that are available during the day, but having places where people are able to use substances, to hang out, to watch TV, and to access resources. So this is a 100% community-funded community responses and not policing responses, and just again providing those spaces for people to be safe, access the resources that they need, and not through policing initiatives. I'm actually going to go back to the Frank Paul inquiry of 2009, the recommendations that came out in 2009. This was regarding the really horrific death of a homeless Indigenous man in police custody. The recommendations that came out of that were for all civilian responses and oversight of such cases. So this is again going back to 2009, where there was call for civilian non-police responses to such cases, civilian-run detox centers, permanent low-barrier housing, community-based assertive treatment centers, and oversight provided by an independent third party. So just seeing back more than a decade that there have been calls for these community-led responses and initiatives going back that far. And
yes.
so,
and actually, if you could wrap it up, your overtime. I've given you a bit of extra time because of the difficulty of listening to you. But if you could just wrap it up in a sentence or two, that would be good. Thank you.
Sure, and that's also reiterated in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission recommendations and Red Woman Rising, where they talk about community responses and also Indigenous-led community response.
Thank
Again,
you very much.
In favor of the motion.
Yes, good. And you have no questions, but thank you very much for taking the time to speak with us. Council, in terms of the next speakers, from 191 to 197 have either withdrawn or not on the line. So our next speaker is 198, Madeline Campbell.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead.
Hi,
Up to 5 minutes.
my name is Madeline Campbell. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm a white settler that resides on the unceded Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territory. I want to send my wholehearted support for the motion and thank the many speakers and advocates who have worked to bring this motion to the council. I'm an art teacher, and I've worked with students in private school, public school, and juvenile hall. In full disclosure, the juvenile hall was in the U.S., but it's my experience that the difference between a private school student and an incarcerated student has everything to do with the criminalization of poverty and systemic racism. If you want true crime prevention, we must look at the root causes of crime with empathy. No child dreams of growing up and joining a gang. We need to support programs and resources that foster the health, creativity, identity, and well-being of our youth, while also supporting programs that address the immediate impacts of our societal failures to do so. I'm hearing a beeping. Is that's okay?
It's not. No, we're not hearing it.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. I'd like to share a quote from American Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, which I feel better articulates this issue. When asked, what does an America with a defunded police look like to you, she responded, the good news is that it actually doesn't take a lot of imagination. It looks like a suburb. Affluent white communities already live in a world where they choose to fund youth, health, housing, etc. more than they fund police. These communities have lower crime rates, not because they have more police, but because they have more resources to support healthy society in a way that reduces crime. When a teenager or preteen does something harmful in a suburb, I say teen because this is often where lifelong carceral cycles begin for Black and Brown communities. White communities bend over backwards to find alternatives to incarceration for their loved ones to protect their future, like community service or rehab or restorative measures. As stated in the motion, there is widespread recognition that police officers are routinely attending to calls that would be better dealt with by peer, health, social, and community-based programming. Evidence suggests that criminalization and policing are not effective solutions for harm reduction strategies for these concerns. So in conclusion, I just want to say that if you want to build a safer community and people from those communities are telling you exactly what they need to feel safe, then the solution is obvious. Trust that they know what is best for themselves and let them take the lead. So let community organizations, for example, take the lead. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and for taking the time to speak to us. It's very important to us. Thank you. Council, we're going to move on, but I just want to correct one thing. Speakers 193, 195, and 197 have not withdrawn. We actually heard them on Friday, just for your own records. We're on to now Speaker 199, Fergus Freeman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly. Go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Okay, great, thank you. Thanks, Council, for hearing me. My name is Fergus, and I support Councillor Swanson's motion B3. I'm a resident of Hastings Sunrise, and I've lived in Vancouver for 13 years. I'm a city employee for 5 years and work in city libraries in the downtown East Side area and downtown. I'm currently speaking as an uninvited guest on unceded Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. And as previous speakers last week have noted, I think the issue of policing and over-policing is inseparable from reconciliation. So the facts and figures have been shared a lot in the past week, but I just want to reiterate that the VPD budget has grown by more than $100 million in the past 10 years. A budget that we latently expect to be geared towards solving crime, but the issue we're dealing with today is about mental health, about homelessness, about housing, education, and the disproportionate effects of colonization on Black and Indigenous people and people of color. Particularly worrying is the statistic from COPE where VPD has responded to 5,000 calls related to mental health in last year alone, but they are not equipped as an institution to deal with this. And something that I've personally experienced when at my line of work when I see people in mental health distress having the cops called on them. I might talk about that in a bit. But the 21% of our funding goes to this department, the police, more than parks, arts, community centers, and libraries put together. We have an unending opioid crisis and an unending housing crisis. And we know that an opioid crisis is an addiction crisis, which in turn becomes a mental health crisis. And a housing crisis is an employment crisis. And here's where we are demanding that our money be spent and focused in on solving these issues, in decriminalizing homelessness, addiction, and poverty, to dealing with unequal access to housing, to mental health supports, and to employment. Now, even the police chief, Adam Palmer, has recently admitted that drug use should not be seen as a criminal justice issue, but as a mental health issue. But I think that this admission doesn't tie the thread between systemic racism over policing and the limits of the city budget. Palmer knows full well what's going on. He knows how much money is in the pie, and he's asking you as council to leave his slice alone and to take the money from somewhere else. And it's not good enough. In order for the city budget to reflect the mandate to uphold the community and safety for all, and to become the city of reconciliation that you've been fighting towards since 2014, I urge council to support motion B3 and to understand that to defund the police is not to destabilize a community, but to put trust in that community and to give it its own resilience, its diversity, and its dignity. I want to personally just quickly share some of the mental health experiences that I've had at my job. Seeing, for instance, a black patron face down in the library with an officer on his back just because of being accused of theft without fact, or seeing two police officers charging through the library with beanbag shotguns, past children, past elderly people, this disproportionate use of force in an area of the city where violent crime is very, very low, and I also personally experienced an Indigenous youth in distress, and he was on the 5th floor of the building, and he was leaning over the balcony, and I managed to talk him down and have security and deal with his stress in some way, but I was still disappointed that he ended up just being connected with police when he needed to be connected with mental health. But because we're in this societal funk where we're unable to give people the services they need because the police are in every area of social life, and our response is just innate. We just go to police, and it's not the way things should be done. So finally, just wrapping up, I'll just wrap up.
Please, quickly, thank you.
Yeah. So after passing this motion and enforcing a budget itemization on VPD spending, I urge council to expand their divestment process from police by consulting community-led initiatives such as BLM Vancouver, Wish, Vandu, Downtown Eastside Women's Center, Hogan's Alley Society, and Pivot Legal Society, who all offer the kinds of resources that are without armed response and without harming people.
Yes,
thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. You have no questions, but again, thank you for taking the time to speak to us. It's very important. So we are, let's see, the next speaker is number 206. Speakers 202 to 205 have all withdrawn. So 206, and that is Curtis Seufert.
Curtis Seufert, your line is open. You can go ahead. We are hearing some noise coming from that line. Curtis, your line is open. You can go ahead.
Madam Clerk, we're not hearing from a moderator. We're not hearing.
Hello, hello?
Yes, is this Curtis
Hello?
Seufert? Yes,
Hello,
is
hello?
this Curtis Seufert? Hello, is this Curtis
This is
Seufert?
Curtis.
Okay,
Yes.
we can hear you. Go ahead. You're speaking to council now, so go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you and hello. Members of council, my name is Curtis Seufert. I'm a resident of what many of us refer to as Vancouver, and I stand in favor of this motion. The institution of policing in Vancouver and across Canada and beyond, for that matter, has not gone without question. I'm sure that this council and every council before it has considered motions since the existence of the VPD around its various functions, policies, overview, oversight, and purview. However, I'm not as certain as to whether a motion, at least with as much support as this one, has been proposed to so fundamentally question the trajectory and overarching role of police in Vancouver. And that's why I feel this motion is long overdue, and why I stand in favor of it. While we might regularly adjust, update, and tinker with the VPD where we can, it really feels as though there's been an unquestioned goal of trying to fix it to the point where we can apply the VPD as an institutional response to an increasingly wide range of social issues. Using the VPD to respond to anything from violent crime to mental health emergencies to police and transit, substance use and sex work, and more, like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole a lot of the time. Whether or not you agree with the analogy itself, the VPD has continued to exist as one of a kind of handful of default responses, a community crutch of sorts, that responds reactively rather than proactively to Vancouver's many social issues. Councillors may disagree with this assessment, given how much time and attention you spend, even in this meeting alone, on discussing and implementing a more diverse range of community responses. This has been pointed out, however, the VPD accounts for around 21% of the city's annual budget, which is almost as much as the entire budget of community services as a whole. Furthermore, it has been the most recent set of councils who have presided over the last 10 years who have most drastically increased the police budget, as I understand it, by over $100 million. As such, I would not be surprised to see, if this motion does not pass, the police budget overtaking the budget spent on all other community service by this next year. Now, I have my own political and moral convictions, notwithstanding the practicality of using the VPD in such a broad and overarching capacity, but I'll leave it to others to try and convince you why this standard of police presence is wrong. What I hope to prove to you, with a more recent, more or less high-profile example of submitting of the city relying too much on the VPD's reactive response, is why using the VPD as we currently do just doesn't make sense, no matter what your policy goals are. The example I want to talk about, that I'm sure you're all well aware of now, is about how the VPD recently pushed a largely indigenous tent city community to move to its third location in about as many months. After having been deployed in mid-May to Oppenheimer Park to send its now former residents packing, the VPD was once again deployed to Crab Park on Port Authority territory just a few weeks ago to, again, push tent city residents out of a barely used parking lot. Correct me if I'm wrong, but as I understand it, both of these places are now fenced up, available for no one to use. The tent city community now resides in Strathcona Park, which, as I understand it, is also on Port Authority territory. In both scenarios, as well as in what I can only imagine might soon be a third displacing of this community in the midst of a health pandemic, mind you, I hope the councillors ask the following: what is the Vancouver Police Department actually achieving here? They're being deployed to push residents of a tent city to a different park, so that the previous park can be fenced up, closed off to the public, leaving these residents, community, and these people no better off. Now, just quickly wrapping up, again, I have my own political reasons for being against this, but I hope this example can serve to illustrate how we rely on the VPD, again, as a communitary crutch and default option that currently uses up 21% of our budget. Surely, community services that have been suggested by others that are more tailored specifically to individual issues around either homelessness or substance use or mental health, job opportunities, and more would help residents such as those in not only much more compassionate manner, but in a much more effective manner, again, no matter what your policy goals are. This motion does not very directly affect me, but it's something that I care deeply about, not only as a sensible, but also a compassionate resident of Vancouver. Thank you.
And thank you for taking the time with us. That's very much appreciated. No questions for you.
For sure.
Council, thank you. Council, we're moving on to 207, Kaylee Mangalam.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thanks. I'd like to start by acknowledging that I'm speaking on the ancestral traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. So my name is Kaylee Mangalam. I've lived in Vancouver for 4 years, and I'm currently in the Grandview Woodland neighborhood. I don't have a ton to add to all the speakers who went before me, and I absolutely support the council seeking input from BLM, WISH, CCAP, BCCLA, Hogan Valley Society, and all the other organizations named in the actual motion. I did want to add that I have been volunteering a bit at the Strathcona Tent City Camp Kennedy Trudeau, and I think they're a really effective case study for this motion in that the community that has been built in that tent city has made it safe and made it like a family, like a community that supports each other and keeps each other safe. I myself have been there as late as 1 or 2 in the morning by myself. I have never felt unsafe. There has always been someone to go to with an issue or a problem if someone does feel unsafe, and those are usually for reasons that originate outside the camp. So this motion takes a lot, defunds the police essentially. It takes a lot of money from the Vancouver Police Department and puts it into things that are essentially being pioneered on the ground level at Strathcona Park, and the Indigenous leadership there is largely responsible for that. So while it's small scale, I think it could be really effective, large scale with the defunding of the Vancouver Police Department and having those dollars put toward community programs that work with people on a very personal grassroots level. And I'd also like to point out that, just like the last caller, the dynamics between the Vancouver police and the homeless residents who were moved from Crab Park are really, really troubling. So many of the residents are struggling with too many issues to even count. You know, they're homeless. Some of them have addiction issues, some of them have mental health issues, and some of them have been going back and forth with BC Housing for decades. What they need is not more, they don't need a police officer. They need lots of social programming help, and they need people to be able to talk to them person to person. So really the only thing that makes sense is to fund social programs to get these people help that they need and that they can rely on and that they understand, instead of just meeting opposition whenever they try and make a step forward. And I think this motion is the perfect way to do that. And that's all I have.
That's great. You have no questions, but thank you very much for taking the time and speaking to council on this issue. It's really appreciated. Council, we are moving on to speaker 210.
It's me. I'm going to hop on for a sec.
Yes. Andrea Coundon.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Andrea, we can. There's a bit of interference and background noise. If you could speak directly to the phone and minimize the background noise, that would be appreciated. You have up to 5 minutes.
Okay, here. Thank you so much. I'm not going to take that time. I'm actually on the clock right now working childcare, so I have to be briefer than I would like to. I just want to add my voice to the wave of support for this motion. I feel it's super reasonable, well thought out way of reassessing Vancouver's relationship with the police. I think that as things currently stand, the police have a monopoly on the idea of public safety, this idea that if you want a safer city, you need more police. If you don't fund the police, you're anti-safety and you don't care about people. And I suspect it's this logic, which is what I was taught growing up, that means that the VPD gets unchecked budget creases year after year after year. And I appreciate this motion as a way to disrupt this line of thinking, to realize that public safety is something we move towards when people have access to dignified and secure housing, appropriate health care, all necessary medicines, including safe supply for people who use drugs, barrier-free education, fair wages, opportunities for rest and healing, and a myriad of other things that aren't achieved by police officers. I know that not all of what I listed is in the jurisdiction of the city, but I do know that there are people and organizations, many of whom Councillor Swanson has listed in this motion, who are fighting in this city for those things, and I want us to respect and support that expertise. This pandemic means that my ideas around what is important and what is possible are changing faster than they ever have in my life, and I urge you to please join me in taking this moment to reassess our collective and personal priorities and imagine a city that reflects care and consideration for all. Thanks so much for hearing me and for hearing all of the speakers with so much consideration.
Thank you for taking the time in what is a very busy day, I'm sure, for you, and expressing your opinion. Very much appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, Council, we are moving on to Speaker 213. Alex Montinola, sorry.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
Awesome. Hi, so I just wanted to say firstly, thank you to Council for listening to my fellow speakers. I know that there's a lot of them, and I'd imagine that we all voice the same opinion in that we fully support this motion. And I want to thank my fellow speakers as well for speaking their truths on this matter. So my name is Alex Montinola. I am a Douglas College psychiatric nursing student that has worked with youth and people in minority groups and the marginalized. And I just want to make clear that I'm speaking on my own behalf, and I am not speaking on behalf of my school. As I understand it, a lot of police calls are mental health or addictions related, and I wanted to focus on that. And I fully back the community groups mentioned by my fellow speakers on who to support and where to shuffle the money from the VPD around. And I just wanted to suggest a group of professionals that are better suited, or I believe are better suited to handling these emergency/crisis calls on police. This group is the profession that I'm going into, psychiatric nurses. For us, we are trained for 3 or more years in trauma-informed de-escalation theories, as well as addictions and mental health theories. And our entire careers are based on caring for people. The police officers have a track record for turning to violence instead of de-escalation techniques that have proven to truly help those in crisis. And I have seen the work that my mental health workers as well as psychiatric nurses have done, and these are within hospitals and on the streets, and I feel that the way that they approach crisis is a much more kind and caring manner and leads to more people feeling cared for and actually reduces instances of violence and crime. And considering our skyrocketing overdose deaths in BC, I feel this issue alone should prompt a closer look at how to better care for our people, especially in the downtown east side, as well as throughout Vancouver. I don't have much more to say on this topic. I feel like I've been concise, but I just wanted to end by saying that I don't think that police prevent crime. They rather show up after something has happened. Thus, there should be a focus on community measures to prevent and professionals that are better trained in handling crisis when they need to show up after something has happened. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Being concise is appreciated, and you were very articulate. Thank you very much for taking the time. Okay, Council, we are turning to Speaker 214, Hannah Campbell.
Hello?
Yes, hello. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yes, so my name is Hannah Campbell, and I reside on the unceded Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territories. I'm calling in today in support of passing Item 7. I think it is vital that Vancouver moves towards a more just society where all people are treated with dignity and respect and are safe. I feel strongly that the Vancouver Police Department funding should be defunded and allocated to peer, health, social, and community-based programs as outlined in this motion. I'm strongly in line with the recommendations outlined in the motion from Red Woman Rising as well. We have spent too much time, in my opinion, in this current system, and it fails people, often people who are the most vulnerable, over and over again. I feel that defunding the police and allocating funding to community-led safety initiatives is a necessary and important step in addressing systemic oppression and violence. I remember doing a practicum at a local counseling service within Vancouver that was available to many people who had different array of mental health issues, compounded often by poverty and sometimes drug use. Almost overnight, the funding for the counseling program was cut and lost. And I just thought this is one small example of how so many community-led organizations are having to constantly fight for funding while providing essential services. Well, as noted in the motion, the Vancouver Police Department budget has grown more than $100 million over the last 10 years. I have witnessed people being brutalized by VPD, including choking, hitting, and shoving to the ground, as well as harassing, all in situations that individuals were being entirely nonviolent and non-confrontational. I feel that defunding the VPD and allocating these funds to community-led initiatives would open up new and necessary possibilities. As stated earlier people have spoken about what changes are needed and how they can be made. Now is the time to take action. I urge the councillors here to follow through with this motion and honor those who have continually been pushed to the margin. Thank you.
And thank you. Very much appreciated you taking the time to be with us. So we're moving on, Council, to speaker number 218, I believe, who is Rebecca Nathan.
Hi.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Kia ora, my name is Rebecca Nathan, and I am a settler from Aotearoa, New Zealand, living on the stolen unceded territories of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. I am here to speak in support of Motion B3 and hope that it is just the start of a bigger movement to dismantle violent structures and build communities that keep everyone safe. I work as a doula, which means that I support people in pregnancy, during birth, and again in the postpartum period. Along with my doula partners at Eventide Birth, our practice is founded on principles of reproductive justice, a concept created by a collective of Black women from Sister Song in 1994, and that has now been adopted by many who work in health, that defines it as, quote, the human right to maintain personal bodily autonomy, have children, not have children, and parent the children we have in safe and sustainable communities. This is something I hope many of us believe in. In my work as a doula, I have supported Indigenous, otherwise racialized, and poor parents whose first questions for me have been about security in the hospital, if I have seen police presence in the hospital, and what to do if their children are removed from them. This level of fear, being held exclusively by BIPOC and low-income people as to how the police might work to separate them from their children, means we prioritize the safety and comfort of white folks to safely become parents and make families. When we have armed police that can enter people's homes to do wellness checks that disproportionately physically and emotionally harm and kill Black and Indigenous people, this cannot be considered a safe community or reproductive justice. I've been at births, intended, home births, and otherwise, where from the outside, the sounds people hear probably can sound pretty concerning, and sometimes the police have been called. Seeing the way in which wellness checks are handled makes the possibility of this happening truly frightening. When we have a police budget that increases by over $100 million in one decade, it takes 38% of our tax dollars and makes up 21% of our 2020 budget, or while just 5% of that budget is allocated to community services to support things like affordable housing, childcare, homelessness services, etc. This is not reproductive justice. We can't have safe communities and reproductive justice when people don't have access to homes to have and raise their babies in, or community support to care for them as they grow. I think of our perinatal and postpartum mental health services, such as Pacific Postpartum Services, who do incredible work while all running on fundraising and volunteers, in comparison to a police force that refuses budget cuts, is not accountable to those who fund it, and who are more likely to harm or kill new parents than having a mental health crisis and give them the support they desperately need. I know many of you on council are likely parents, and I ask you to think back to those early, hazy, and overwhelming days of postpartum or the vulnerability of birth, and consider what it must be like to experience this while at the same time being concerned that someone sanctioned by your government could enter your home with a gun to harm you, if not physically, then definitely emotionally, or your child. Think of the times you walked your new baby to the store to pick up diapers, or took them out for a drive or walk in the stroller at night to get them to sleep. Did you ever feel concerned that you could be at risk of being arrested, assaulted, or shot? This is the reality for many of our community members, and this is not community safety. I also wanted to quickly share an incident that happened outside our apartment on Robson Street on July 17th. Around midnight, I was woken up by someone screaming that I eventually realized must have been coming from the street outside. And when I looked out my window, I could see one person being detained in a police van, who was screaming in distress so loudly that it was enough to wake me up from across the street and being on the second floor of my apartment building. This person was left to scream and ask for help as 8 police officers stood around talking, joking with one another and eating chips. They eventually went back to speak to the person in the van to let them know they could access a lawyer, but this must have been a good 10 to 15 minutes later, considering when I was first woken up. Aside from the incredibly disproportionate response to one person who seemed to need support and care, and not a frankly terrifying amount of people with guns, what really struck me was that I had no idea what to do about what I was seeing. I was angry at the treatment of this person, and how cavalier and dismissive the police seemed like they were being. What a waste of time and money it all was, and I was scared for the person's well-being. But who was I meant to call to get help? More police? It was a truly awful feeling that many of us experience, knowing the people who are funded and resourced the most are not actually the ones who will keep us safe. So I urge you to unanimously approve this motion. Thank you to Jean Swanson for bringing this motion, and who has worked tirelessly on council and otherwise for safer communities. And to all the Black and Indigenous community organisers and abolitionists that have formed the thinking of myself and many of the speakers we've heard from. Abolitionist Mariam Kaba says, safety is rooted in having everything that we need in order to be able to live dignified lives. And this is the goal, and this is what our imagination calls for. Thank you so much.
Yes, and thank you so much for taking the time to speak to council on this. Very much appreciated.
Thanks.
Moderator, I'm just going to check to see if speaker number 212, Susie Shore, is on the line.
She is not.
Okay, thank you. Then we're going to move to speaker 223, Liz Bell.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah, go ahead
Thank
for up
you
to
very
5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I acknowledge that I am speaking from the unceded, and traditional land of Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish people. And part of this recognition acknowledges recognizing the past and current injustices of settler colonialism and working towards striving for justice for all. My name is Liz Bell. I'm a Vancouver resident and homeowner, and I am calling to voice my support for this motion. I would also like to take a moment to thank Council for taking a tremendous amount of time to listen to all of us over these past few days who are speaking on this motion. I appreciate very much that they are allowing all of us to voice our very positive support for this. In 2019, there were more than 5,000 calls to police related to mental health issues. This clearly shows that there are significant needs within our society and our communities. Many speakers before me have given very specific and very heart-wrenching examples of this. Rather than criminalizing and policing, which often result in violence, imprisonment, and even death, we should be focusing on humanely addressing the causes of these issues. Mental health, insecure housing, substance abuse and addiction, and poverty. We have the opportunity at this time to change the system and build supports for individuals and communities. This motion by Representative Swanson provides an extensive list of community organizations. I'm not going to take the time to list. She has provided so many of them there with a wide range of expertise in harm reduction and community support. They do excellent work within our communities on tiny budgets. I support redirecting police funds to increase the funding to these and other organizations, which will work towards the reduction and management of the conditions that lead to so many unnecessary police calls. Mental health, homelessness, addiction, and poverty are not crimes and are not effectively managed by police officers, most of whom are untrained in these areas. Again, we've had many examples from callers of the ways that police officers dealt with situations because they simply do not have the training to deal effectively. With strong community-led organizations, properly funded and supported, we can build a society that cares for and honors all its members. Passing this motion is the first step towards building this society. I implore Council to take this step and continue taking bold action towards these improvements. Thank you.
And thank you. And thank you for your appreciation also of Council in terms of this process. Appreciate that very much. And so, Council, we are now going to go back to Speaker 212, Susie Shore, who I believe is on the line now.
Yes, hello. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to contribute. As you said, my name is Susie Shore. I'm calling to voice my support really strongly of Motion B3. As I'm sure many other people have stated already, the VPD routinely responds to calls related to social issues in which they don't have the training necessary. And as a result, we're seeing many instances where force is used disproportionately. I feel there's evidence for the fact that this disproportionately affects marginalized people as well, in particular Indigenous people in our city. I feel addressing nonviolent social issues with violence harms these people further, so it's kind of perpetuating a cycle there as well. I think it's in the best interest of these people and of everybody in Vancouver that the VPD be required to disclose their spending in these areas so we can move towards defunding them and putting this money towards community-led harm reduction and safety initiatives in these areas. By working with communities and within communities and scaling back VPD funding in the interest of reallocation, I believe we can create a more effective and compassionate response system that benefits all residents instead of keeping them in these cycles of oppression. Thank you very much for your time, and thanks again for doubling back to me.
Not a problem. Thank you for rejoining the line. It was good, and your comments appreciated. Council, we are moving on to Speaker 227, Noah Duranso.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, is it? Yeah, we can hear you.
Hi.
Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Noah Duranso. I'm a Vancouver resident. I've lived here for 23 years. I'm calling to say that I support Motion B3. I think it's very important to support marginalized communities. Officers in the Vancouver Police Department continue to respond to mental health calls, reporting that they responded to more than 5,000 calls related to mental health in 2019 alone. There are people who are much more qualified and trained specifically to deal with issues of addiction, mental health, and homelessness. People who suffer from mental illnesses and addiction deserve to be helped and cared for, not brutalized by the police, which often happens. The police budget for the Vancouver Police Department has grown more than $100 million over the past 10 years. The police department budget should be lessened drastically, and funds should be allocated to community-led initiatives like outlined in the motion. Only 3 years ago, in 2017, Indigenous folks were 2.5% of the population, yet made up 16.34% of street checks. Black people were 1.03% of the population, yet made up 4.98% of street checks. With the rise of the Black Lives Matter movement and the global call for defunding the police, this is a critical time. Vancouver has a chance to be part of dismantling a broken system and instead to create a society that will actually make people safer. If we properly invest and fund community initiatives, we can be part of such a positive change. I want to end by thanking Council for listening to the community, and I want to thank my fellow community members for showing up in such high numbers. This gives me hope that we can create a more just city where everyone is supported and communities are invested in. Thank you.
And thank you very much. I appreciate you being here to speak to us. Council, we're moving on to Speaker 229, Katie Redburn.
Hello. Just wanted to thank the other speakers for all of their thoughts so far and contributing some really powerful statistics. I was going to run over some of those too, but I think they've spoken really well to them, and I've emailed Council about some of the same stats previously. So I'll just speak a bit more to my personal experience. I'm a lifelong Vancouver resident and currently a homeowner living on the edge of the downtown east side on unceded Coast Salish territories. There is a truly massive police presence in my neighborhood. I see police at work every day, sometimes multiple times a day, circling the streets. And I just wanted to recognize that it must see, to recognize that I can understand why the budget that police have currently must feel justified in some ways based on the volume and scope of work that they're dealing with. And I just really feel that the issue is that scope is not focused where it should be, and that police are attempting to address issues that shouldn't be within their scope, and that we need to take some of these resources that they're currently spending to try to do that, because I don't think that it is working in terms of having police address mental health calls and addiction response, just to shift those resources towards professionals that are better equipped and better educated in those areas. That's it. Thank you.
Well, thank you. It's important that you take the time to speak to us, so thank you very much. So, Council, we are moving ahead to actually Speaker 238, Christopher Linernan.
Sorry to interject. 236 is actually in the room right now.
Oh, 236. Okay.
Sarah Jellicoe.
All right, that's great. Then, Madam Clerk, if you could just let me know when she's set up, that would be great.
I'm on the line.
Oh, okay, that's fine. You're Sarah Jellicoe?
That's right.
All right. Yes, we hear you loud and clear. Go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. My name is Sarah Jellicoe, and I live in Grandview Woodlands. I'm speaking to you in support of this motion, and given how many speakers you've heard from in favor, I want to focus on the steps that you'll take after the passing of this motion for other ways that you can support refocusing efforts from the police onto other efforts. And I'll be really brief. I'm understanding that there are not successes in trying to reform the police, and as a white person, I try to listen to folks and organizations that are not being served by police. So that's what I urge you to do as well, is to hear that they are saying that reforms to the police don't work, and that we need to instead try to refocus away from armed police. And I'll just say, as a person, a white woman, going to the beach the other day and seeing a police ATV driving down the front beach water line amidst all of the folks sitting on the sand, I didn't feel protected, or that my safety was being improved by that presence. And that's my sense whenever I encounter armed police officers out in Vancouver, is that I don't feel safer than I am amongst my community. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. I really appreciate you taking the time. Council, we're on to Speaker 238, Christopher Leinonen.
Christopher, are you on the line?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
Hi, okay. Good morning. Thanks to the Council for taking the time to hear from us today. I also want to express my appreciation that I can phone in for this. I'm currently working and wouldn't have been able to speak at all if in-person attendance were still required to comment verbally. So my name is Christopher Leinonen. I've been a resident in Vancouver since 2002, and I live in a rental apartment in Mount Pleasant. I'll be speaking in favor of Councillor Swanson's motion. But before speaking further on that, I want to acknowledge that this meeting and my residence from which I'm making this call are on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish people. It should go without saying that we have to carry that truth with us and let it inform our actions as we move through our daily lives. But it's especially important today as you debate whether to move forward with this crucial first step towards a safer city for all. As Indigenous people face poverty, incarceration, and police harassment at grossly disproportionate rates, it's incumbent on this council to find ways to alleviate those problems. So in this context, it's reprehensible, in my opinion, to do anything but redirect funding to community-led safety initiatives and away from a police force that criminalizes poverty in a city whose city council acknowledges it's on Indigenous land. Vancouver needs to walk as it talks. So as cities across the country face reduced revenue as a result of the ongoing fallout of COVID-19, councils like yours, I acknowledge, have been forced to find ways to contend with these budget shortfalls. Throughout the Western world, since the turn to neoliberalism in the 80s, the preferred method of dealing with lost revenue has been austerity measures and tax cuts. As social programs have been slashed over the decades, the resultant breakdown of community institutions has been managed by increased policing, which has been reflected in constantly rising police budgets. The police are one of the few government agencies to see boosted funding throughout these years of austerity. Before this, in the post-war period, it was the welfare state that maintained a semblance of order. Growing social programs, the advent of universal health care, publicly funded housing, and subsidized co-ops all contributed to positive social outcomes. There were serious and unforgivable gaps in these post-war policies, including the institutional racism that people still contend with today. But there was at least an aspiration for a certain kind of equitable prosperity and safety and well-being. As some of these programs have been cut or discontinued, the people they served have been pushed deeper into poverty, houselessness, and forced into informal and illicit markets to survive. Overall, instead of building on existing programs or making new ones to help people escape this cycle, we've sent the police to deal with the problems these cuts create. We've seen the ways that our reliance on police to perform mental health checks has resulted in people being injured or killed in this city or others. In other contexts, I've seen police use excessive force and brutality with my own eyes. For people forced into survival sex work, houselessness, and drug addiction by institutional poverty, they face harassment and arrest. Hello? They face harassment and, harassment and arrest from police due to the needless criminalization of those outcomes. This harassment and incarceration then makes it more difficult for them to escape these poverty-induced traps. So we have in this motion a chance to begin to mend those policy errors. Police chiefs and medical experts across the country are calling for the decriminalization of drug possession, and cities across Canada and the US are working to divert police funding towards social programs that directly help people escape poverty and criminalized existence. To be clear, I'm for the abolition of the police and prisons and the full decriminalization of drugs and sex work. I recognize that abolition falls far outside the scope of this motion, which is little more than a glance in the right direction. But the reason I hold this position is because I see it as the best way to move forward into a fair and just society. And by decriminalizing poverty-related activity and redirecting police funding away from its unnecessary enforcement and towards housing, mental health, opioid and stimulant substitution, and other necessary community programs, we can begin to build a more just city. In Minneapolis, their city council is moving towards disbanding and changing the entire structure of policing. In Seattle, they're moving to cut the police budget by 50%. Edmonton's voted to cut their budget by $11 million over 2 years. It's only 3%, not nearly enough, but it's at least a start. A recent Ipsos poll indicates that 51% of people across Canada are in favor of defunding the police. So we have an opportunity in Vancouver to lead that movement in a way that will improve outcomes for the most marginalized residents of our city, which will improve life for us all. So thank you. Again, I urge you to please pass this motion. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. That was perfectly timed at 5 minutes. Very much appreciate you taking the time to be with us. Council, we're on to Speaker 239, Thea Baines.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
So I wanted to thank you for taking the time to hear all of us speak today. My name is Thea Baines. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm an uninvited guest on unceded Coast Salish territories. I'd like to recognize my unearned privilege as a white person on this stolen land. I'm a student at UBC and a member of the UBC Social Justice Center, and I would like to vocalize my immense support for Motion B3 to decriminalize poverty and support community-led safety initiatives. In the context of a global movement against anti-Blackness, white supremacy, and police violence, there is an ethical obligation and a social need for you as individuals and as council members to show a basic respect for people's humanity and well-being, and demonstrate your commitment to racial justice and liberation, especially for Black and Indigenous people and poor people. Policing on unceded Coast Salish territories arose from the violent surveillance of Black and Indigenous people and directly perpetuates ongoing white supremacy and settler colonialism. Rather than ensuring resident safety and well-being, increasing policing endangers people, in particular Indigenous people, Black people, people of color, trans people, queer people, disabled people, poor people, sex workers, drug users, and other marginalized groups who are treated much more violently by law enforcement. As council members, you both have the obligation to improve the lives of everyone in this city, not just the most privileged, and the ability to enact meaningful change. I urge you to support Motion B3 to show that you're committed to making the city a more just and welcoming place for racialized communities. Some studies have shown that the majority of police work is not related to crime, and that police instead respond to issues related to poverty, drug use, and mental illness. These are tasks that the police are not trained or equipped for. In their responses, police criminalize people and perpetuate harm, leading to violence and murder, especially against Black and Indigenous people. Police-conducted wellness checks have resulted in 4 deaths in Canada since April. I suffer from severe anorexia nervosa, and between the ages of 16 and 18, I received 4 wellness checks from police officers, but luckily have never been assaulted by police in these checks. Police have seen the color of my skin and the size of my house and chosen to treat me with respect. Deprioritizing the police is not about living in a lawless society. It's about the fact that mentally ill people, regardless of the color of their skin or the size of their house, are not supposed to get shot for being in distress. The system that lets me live and murders DeAndre Campbell, Regis Korchinski-Paquette, Ijaz Chowdhury, Chantel Moore, and more is a broken system that must change. Please stop defending it. Please demand change, and please support Motion B3. Thank you.
And thank you very much. And appreciate also the work you do at the UBC Social Justice Center. So, Council, we are now at Speaker 241, Sarah Kent.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you clearly. Go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Sarah Kent, and I've been a resident of Vancouver for just under 2 years now. I'd like to begin today by acknowledging that I'm calling from the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish peoples, who have lived on this land since time immemorial. I'd also like to recognize that Black Lives Matter, and I stand proudly in solidarity with our movement here in Vancouver. I'm here to speak to you today in support of Motion B3, decriminalizing poverty and supporting community-led safety initiatives. Specifically today, I'd like to speak on the effects of policing on BIPOC folks in Vancouver, and I'd also like to address some of the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls report calls to justice. Policing on unceded Coast Salish territories was originally created actually to maintain violent surveillance of Black and Indigenous people. This goes as far back as the inception of the RCMP,
which was a colonial body designed to control and assimilate Indigenous people in Canada. Rather than ensuring the safety and well-being, VPD endangers our most vulnerable communities. Many speakers before have touched on this, but in particular, Indigenous people, Black people, other people of color, trans people, queer people, disabled people, poor people, sex workers, people who use drugs. Many of these groups have stated that they are treated much more violently by law enforcement just by existing in these communities. They've also repeatedly stated that the VPD does not keep them safe. Firsthand, I've witnessed the VPD protecting property over personal safety, harassing our downtown Eastside community members without cause, and violently and repeatedly displacing our homeless communities. We need new alternatives to keeping people safe here in Vancouver. We need to keep all people safe, not just those the VPD deems worthy of safety. The Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women report outlines many calls to justice for local municipal governments. I deeply encourage each of you listening today to take the time to read the report. I think it's the least you can do to support missing and murdered Indigenous women here in Vancouver and Canada. The report outlines many government calls to action, but since we only have 5 minutes here today, I don't really have time for them all. So I'll just read one that I thought was relevant and important today. Section 1.3 calls to justice. We call upon governments in meeting Indigenous rights obligations to pursue the prioritization of the measures required to eliminate the social, economic, cultural, and political marginalization of Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit, and queer people when developing budgets and determining government activities and priorities. And I'm going to reread that again because I think it's really important, and I know it's very bureaucratic language. So I'm going to read it one more time. Pursuing the prioritization of measures required to eliminate social, economic, cultural, and political marginalization of Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit, and queer people when developing budgets and determining government activities and priorities. So what stands out for me is the developing budgets and determining government activities and priorities. And my question for our councillors today is the safety of Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit, and queer people a priority for this government? Because I think it needs to be very clear that we've not been kept safe by the system that exists currently. We need to look at community-led safety initiatives as it's evident that the VPD is not keeping our Indigenous people safe, especially our Indigenous women and girls. By passing Motion B3, we can minimize the harm that police perpetuate. We can keep our highest risk community members safe, and we can create space to build systems that are rooted in community safety and well-being. Police funding should be redistributed to community-led services that actually help people. I know that Councillor Swanson has outlined some really great organizations in this motion here, a lot of organizations that really help people and are saving lives every single day here in Vancouver. I call on the councillors to support Motion B3. The people who elected you are desperately trying to tell you what we need from you right now. Please listen to us. Please represent our needs. It's your job. Let's create a future where we can all live safely and happily in Vancouver together. Thank you so much for your time. Bye-bye.
And thank you for your time and your words to council. Very important. We are moving on to Speaker 243, Tushita Baga.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Tushita Baga, and I am a resident of Vancouver. I've lived here for about 5 years now. I came here to attend UBC and decided to stay in this beautiful, beautiful city. I currently reside in South Canby, and I would like to acknowledge that we are right now on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and the Wet'suwet'en Nations. I've been hearing everything that everyone's been saying so far, and even though I have a background in research, and especially about research within the downtown east side, I won't speak to you about research today. I know that council has heard from many members of the community and have heard them concisely talk to them, concisely tell you about the amount of research that has been done on the subject and why we should be supporting this motion. But today I will speak to you as a person of color, a queer woman of color who lives in this great city and feels unsafe every single day. And while I understand that there is a context of the Black Lives Matter movement as well as other social movements that have been going around the world that I vehemently support, I know the amount of times I feel unsafe in this city, and I believe that it is council's duty to make sure that all people feel safe in this city. And I know that I will not feel safe when I see a BPD van pull up. I clench when I see a BPD car moving around the city, I get scared because I wonder what's going to happen to me. And that's when I haven't even done anything wrong. That's when I haven't even participated in anything. That's when I'm sitting in the safety of my car and I am scared. And I will speak to you more personally about this weekend. This weekend, I attended a comedy show where I was subject to racist behavior by some comedians. This is not the first time that I have faced racism in Vancouver, neither will it be the last. But I know that despite there being laws to protect me and people meant to protect me, I know they will not, and hence I will not call them. I think it is high time that Vancouver questioned who the police is protecting. And that is why I completely support this motion, because as a person of color, I feel safer with a community-led initiative than I do with the police. And it scares me to know that the police gets the amount of funding it does when we know for a fact that it doesn't protect all of us. And so I'm sorry if I sound enraged. I am a little upset with council today. I am a little upset with how I am made to feel in a city I choose to live in and work in. And I am only a brown person of color. My experiences are nothing compared to those of Black and Indigenous people of color in this city. And forget that, I am still a cis person of color. And I cannot sleep at night thinking about my community feeling unsafe. And I don't know how council can. Thank you. I leave my time.
Thank you very much for expressing how you feel and your points to council. It was very much appreciated. Council, we're moving on to Speaker 245, Megan Yakabuski.
An email reminder has been set, and a courtesy call was made as well, but she hasn't joined.
Oh, sorry. I see that. Yeah. I'm sorry. I've realized that Speaker 245 is not on. 247 though, Janice Kuo.
Hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. We can hear you clearly. Go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. Hi. My name is Janice Kuo. I'm a resident of Vancouver, located on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. I've lived here for 7 years now. I want to thank City Council for taking the time to listen to me and hundreds of other people voice their opinions. I think it's so important. I would like to share why I support this motion to decriminalize poverty and support community-led safety initiatives. I believe that many activities that are criminalized, such as drug abuse, homelessness, and sex work, to name a few, need to be addressed through social programs and support that helps address the underlying issues, whether it be mental health, addiction, trauma, or poverty. People, for the most part, do not choose to live a life of homelessness, poverty, and crime. Many times it is due to unfortunate circumstances that have led them there. Policing is a band-aid solution, and it's the wrong tool for the job. The city needs to take action and address the root causes through funding of social support programs. Policing also disproportionately affects the Indigenous population. We need to provide programs and support for Indigenous people who have endured generations of trauma that have led to struggles in mental health. This issue is far too complex to be addressed with policing, and it needs to be addressed through social programs and support that are developed input from the Indigenous community. This is the least that we can do as a city that is located on the unceded territories of the Coast Salish peoples. And on the other side of things, I also believe it's unfair to the police and to the citizens to expect police officers to be able to respond to everything from mental health calls, missing persons, sexual assaults, and armed robberies. In our medical care system, we don't have one doctor that performs surgeries, gives cancer treatments, and writes you a prescription for your glasses. I think it would be very unfair to expect one doctor to know how to do all of those things. So why do we expect the police to respond to such a large scope of work? As the motion proposes, I think our system would work a lot better if we had another trained unit to respond to mental health and addiction calls. We do not need armed police officers showing up to somewhere, responding to someone who is having a mental health crisis. I would also like to point out that 21% of the city's budget for 2020 is for the police. There's no question that a large number of essential programs are underfunded or not funded at all. For example, the arts, culture, and community services receives 5% of the annual budget, with 1.4% going to social support and social policy. Refusing to consider reallocation of police funds to alternative services is short-sighted and closed-minded at best, and directly hostile to the most marginalized communities at worst. The city needs to invest more in supporting our people, not policing our people. By supporting social programs, we are giving people the tools they need to succeed. To the councillors that are on the fence or oppose this motion, I ask you to be open-minded and think deeply about the reason behind this motion. Do not see this as an attack on the police force. See this as rebalancing our system to create a better support system for our communities. See this as reaching out to our marginalized communities and asking how we can better serve them. Because right now, we are failing them. People are committing crimes of circumstances, and it is a cry for help. We cannot respond by arresting and jailing them. We have to be compassionate. We have to help the people that need it the most. Vancouver has a chance to join the other cities that have already taken action to reallocate police funds to social services. Vancouver needs to step up and be the socially progressive city that it claims to be. This motion is a good step in that direction. Thank you to the council for listening to me speak.
And thank you for coming or getting online to speak to us. It's very much appreciated. Council, we're now at speaker 248, Joyce Ng.
Hi there.
Hi, yes, we can hear you.
Hi. Okay, perfect.
Yep.
My name is Joyce Ng. I have been living in the city for 13 years, and I am in favor of item 7, or motion B3. I would like to first acknowledge that we're on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam nations. I'd also like to thank all the speakers before me and those to come, as well as council, for providing this opportunity for the community to speak on something that is very clearly important to them. So launching into it, in 2008, the budget was less than half of what it is now. It was only increased due to the 2010 Olympics, which reportedly brought in 275 million visitors. Of course, an increase in budget definitely made sense then, but it's no longer reasonable to maintain the same budget now, which has grown by 140 million over the past decade and currently sits at 340 million, which is 38% of our tax dollars and 21% of the 2020 budget. Taxpayers' dollars aside, it's important to assess why the BPD is asked to deal with such things like mental health issues when they don't seem to appear to receive any training in the matter. If we commit to improving social conditions across Vancouver and invest in affordable housing, childcare, and community service, we can better ensure that we rely less on the BPD and thereby actively reducing the need for such a large budget for them. More importantly, issues that pertain to mental health, sex work, homelessness, and substance abuse are often associated with poverty, and these individuals should be treated as equal members of the community. In this, should we not focus on providing a support system that protects those who are impoverished, as opposed to funding a system that actively and repeatedly endangers them? So I ask that the city and the BPD work with Black and Indigenous groups and create a plan, timeline, and budget that aims to deprioritize policing as a response to mental health, sex work, homelessness, and substance use, and to prioritize funding community-led harm reduction and safety initiatives in these areas. Previous speaker noted that the police don't actually prevent crime, but merely show up when a crime has already happened. Reinvesting in community services will actively help prevent crime. Defunding the police will not threaten the community, but instead empower it by providing it with what it needs to thrive. And we can reimagine what safety means and how we get it together as a city. I believe that we are in a pivotal moment in history, and I have faith that Vancouver and our City Council will commit to building a stronger, more resilient community in which we can truly turn to fellow Vancouverites as we build community-led initiatives that really focuses on and understands the community members and its needs. The Vancouver City Council talks about creating equity for citizens a lot. This is the perfect opportunity to do exactly that. That's all. I yield my time.
Thank you very much for taking the time to be with us. Next is Speaker 249. Oh, sorry, Speaker 250, Larissa Thompson.
Hi there. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to acknowledge that we are currently holding this meeting, even with the privilege of using telephone conferencing services during this time of crisis, on the unceded lands of the Squamish, Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. And I'd like to thank Council for opening the floor to the community and listening to us speak today. My name is Larissa Thompson, and I've been a resident of Vancouver who lives in a rental property in the Kensington community since 2015, and I speak today in support of Motion B3. With the deaths of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and the rising proof of corruption and abuse in the American police force, I've been forced to confront Vancouver's own issues with our police force. While we are, I believe, better than our southern neighbors, I've read a great number of news stories of similar acts of police brutality against people in Vancouver, even as recently as May 12, 2020, when a man in the downtown east side was violently thrown to the sidewalk so hard the sound of his body hitting the concrete echoed down the street, and he began vomiting. Even I, a young, goody two-shoes white woman who has never tried illegal drugs, shoplifted, or even gotten a speeding ticket, feel unsafe when I walk past a police officer on the street. This is because I know, on a deep, instinctual, and visceral level, that if that officer decided they wanted to, they could do anything they wanted to me with little to no consequences. If I, someone who has a huge amount of privilege and the means to fight against any injustice done against me, feel that unsafe around police, then those who do not possess that privilege of racial profiling and the means to fight a legal battle must feel extreme distrust or even abject terror every time they see a uniform. Police are meant to be a symbol of stability and safety within our communities, people who go above and beyond the call of duty to protect and serve all members of their communities, not just the most privileged. But how can they protect and serve when our very system enables and in fact manufactures so-called criminals, drug addicts, homeless, and desperate people just looking for a way to survive to the next day? Reappropriating our funds to build initiatives and programs that not only provide shelter and food to those who need it, but teach them the skills they need to rebuild their lives will not only reduce the burden on our prison system, not only reduce joblessness in our city, not only reduce drug addiction, not only reduce domestic violence, not only reduce petty and violent crime, but will reduce the stress and burden on the very police system I am demanding be investigated. If the police are not asked to respond to emergencies relating to mental health that they are not equipped or trained to deal with, they can refocus their efforts on the tasks that they are equipped and trained to deal with, investigating major crimes and upholding our laws. The VPD's budget has risen $100 million over the last 10 years. If we can investigate what funds are strictly necessary for the VPD to run effectively and spend the surplus money on other programs led and guided by the communities, we can prove that Vancouver is a world leader in equality and respect for human life. Our communities know what they need best. Listen to community leaders, advocates, and experts. Support Motion B3 and have a full and complete understanding of where our money is going and whether there are better, safer, healthier, and cheaper options available to us. There's a reason the saying isn't give a man a fish, he eats for a day, teach a man to fish, he eats for the rest of his life, catch a man stealing a fish, shoot him dead in the street. It's our duty to give our disenfranchised, all of our disenfranchised, an opportunity to learn to fish. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for taking the time and speaking to Council. I very appreciate it. We have speaker number 251 on the line, I think, Aris Grutter.
Hi, my name is Eric. I'm a white trans person living and running a small business on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. My pronouns are they, them. I'm calling for strong support for this goal and further actions that prioritize community-led alternatives to policing. Like many of my previous callers, I'd like to talk again about the fear held by marginalized communities when confronted with the cops. When I first came out at 18, I was taught by elders in the queer community to not trust the police due to the history of violence enacted in previous homeless dykes, HIV-positive men, and trans women who are still harassed to this day. That fear has grown in me as cops have embarrassed and brutalized me for existing as a trans person. It has grown as I've watched my friends' mental illnesses ignored and shamed or beaten, and as I've dated sex workers who are routinely terrified of being criminalized for their work. There is no amount of training, funding, or optics outreach that will eliminate the fear and panic attacks the police cause for marginalized folks. I have a fear that you will hear all our accounts of brutality and neglect and decided to increase the funding under the false guise that more money will lead to better training for cops. That must not happen, and I know the police will ask for it. Instead of calling the cops, most people I know will call CAR 87 when facing a mental health crisis. CAR 87 is a good program, but it is underfunded and overrun. They never show up. When they do, they will sometimes call the police. Instead of calling them, I personally will sit with my struggling friend or family member and see them through the night, see them through their suicidality or the lack of medication. In the past 2 years, I've responded to 9 suicide interventions without killing anyone. I'm a cobbler with no social work training. Cops shouldn't be doing this work. I also want to highlight that social workers, while important service, are not neutral in history and carry fear from marginalized communities, just like police officers. Social workers are responsible for the 60s scoop. They're the main route that Indigenous children are still taken away from poor parents and placed in largely abusive foster homes. When we create an alternative to policing, that service needs to be backed by resources such as long-term stable housing, safe drug supply, and universal income. It cannot become another route to psych wards, prisons, or foster homes. Lastly, I need to speak out against this notion that the police force is actually good at responding to violent crimes. They're not. How many people will not report a rape because a police officer must be involved in the proceedings? How many missing Indigenous women are not currently being investigated because the cops are busy patrolling the downtown east side? What attention are the local growing neo-Nazi groups getting by local law enforcement? It took 23 years for the VPD to open a case into a serial killer taking women from the downtown east side. They are not actively serving our communities when other people are trying to kill us. We need to defund and abolish them, and we need to replace the police with brand new services that do not funnel poor people into prisons, abuse, or death. If you vote against this bill, like a few other members who have called in, I too will happily join the protests that will follow in the streets. Thank you. That's all.
And thank you. Very much appreciated you taking the time to speak to us. Councillor, we're moving on to speaker 256, Tillman Durkis.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Wonderful, thank you. My name is Tillman. I've lived in Vancouver for about 17 years now, and have been an uninvited settler on the traditional, unceded, and stolen lands of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. As a straight, white, middle-class guy, I enjoy basically every structural privilege that would protect me from the cops. But as some other speakers have explained, I also get a little bit uneasy around them. Of course, nothing compared to more marginalized communities. But I would say I just wanted to speak to a personal story. I was volunteering to observe the police checks that happened at Oppenheimer Park around last October, November. And just watching, a group of half a dozen police officers stand by while the most marginalized members of our community had their heating equipment, or in some cases just pillows, like chairs, mattresses, confiscated in November in Vancouver when it's rainy and cold, because they claimed it was a fire hazard, and there was no kind of help offered to them in order to keep warm. They just kept saying they had to take things away and weren't providing any alternatives after being repeatedly asked for weeks by the activists there to please provide some alternative means of warming themselves. I think it really speaks to how the structural violence that the police do isn't always overtly violent. It isn't always punching someone or shooting someone. Sometimes it's just enforcing that the immiseration that comes from, trying to survive, trying to stay warm in the fall in Vancouver, and just preventing them from doing that. So I think it could not be more clear that we need to put funds into helping those folks instead of, taking their things away. There are a lot of important statistics and important background information, but a lot of that's already been said. So I just wanted to share that perspective, and thank you so much for your time, and especially for all the other speakers. I've learned so much in the past 2 days of listening, and it really means a lot.
Great, thank you. Yes, it's been 3 days. This is our fourth, I think. It's our third. But thank you very much for taking the time. Really appreciate you coming to speak to us. Council, we're going to go back. We're going to go back to speaker 252, who I believe is on the line, Corinna Thiessen.
Hi, yeah, I'm here.
Great. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. All right, perfect. Thank you. First of all, I do want to apologize for having to come back to me. I was in my class a few minutes ago, and so I just finished. And I do also want to acknowledge that I am currently on Coquitlam territory, but I have lived in Vancouver itself for the past year, which is on Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish Nation land. And so I do want to speak in support of motion B3 because I have a few reasons. But one is that, I've worked with children with special needs for a long time. That includes autism and intellectual disabilities and things like that. And, just speaking with their parents, they are incredibly fearful that, one day their child might be, shot by police or something like that, because if their child or when they grow up is dysregulated or something like that, they may be seen as dangerous or a threat when this isn't necessarily the case. And so, on a personal level, that's, really sad and concerning to me that, parents have to be fearful that their kids, when they grow up, will be harmed when, they shouldn't be. Nobody should be harmed. And second of all, I think, the policing system is a system that seeks to control people with kind of this top-down power and authority, when, the neuroscience and the research throughout, the past, 50 to 100 years has demonstrated that that's not necessarily the most effective way of supporting people and helping people. And, other disciplines and other working fields have recognized that punitive actions aren't effective. For example, teaching recognizes that, punishment is not an effective way of changing behavior. And, in psychology, there's a recognition that, when a person is dysregulated or angry or, going through a mental health crisis, that trying to control behavior through a sense of fear is not going to be effective, and it's going to create a fear response, that fight or flight response. And so, I don't think the policing system is necessarily an effective way to be supporting people, because it doesn't support people. And that's all I have to say, but I'm hoping that people will vote in support of this motion. And thank you so much for listening.
Yes, and thank you very much for taking the time. Happy your class ended, so you could come and speak to us. Thank you. It looks like we are, Council, now going to move to Speaker 264, the next one who is on the line, Ryan Eigenrom.
Hi, it's Ryan.
Great, thank you. And go ahead. We hear you clearly for up to 5 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you. Hello, Mayor Stewart and City Council. My name is Ryan Eigenram, and my pronouns are she, her. I am a white settler residing on the stolen land of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. I am here to acknowledge the Black, Indigenous, and people of color who continue to lead this movement and have been in the work of anti-racism for centuries. Listening to all of the previous speakers over the past few days has been extremely inspiring and eye-opening, and I want to say to all of you that I hear you and I am with you in learning, showing up, and pushing to defund the police. I'd like to give gratitude for the opportunity to speak to City Council today, and I want to give a big shout out to Councillor Swanson, who put this motion forward. I am here to wholeheartedly support motion B3. People are hurting and suffering and dying, and we can't be ignorant to this any longer. I know we are all feeling this. I know that people are beginning to wake up to their own privilege. I know that Black and Indigenous people are a target. I know this system is broken. I know that our city needs change. I know the status quo is not okay. I know the police need to be defunded. And I know that you care. If not, 400 of us would not be here on a third day in spirit or in voice sharing with you. So in this knowing, in myself and in hearing others, there is no better way or time to address the desperate call out and need in our city for more community support than by challenging the VPD's current mandate. It is long overdue, is a clear way to dismantle tired and broken practices, and is a decision that needs to be made a priority. A direct way to move forward to support the people that need us most is to initiate immediate conversations with the police board and seek out how the current budgets can move to carry out community-led initiatives rather than policing. The current ways in which the VPD are showing up in the community are old and exasperated, and I am here to request, firstly, that we hold each other accountable. We need to be asking the police board to itemize the work that they do related to social issues in our city, such as mental health, homelessness, substance use, and sex work. With $340 million spent in 2020 on policing in Vancouver, totaling 21% of the city's budget, it is crucial that the VPD share a breakdown of the money spent, as there needs to be full transparency for the city to be able to move forward in honest recommendations. It's time for our money to make moves, as the way the VPD operate are stagnant, detrimental, and violent. As a long-term volunteer in Edmonton and in Vancouver with low-income single-parent families and the street-based sex trade, I want to strongly encourage that City Council connect with staff and founders from local organizations who have been guiding this work for many decades. This is a major opportunity to step into leadership with care, concern, and curiosity around what the marginalized members in our community need, as the only way to really understand what someone is in need of is by asking. And so I request that City Council establishes stronger relationships and continue conversations with organizers like BLM, WISH, Hogan's Alley, Bandu, and many others to really listen to what works for their participants and wherein lies our opportunity to support. These organizations are our ultimate resource and access point in inclusive decision-making around what is needed for these initiatives to be truly open and safe for everyone. We can't begin to have a more just, fair, or flourishing city if the people who are most affected are not included in the equation or the conversation. So again, I support this motion and I support the defunding of the VPD. City Council, I ask you to rise up and take this opportunity to use your voice and your vote. I challenge all of the white folks in the room and on the line, especially those in leadership positions, to dive deep into their own self-exploration around privilege, whiteness, and bias, and be okay to step into a space of discomfort, because our city and its people cannot heal or grow if we are not seeing ourselves in the systems we uphold clearly. Lastly, I want to recognize Councillors DeGenova and Kirby Young for recusing themselves from this motion, as I can see no bigger conflict of interest. This is a step in recognizing bias and standing for what's right. Thank you so much for your time.
And thank you for yours and for speaking your thoughts to us. Very much appreciated.
Thank you.
We are moving on to 266, Tamia Kabatoff.
Hi, yes, that's me.
Great, you can hear you clearly. Go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
Great. Hello, my name is Tamaya. I'm grateful to live and play on the unceded ancestral occupied traditional lands of the Squamish and Tsleil-Waututh and Musqueam Nation. I have worked as a youth care worker here in Vancouver as well out in Surrey. This is my first time ever speaking at City Hall. It's my first time I've ever even considered speaking in front of council, and I don't think I'm alone in this. The number of folks who have signed up to speak is really inspiring, and it clearly shows how important the issue it is to our communities. I'm here today because I want to add my voice in support of this motion to the many before me who I thank for their important words. While working with youth, I know many of the kids were fearful to call the cops in situations that were unsafe or they felt endangered, just purely due to the fear of how the cops were going to react to the situation. We must reevaluate the way funding is dispersed within the VPD towards community initiatives that assist at-risk youth along with many other marginalized members of this community. Safety should not be a privilege, and it is time to make the city safe for everyone. Thanks so much for your time.
And thank you for your time. Very much appreciate it. Moving us on to Speaker 270, Jenna Dur.
Jenna Dur, your line is open. You can go ahead. Caller 270, Jenna Dur, your line is open.
Hi there. Sorry, I misheard you.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay.
You have up to 5 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you. Hi, my name is Jenna Dur. I'm a teacher in the Lower Mainland and also a uninvited settler on Musqueam land. I am calling today in support of Motion B3. I think we are standing on the precipice of something potentially really great that this motion is even being considered. It's an absolute tragedy that took so many years and the lives and suffering of so many individuals to lead us to this moment. But now we are here and have a responsibility to follow through. We can take the steps needed to enact meaningful change, or we can let this moment fade away and continue on our current path. Change takes time and energy, but we've waited long enough. Motion B3 is a huge step or leap in the right direction for our city. It gives voice to the marginalized and truly listens in order to improve circumstances for everyone. It doesn't just deal with the symptoms of poverty, but rather seeks to eliminate the root causes of poverty and homelessness. Further, it is beneficial for both our police and our community to recognize that right now police carry too much of a burden and their responsibilities must be delegated to other professionals who are better equipped with more training to deal with sensitive circumstances. Call to action number 30, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, stated that government should commit to eliminating the overrepresentation of Aboriginal people in custody over the next decade. And call to action number 31 stated the government should provide sufficient and stable funding to implement and evaluate community sanctions that will provide realistic alternatives to imprisonment for Aboriginal offenders and respond to the underlying causes of offending. However, according to the government of BC's website, although Aboriginal, Inuit, and Métis people are only 5.9% of the adult population of BC, they are 29.7% of the adult population in correctional centers and 25.8% of people under community supervision. This is our opportunity to actually bring these calls to action into action, to finally work towards meaningful reconciliation and decolonization through police reform and community-led initiatives. It is imperative that the City of Vancouver take the recommendations of Red Women Rising seriously. We must listen to the voices that have been marginalized through the continued violence of colonization. If not, Vancouver is just paying lip service to decolonization efforts without ever actually taking meaningful action. We can watch the way events are unfolding in Portland, Chicago, and other cities across the U.S. These actions are indicative of a citizenry that is fed up with systemic racism, people dying at the hands of police, poverty, inequity, and injustice. And the despicable violence the government is enacting against protesters demonstrates that their government has lost touch with its people and no longer knows how to respond. We can't get to that point. This motion may allow us to avoid that fate and may allow us to embrace peace, love, and harmony rather than disorder, chaos, and violence. Because I'm a white settler, I'd like to acknowledge the amount of effort and the emotional toll that Black, Indigenous, and people of color have put into making this motion, even getting it to this point. So I'd like to end with the words of activist and writer Adrienne Marie Brown and her poem, A Complex Movement. Over and over again, it becomes known. The peace we seek is seeking us. The joy of full bud awaiting our attention. Justice in our hands, longing to be practiced. The whole world learning from within. This thrilling moat in the universe. Laboratory labyrinth. Internalized demands. You are the one you are waiting for. Externalized love. Bind us together into a greater self. A complex movement. A generative abundance. An embodied evolution. Learn to be here. Critique is seductress. The door is always open. So what if you get some? We are going further, past reform, to wonder. This requires comprehension that cannot fit in words. Out beyond our children, beyond the end of time, there's a ceaseless cycle, a fractal of sublime. We come to create it, to soil our hands and faces, loving, loving, and loving ourselves and all our places. So yeah, I'd like to end with that today and just reiterate my support for motion B3. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Yep. Spoken like a true teacher. Thank you very much. Appreciate your coming to talk to us. Council, we are on to Speaker 279, Kelly Chessman.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. So as you heard, my name is Kelly, and I'm a resident of Vancouver on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations, and I'm calling in support of motion B3. So I know I am Speaker 279, and you're definitely not going to hear anything more profound from me than what you've been able to hear from all the incredible speakers before me, and I'm sure that are to come. But I really appreciate you taking the time, and I appreciate the 5 minutes that I have and that the time that other folks have had as well. So I've lived in Vancouver now for almost 3 years, just going on 4 actually, and I have come to love the city, but recognize that my ability to love it comes from the immense privilege that I hold in society. As a white woman, safety because of my skin color is never a concern. You need to be and feel safe in order to love something, and despite attempts to create a safer city for all, there are far too many individuals throughout Vancouver who never get that luxury of feeling safe or feeling at home in the city they are in. Black, Indigenous, people of color do not get this luxury. They do not get this luxury because of the systemic racism in society and because the very people who claim to serve and protect do not do so. I know that safety matters to council, and I know that the city that you've tried to create is one that is just, active, and future-orientated. But you and I also know that it's filled with juxtaposition. Vancouver is a place where the idea for the most recent Oscar-winning movie Parasite was founded. Vancouver is a place where individuals chose to riot over a hockey game loss, destroying a city. Vancouver is a place where a Muslim woman was attacked on your transit system by white supremacy. Vancouver is a place where Indigenous father and son were arrested for attempting to open a savings account. Vancouver is a place where Squamish nations were physically removed from their land by white colonizers burning their homes. Vancouver is a place where 21% of the city's budget is allocated to the VPD, rather than investing in the very communities you say you're protecting with that kind of budget. Vancouver is riddled with oppression and racism. I've worked in the social sector for 5 years now, and I've witnessed incredible community-based organizations and programs become defunded themselves because of the lack of funding that was provided to them. I've witnessed community organizations make difficult decisions in who they are now able to serve. I have witnessed organizations have to fight to get the basic funding they deserve, as 21% of the city's budget goes towards the VPD, which is a Band-Aid solution. This shows that we care more about policing people than protecting, housing, and supporting people. We need to support beforehand. We need to address the roots of the issues rather than showing up with guns and violence. We need to invest in care of communities. And this isn't a new notion. Community care has existed forever, and community care has existed within Black, Indigenous, people of color communities and have had to exist because of the violence that police bring. We saw this in the case of Andrew Loku, who was a person who experienced a mental health crisis, but had a community who cared for him. He had neighbors he would go to when this would happen who would de-escalate him. Andrew was on his way to his neighbors during a mental health crisis to de-escalate him, And it was this time that a police was called and they shot him dead within 26 seconds. 26 seconds. Black people deserve more. Black, Indigenous, people of color deserve more. Everyone deserves to feel safe, and allocating funding to community harm reduction programs is one way we can do this. So please consider supporting this motion, because people deserve more than just 26 seconds. Thank you.
And thank you. Very much appreciated your time and your words. Councillor, we're going to move on to our last speaker before our break, and I'll be looking at that point for a motion to recess. But before we do that, we have one more speaker, Speaker 253, Max Chewinski, who I understand missed his spot because he was getting married. So I think we should all unmute and say congratulations to Max Chewinski. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Max.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead. We hear you clearly. You have up to 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors, and thank you once again for hearing from me. My name is Max Chewinski, and I live on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. I'm a PhD candidate in the Department of Sociology at UBC, and I'm here today, like many others, to speak strongly in support of Motion B3. In my academic career, I've learned how inequalities related to ethnicity, race, class, sexuality, and other markers of identity permeate the fabric of our institutions, our organizations, and Canadian society at large. And when it comes to policing, the data in Canada is clear. The negative outcomes associated with policing, from the perpetuation of stigma to experiences of harassment and violence at the hands of police, are disproportionately distributed. What this means is that some of the most marginalized groups in our community, Indigenous people, people who use drugs, sex workers, the homeless, are surveilled, targeted, and harassed by police at disproportionate rates compared to, for example, middle-class white people, people like me. In this contemporary moment, with mobilizations across the continent calling for the defunding of police, we hear from activists that policing is racist, that policing is a problem, and that policing is ineffective. Is this true? Does the data support these conclusions? I am inclined to say yes, it does. If we look at the evidence from Canada as a whole, research has consistently shown that members of visible minority groups are far more likely to be stopped, searched, and arrested than non-minorities. But the problem doesn't end here. Research published by academics in 2015 has found support for systemic racism in policing and the disproportionate violence that racialized communities experience. This study by Jason Carmichael and Stephanie Kent used data across 39 of Canada's largest cities over a 15-year period and found consistent evidence linking the presence of immigrants, visible minorities, and Indigenous people to more lethal assaults by police officers, particularly in areas where these groups are a numerical minority. The evidence across Canada is clear. Police kill visible minorities at a higher rate. But how about Vancouver? What is the relationship between policing and safety issues among some of the more marginalized members of our community? Let's consider the case of sex workers, some of whom are also people who use drugs, Indigenous, or part of another visible minority group. In 2016, researchers from the BC Centre for Excellence in HIV/AIDS published a study that included interviews with 26 cisgendered and 5 trans women who are sex workers in Vancouver. The authors found that sex workers are highly reluctant to report sex work-related violence to police, despite official VPD policy which focuses on ensuring the safety of sex workers. If the police are here to serve and protect, why are sex workers reluctant to speak to them? According to the study, seeking police protection is viewed by sex workers as a form of everyday violence because police responses normalize this violence as an inherent part of selling sex, thus justifying police inaction. Given this, you might suggest that the solution is police reform directed at changing how police interact with sex workers. But this research was conducted after such reform, when the VPD implemented a new policing strategy in 2013 outlining that in the case of neighborhood complaints, police are to respect the rights and safety of sex workers. However, the findings of the study indicated that, in response to community complaints, police ordered sex workers to leave the area. In effect, sex workers continue to be displaced to industrial areas, which we know from years of research, as well as the history of missing and murdered Indigenous women, that working in secluded industrial areas actually increases the risk of violence, rape, and murder. As such, this approach does not ensure the safety, but actually increases the risk of violence. And a more recent 2018 study published by other researchers from the BC Centre for Excellence confirms the ineffectiveness of such police reforms. This study is based on a much larger sample of female sex workers in Vancouver, that's 259 women, and the researchers found that despite the 2013 VPD guideline change intended to increase safety for sex workers, there have been no statistically significant decreases in experiencing workplace violence. Put simply, police reforms were ineffective in responding to safety concerns. Given this evidence in Vancouver and across Canada, as well as from the continuing work that's being done by Black and Indigenous-led community groups, we know that policing has failed some of the most marginalized communities, people in our communities. Not only have police reforms been ineffective when dealing with safety issues, but police interactions with racialized communities are more likely to be lethal. This is why I believe Motion B3 is necessary. We need communities disproportionately impacted by police violence to lead initiatives that will ensure their safety and well-being. I implore councillors to vote in favor of this motion so that we may ensure justice not for some, but for all of Vancouver's residents. Thank you.
And thank you for so much for taking the time on this really important day of your life. It's very much appreciated.
Happy to do it.
Yeah, happy day. Okay, Council, we are going to take, I need a motion actually to recess for the Pride, the virtual Pride event
Motion
launch
to recess.
and until 1 o'clock. That would include our lunch.
Until 1 o'clock.
Yep, thank you. All
Thank
those in
you.
favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Okay, the ayes have it. So we'll see you all back at 1. Thank you. I am going to call this Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities back to order and continue to hear from speakers on item 7, decriminalizing poverty and supporting community-led safety initiatives, which was moved and introduced by Councillor Swanson and seconded by Councillor Boyle. So I believe that we have one of the speakers who was not on the line earlier on the line now, which is Speaker 235, Alex Bessan. And if you're on the line, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, loud and clear. Go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Perfect. Thanks very much. All right. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak with all of you, City Councillors. For me, I'm really compelled to share opinions on this particular motion as my own professional background and personal background has taken me through involvement with a number of different social service organizations, including battery and support services where I volunteered on the crisis line. And something that I've noticed in particular as a survivor of violence and abuse myself too, is that at all junctures of the supports that I have received, the most effective supports have always been ones which have actually cautioned me against pursuing any support from police. And I think that this is very well founded. It's actually something that as a crisis line support worker, I also noticed was something that I would advise to those who are also facing any kind of outfall of the sorts of violence that they have had to endure, is particularly for myself as someone who is actually, again, an individual who has had to face abuse. I know that this is not something that has been as extensive in that the state is not actually going to impinge on my privileges in as much of a way as for racialized individuals, for non-binary individuals, for folks who are living without status and are precarious in that sense. And so I think that in all of these situations, we have always had very sophisticated planning around how to center the survivor and how to be working with individuals around ways that they need to be supported. Oftentimes, again, knowing that the police are perhaps not the resource that are going to be the most supportive to them, to their mental health, and also in a culturally appropriate way as well. And this is really just a testament to say that I've seen a number of services be able to already provide care in a really effective way, and to do that too, again, with a consciousness around how sometimes referring folks to police could be very triggering and could be more harmful. And I think that in that sense, I just really want to stand with full support to services that are present and available and ready to go. Certainly, I'm one of those supporters who will be present to assist in an ongoing way, also with a volunteer role. Now, I think that the other thing I wanted to mention too is that I am on the advisory committee for children, youth, and families. My statement is not together with this committee, but I did want to mention that on our committee, we've also been discussing the importance of what needs to be done when thinking about planning for the future generation, and when thinking about also parents and teachers who themselves are also finding quite a dilemma in the ways in which they can support students with all the different news that's going on, with the different messages, and also in consideration of this school liaison officer program. Now, for me, as someone who looks at young people and certainly youth and families as the cornerstone for wellness in our communities, I really just want to also, for my own individual position, say that I do believe that this is a really important motion to support. I would really like to see this move forward. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time. It's important to hear messages like yours, so thank you very much for joining in this call to councillors. And council, I'm going to move us to the next speaker that's on the list, which is speaker number 289, Devika Srinivasa.
Yeah, I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine. So go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Great. Yeah, so I'm going to keep mine pretty quick. I'm sure everyone's already given good comments about statistics and in terms of finance and money. So I just wanted to talk a bit about my personal experience as a barista at Starbucks. So working in a few different stores, I think it's not a surprise that a very large number of homeless individuals or precariously employed individuals come into our stores seeking warmth and shelter and sometimes a washroom. And this is obviously understandable, but I think it sometimes puts you in a position where if there are disruptions in the store, for certain partners, it gets to a place where you feel like you're required to call the police, or there aren't enough resources in terms of mental health support or individuals that you can actually reach out to and call. So personally, I just think we need to get to a place where we're putting our money into other resources that can actually help individuals. So first of all, there's a different person that you can call in those situations, and so that individuals that need mental health support get the help that they need. And at the same time, it has also made me realize, working in my job, just kind of how outrageous it is that people need to go into a coffee shop to meet basic needs. And I think if we weren't funneling 38% of our tax dollars into the police force, we would actually be able to put money into addressing homelessness, housing, drug abuse, mental health support, art, culture, all of these things that people really do have the right to. So I would like to be in a place where I don't have to call the police because there's so-called disruption in the bathroom, or my coworker doesn't have to cross the street to buy shoes for someone so that they can enter the store. And I think we all just need to kind of align our actions and values and vote in support of this motion. So yeah, I think that's all I'd like to say.
Well, thank you. It's very much appreciated. Thank you for joining the call to speak to councillors on this issue. Thank you. Councillors, we are going to be moving back to speaker 226, who is on the line, Rianne Svelness.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Up to 5
Hi.
minutes.
Thank you for taking my call a bit late. My name is Rianne. I'm a white settler. I'm the first of my family to be born here on the unceded occupied territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation. And I grew up right on Main Street and here in Vancouver, and through the course of my life have witnessed the aggressive gentrification of the Main Street area and the harm that it has caused and is causing in the downtown east side, and the way that the VPD is an active participant in that violent displacement. From my experience in the past as a frontline worker, and more recently while supporting the Carnegie Community Action Project and the unhoused community amid the COVID-19 crisis, I have observed and can say with no doubt that community initiatives led by people with lived experience is what saves lives, is what is saving lives right now, and is what increases the well-being of the community. And I've also observed that policing and criminalization of poverty is not only what perpetuates harm and dangerous living conditions, but is one of the root causes of those conditions. Intermittently from 2006 to 2011, I was a drop-in worker at the Living Room Mental Health Drop-In and also at the WISH Drop-In Center for sex workers. And I want to speak to the lack of safe crisis response in the cases where a situation requires support outside of the capacity of the drop-in. Considering that many of the people who accessed those drop-in spaces were and are targeted by the police for being sex workers or drug users, for being Indigenous or Black, for having a disability, or being queer, trans, or non-binary. As frontline workers, we avoided calling Car 87, much less the VPD, at pretty much any cost, knowing that it would be a deep betrayal to the people we were working to support and would only lead to further harm. And that's a really sticky situation for everyone to be in when one of the few options for outside help is armed police that have a trauma relationship, like a traumatizing relationship with the community. And so from that experience, I can say that there's absolutely a need for well-funded, peer-led, trauma-informed, and culturally safe crisis response. And speaking of another crisis, in June, I witnessed dozens of armed VPD enforced an eviction at the Crab Park tent city, and I witnessed the VPD tell people who were under threat of arrest that there were housing options available on their way out of the lot where they were making a temporary shelter. And what the police actually had was a piece of paper with phone numbers on it of housing organizations that, in fact, none of those organizations were prepared to house anybody coming out of that eviction. And so this is just another example of how ill-equipped, ineffective, and dangerous it is for the VPD to be even on site or attempting to address an issue like homelessness, and how already vulnerable people are further criminalized for having nowhere else to be. So I just want to say lastly that I think that this motion is a really, really important opportunity for City Council and the City of Vancouver to honor the decades of work that the community in the downtown east side has already been doing, and to support the expertise in community care that those with lived experience already have. So I am asking you to vote yes to the motion and to consult with and pay the people and the organizations that Jean Swanson has listed in the motion. Thank you.
And thank you for taking the time to speak with us on this issue. It's very much appreciated. Council, we are now moving forward to Speaker 299, the next one that's on the list that is here online, Nicola Carbonneau.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you.
For up to 5 minutes. Yep.
Hi there. My name is Nicola Carbonneau, and I'm a white settler on the unceded territory of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish people. And I won't add much to this. I'm new to learning about the community of unhoused folks in our city, despite having kind of seen it in the periphery of my social media or hearing about it in the news. But I've recently decided to go see for myself and was present during the eviction at Crab Park, and currently now volunteering at Camp KT and getting to know the organizers and the leaders and the residents there, and understanding that this is a big community that I didn't know existed in our city. Well, I knew, but I didn't really know because I hadn't met folks face to face. And with my call, I won't reiterate what all of those who have been working for this endlessly for so many years have already said, but I just urge all folks who are making decisions on behalf of houseless people to go and meet houseless people and meet the communities, meet those organizers, meet the leaders of what's happening right now. I know this motion is about decriminalizing poverty, and I do urge you to vote yes to the motion and what Jean Swanson and COPE have put forward. Yeah, that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Great, thank you for joining us and conveying to us your feelings on this issue. That's no question, so thank you. Council, we are on to 301, Catherine Lamond.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Go
Great.
ahead for up to 5 minutes. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Catherine Lamond. I am a settler on the Squamish and Coast Salish, Musqueam and Tsleil-Waututh territories in so-called Vancouver. I've been living in Vancouver for about 10 years, and I have been involved in harm reduction support work at various events and for artists and music communities. And so when I saw this motion being put forward to council, it was something very near and dear to me, especially in the context of the very extreme overdose crisis that we are living through right now amidst a housing crisis on top of a pandemic. So today I am speaking in support of this motion in the context as well of a praxis of reconciliation rather than just words. And as part of a movement to make Vancouver safer and more livable for all. The 2 consecutive record-breaking months that we've had in overdose deaths really contextualize the need for this motion. And I feel that as we've had increasing overdose deaths and fatalities, we've also had an increasing police budget. And so I think the time is now. In fact, the time was yesterday to start making meaningful changes. There is a large amount of data and research in Vancouver and in the downtown east side that already exists to reveal the ways in which over-policing of addiction, sex work, substance use, homelessness, poverty, mental health disproportionately affects the most marginalized and specifically Indigenous women. And the fact that so many folks signed up to speak on this motion and previously the motion about ending street checks, I think really points to the turning tides and a collective understanding that punitive justice does not break the cycle of violence or addiction or poverty. And it has done nothing to reconcile the roots of policing and the history of policing in settler colonization and the harm that it's caused to many Indigenous communities and individuals. We know that police are not equipped to support these issues, and this motion is just simply a first step to reallocating that budget where it will best serve and interrupt these negative cycles. And I think there's even an argument to be made here about the return on investment around supporting these community-led initiatives. There's a lot of data to show that the cost to Vancouver taxpayers of keeping someone on the street is far greater than housing someone for a year. We've seen the increased police budget over the past 10 years, yet we've had increasing homelessness over the past 10 years. And so I really feel strongly that we need transparency around these budget items from the VPD so that we can actually begin to reallocate and tackle these issues with the support of the affected communities. I urge councillors to support this motion and to recognize their responsibility and duty beyond any personal convictions or personal experiences to their constituents who are strongly calling for a change in the way we manage these issues. And I think, as I mentioned, the time was yesterday. We're extremely late on this issue, but it's really time to tell the VPD that mental health, homelessness, sex work, and substance use are not their jurisdiction, and to defund these budget items. Thank you so much. I yield my time.
Great, and thank you very much for taking that time and being with us to express your feelings on this issue. Thank you. Council, the next speaker that's on the list that is on the line is Speaker 320, Ariel Spence.
Hello, Mayor and Councillors. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine, so go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Ariel Spence, and I'm a white settler on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples, known as Vancouver, and I've lived here for the past 10 years. I'm calling in today to voice my strong support for Motion B3. Before I begin, if they have not done so already, I want to also request that Councillors Melissa DeGenova and Saria Kirby-Young recuse themselves from voting on this motion, as both councillors are married to police officers and they would have a conflict of interest.
Yes, they have to recuse themselves.
Thank you.
They are.
I strongly. Okay. So as I said, I strongly support Motion B3 as it aligns with one of the demands set out by Black Lives Matter Vancouver, which states that, quote, the City of Vancouver must redirect financial resources from the VPD towards initiatives that demonstrably support long-term community safety. This includes childcare support, education, comprehensive mental health intervention and social support, local restorative justice services, employment programs, access to recreational facilities, community-directed public investment, peer-based programming, culturally led policies, and more, end quote. As Councillor Swanson states in the motion, one way to accomplish this is by gaining a better understanding of how the police are responding to instances of crime and how often they are responding to situations related to mental health, poverty, sex work, and or substance use. Although police in Vancouver respond to thousands of mental health related cases each year, there is no mention of mental health training within the curriculum for the VPD. Furthermore, as we have seen with the latest tragic deaths of Ijaz Chowdhury, Chantel Moore, Regis Korchinski-Paquette, and DeAndre Campbell, all of whom died at the hands of police following so-called wellness checks, police are not prepared to support people in crisis, and their presence causes further harm, especially to those who are Black or Indigenous. As part of fostering true safety in our communities and ultimately transforming our society into a more equitable and just one, we need to collect information on how police in Vancouver operate and then use that data to reduce spending on the police. Last year, the city spent twice as much on the VPD budget than on community services and housing expenses. Given the current pandemic, which has caused a massive worldwide economic downturn, combined with ongoing police violence against Black and Indigenous people and an ongoing housing and overdose crisis, it would be illogical and unethical to continue to fund the VPD at its current level. Across North America, cities are listening to the voices of Black and Indigenous communities and shifting funding away from their police departments towards community-led safety initiatives, which are far better suited to supporting Black, Indigenous, and other marginalized communities. I sincerely hope that the Mayor and Council listen carefully to the thousands of Vancouverites who are speaking up on this issue and join those cities in imagining a safer future for all by passing Motion B3. Thank you.
And thank you for taking the time and for expressing your views on this matter. Thank you very much. Council, we're on to speaker 330, Sarah Sheridan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
I have a point of procedure. Please pause my time.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was present during the 105 Kiefer hearings, and I remember that many of the monolingual seniors from Chinatown needed an English interpreter. That meant the seniors had half the time of English speakers. I haven't found any indication on the city website that this has changed, so I'm wondering if it has been changed, and if not, why.
Actually, yes, just remain on the line. I'll have a discussion with the clerk about this. One moment, Council. Yes, hi there. Well, first of all, this is not the forum for you to ask such questions, but I encourage you after you get off this call and however long you want to listen to it, that you write to Mayor and Council with that specific question, and we will return that response to you. If you are asking now if you can be an interpreter for someone, then please go ahead with that question. If there's someone that needs interpretation that you would like to help out.
No, I wanted to draw the attention that that meant anybody that didn't speak English had half the time of English speakers, and that's racist.
Yes,
so I wanted to draw that to attention.
Yeah, you have, and the forum to do that is not in this forum, but to actually email Mayor and Council that question, and by all means, please do that.
I'm ready to continue.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi,
Your
everybody.
timer has
My
not
name
started
is Sarah.
yet. Yeah, just your timer has now started.
Hi, everybody. My name is Sarah Sheridan. I'm a white settler living in what's currently called Vancouver, but is actually the stolen land of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. Today, let us remember the Squamish families who were forced off their reserve in Kitsilano in 1913 by the BC government and shipped to North Vancouver. Those families' homes were burned down to make room for more white families. I wonder if at that time, the newly formed Vancouver Police enforced this displacement and burned down those families' homes. And it's with that history in mind that I support the motion decriminalizing poverty and supporting community-led safety initiatives as a starting point only, and not as an endpoint to dismantling the police. I have worked for the past decade in Vancouver in shelters as a housing outreach worker and in health research in the downtown east side. I have been involved in community organizing in this city and have for the past year and a half been following the Vancouver Police Board decisions, such as the newly approved flying police camera drones. There is no way for me to sum up my work experience with police in my 5 minutes of allotted time, but I'll try. In my social service jobs, I worked daily with people in states of mental distress who lived in government-created poverty, and I have seen firsthand how police respond to people in mental health calls. My first of many experiences witnessing this type of response was a decade ago. I was in my early 20s and working at a shelter in the downtown east side. When 6 officers attended a single mental health call for one person that was well known to shelter staff, this person only needed help. But instead, the police wielded huge guns, telling me and my coworker to hide in a closet with the door shut, while many shelter guests fled the building, fearing to be near and seen by police. And because of my work experience, I know how deeply connected the policing system is to homeless shelters and housing teams in Vancouver. When we think of public accessibility, why aren't we thinking of police? Which people are comfortable with police in their spaces? I want to further identify that I am opposed to so-called reforms to policing in what are mislabeled as community models like community policing, mental health models like CAR 87, or the Assertive Community Treatment or ACT teams. I oppose any programs that use police trainees, or pro-police volunteers. These models deepen the relationships that police have into our neighborhoods and into our healthcare even further. My former coworker, Sandra, a Saddle Lake Cree woman who passed away last year, was a contributor to the report Red Women Rising by Carol Martin at Harshawalia. In addition to her work on this extensive report, Sandra was a health researcher in the downtown east side and co-author of 4 academic research papers that focused on evictions, women-focused services, and overdose. 2 of these research papers are now published in the International Journal of Drug Policy. Sandra also personally experienced the powers of police, first as a young child taken by government and put in foster care, as someone who had done jail time, and as a low-income Indigenous woman living in the downtown east side. In this report, Sandra recognized how intertwined police are in every aspect of the downtown east side. Quote, "It's all connected down here. Police, private security, hospitals, housing, everything." Quote. I have worked personally with many of the groups mentioned in the motion, like WARS, Vandu, Duke, PACE, WISH, and MAP. The work is critically important. I want to acknowledge Black Lives Matter Vancouver and their work laying out specific steps to dismantle the police department. And finally, it's important to name and remember the people who have been killed by the VPD, and I will name some today. Paul Boyd, mentally unwell when killed by the VPD in 2007. Lucia Vega Jimenez, a Mexican woman who died by suicide after transit police worked with the CBSA to deport her in 2013. Tony Du, a Vietnamese immigrant who was mentally unwell when killed by the VPD in 2014. Abdi Ghani Muhammad Hirsi, a Black man and Somalian immigrant, mentally unwell when killed by the VPD in 2015. This list, of course, doesn't include all the people who are permanently injured due to their interactions by police, not only physical injuries, but also those who live with permanent psychological damage every day from the police. Thank you to all the speakers who came out to show their effort, their support, and their wishes to dismantle the police department. Thank you.
And thank you very much for coming to speak with us. I very much appreciate it. And please do follow up with Council after this call on the issue you raised. Council, actually, Madam Clerk, who is the next speaker that is on? I'm having a difficult time figuring that one out.
So we have a caller 327, Nafisa Ali Bai, that just joined.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Nafisa Ali Bai. I'm not a resident of Vancouver, but I'm a student at the University of British Columbia. Today, I'd like to speak in support of the motion to decriminalize poverty and support community-led safety initiatives. Part of my reason for speaking today is because I have been affected by this personally. And actually, before I go any further, I'd like to acknowledge that I am on the unceded land of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. So as I said, I have personally experienced, I guess, the shortcomings of the policing system. When I was an infant, my parents got divorced shortly after my birth, in the weeks following that. And for 10 years, due to a court order and custody agreement, I was forced to spend about half my time with my biological father. He would abuse me sexually, physically, mentally, emotionally. And some examples of this include forcing me to shower with him up until the age of 10, while neither of us were clothed, or I wasn't allowed to be clothed. He would also give me massages, quote unquote, after these showers, and I honestly don't know whether it was cream or like ejaculate half the time. He has thrown filing cabinets at me, and also like the whatever stick you use to stoke a fire, and verbally abused me, as well as interfered with some of my schooling. Now, given all of that, from around age 3 is the first incident I remember to, I think, age 7 is the last time I really tried. I would have a hard time and really, adamantly refuse to go to my father's house when I was back at my mother's house. My father would call the police on my mother or on me to get me removed from my mother's house. Now, as like a 3 or 4-year-old, I was not able to articulate myself the way I do now. Even at age 10, when I ran away from my father and was finally listened to by the police, I was not able to articulate myself the way I do now. So I think there are about 50 incidents throughout the ages of 3 to 7 where I was pulled away from my mom, like screaming and crying, and she's actually had like scratch marks down her arms and chest from me just not wanting to let go, while being pulled away and given to my father by the police. I strongly believe that police should not have been the people dealing with that sort of incident. I think it's very clear when a child is being abused, and there are people who are trained to recognize that. And there are people who are trained to de-escalate situations like this and look out for the child. In this case, it's me. So I would like to advocate for defunding the police, funding mental health and child services agencies to try and avoid anyone else going through what I did. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you very much for taking the time and to conveying your personal situation to us. Thank you very much. We are on
Chair
to,
Carr?
I think, speaker. Yes?
We have a council member on the queue to ask question.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Can you remain on the line? Sarah Sheridan, are you still on the line? All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Sorry, I missed that. Mayor Stewart, go ahead with your questions.
I just wanted to say to the speaker that, of course, we're all listening to your story and recognize the incredible trauma you've been through, and just wanted to thank you very much for sharing that with us and your views on policing. Is there anything else that you'd like to add as we consider this motion? And I totally understand if it's been a lot for you today and you wouldn't like to say anything else, but I would like to just extend the opportunity if there's anything that you think, in addition to what we're talking about, you think we should pursue.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor Stewart. And thank you for your understanding about the difficulty of conveying information like this. So I'd like to just kind of reiterate that there were about 50 incidents, and I'm like lowballing here, where I was taken away from my mother in a really distressed state. And that it means that there were like 100 officers, because they always come in pairs, right? Who decided that was the right call to make. And that tells me that it's not just, a few bad apples like you hear sometimes in the media, that it's like an entire systematic and systemic issue. So I would like to make that point exceedingly clear. And also on the note that you mentioned, that it is difficult for people to bring up their trauma in a public setting like this. It is an important forum to have, but we shouldn't have to do this. Like in addition to being like a woman who has been abused as a child, I am a woman of color and I'm queer and I'm a Muslim. And so a lot of the intersections of my identity and a lot of the parts of my identity are targeted and undervalued and just like not respected by the government that is currently in power. And I think that this kind of discussion is important in changing that, but you cannot ask survivors of trauma just to and people who have been facing police brutality and racism on a systemic level to share their stories and not act upon them. So I'm hopeful that my testimony, as well as everyone else who has spoken, like it's not done in vain, and we're not bringing this stuff up for ourselves without any like fruit for our labor. I would really like to see some changes, and I just hope that that's something we can all do together.
Thank you very much for that. I'm just wondering if at the current time, do you feel you have the support you need? You're clearly have dealt with and are dealing with a lot of things. Do you have the support you need at this stage? Because I do think, after listening to you, I think we all feel some responsibility that if you need some assistance now, that we could try to secure that for you.
I think on a personal level, I've secured the support that I need. I have great friends, and I see a therapist, which is something I recommend for everyone. That should be cheaper for sure. I am like of a middle class family, and so I have the means to afford a therapist. And so I am supported in the ways that I need to be, but I know that there are many who are not, and so I'm okay, but take care of everyone else. Like we need to make sure that everyone has the support that they need to deal with this kind of thing.
Okay, well, again, thank you very much for sharing this with us, and we'll do our best to uphold our side of the bargain. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart, and again, thank you so much for being so open with us. Very important. Thank you. Council, we are on to Speaker 333, Philip Walmsley.
Chair Carr?
Yes?
We have Speaker 328 joining us and should be the next speaker.
So we have another one. Okay, I'm sorry. There we go. Speaker 328, Louis McQuaid. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you perfectly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Hello, my name is Louis, and I am a teacher with the Vancouver School Board. I've worked in elementary schools in the inner city, including Seymour Elementary, which is just kind of close to Commercial and Hastings. And most of the students there are housed within the social housing program. And then currently I work at Alderwood Family Development Center, which is a trauma-informed program for kids with brain-based disabilities, mental health needs, and just responding to trauma, whether it's currently in their lives or previous in their lives. And what I've experienced is the systems that are in place for these children are just streamlining to a really negative relationship with police. I've had conversations in June about kids sharing their stories, and they're like 10-year-olds about being handcuffed due to them having responses to their mental health. And these are children in care. These are children experiencing trauma. These are children, and it's not just one, it was multiple students in a class of 7 that have had multiple relationships and encounters with police because when they're not well, the cops are called. And what my perspective is that the cops are used for mental health services, but are accurately trained to support people with mental health needs. And instead of using police for these services, to actually defund the police to therefore use that money for mental health services. Poverty has such a very strong link to mental health needs. We have people who are living off of disability, which is such a minimal amount of money. We know that because CERB offers more money than disability because it's recognized that $2,000 is not even enough to live off of for a month, let alone less than that. And we, as a teacher, what I see not only in programs but also within the inner city is that these kids' futures deserve more. They deserve more than having cops called on them. They deserve more than recognizing that there's intergenerational trauma, but then there aren't services for them to access that actually allow them to get above poverty, for them to live out their lives that they deserve, and their lives should be enriched with care that goes beyond just when they exit the school systems. And I've also have experience, not personal experience, but my partner has had her leg broken by the police and tasered by the police. And these aren't in response to her endangering the police officers that she was with at all. It was because of mental health. It was because the cops were called on her when she was unwell. It's because she was standing up for someone and she was physically harmed in these situations. So tent cities, right? Those have been taken away in the city because people are living in poverty and they're stripped of their homes. And all of these reasons, I think, are related to poverty, and I think they're related to mental health needs. And we as a city and as a community aren't stepping up as much as we need to. And I think the only way to change this is to actually enact change, which I advocate 100% for the defunding of the police and putting those resources to better use. And I think that's my time, so I'll stop there.
Yes, that is, 10 seconds shy. But thank you very much again for taking the time, and it's very important to hear from you, so thank you. Council, we are at speaker 333, Philip Walmsley.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. So go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. Hello, my name is Philip Walmsley, and I live in Mount Pleasant. I'd like to speak in support of item 7, decriminalizing poverty and supporting community-led safety initiatives. I'd like to do a quick land acknowledgement. We are on ceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. I'd like to acknowledge all the hard work that Black Lives Matter Vancouver has done, not only in the short term, but in the long term previous to this. I'd like to acknowledge all of the fellow speakers for this item, and I'd like to acknowledge Council for taking the time to hear every single one of us. Thank you. I just want to share a quick anecdote of something that happened last summer, and I wanted to share it in response to what the Chief of the Vancouver Police Department and the Canadian Association of Police Chiefs, Adam Palmer, recently said, where that the mere suggestion of systemic racism in the VPD is untrue and offensive. I'd like to counter that and give an anecdote in which it shows that it's very much alive and well. Last summer, I was leaving work to head to the gym midday, and I was walking past Dresso on Hastings, And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a big aggressive police car rolls up on a young black man who was a few feet in front of me and demands he stop. The cop gets out of the car and starts asking the young man for identity. The young man said, why do I need to do this? And the only answer he was given was that he matched a description. And so immediately I knew that something was suspect. This is a lot of aggression for someone who just matches a description. So I stood back and I waited, and I let the young man know that I was there if he needed me, and I was just there to watch and make sure that he was okay through this experience. While this was all going on, the young man, his anxiety was increasing dramatically as every minute went by. And he was getting really agitated, really frustrated. The cop wasn't doing anything to calm him down or let him know that this was just a routine check, which is just racial profiling. And so I looked at him and I said, it's okay, stay calm, I'm here. And I helped him remain calm through the experience. I think the fact that I was there made the cop leave. Basically, he knew that he couldn't get away with whatever he wanted to get away with. He didn't have anything on this young man, and so he gave the young man his ID back, got in his car, and drove away. I walked with him for a few blocks after the experience, and we just chatted as we walked, and he said to me, I've just moved here from Edmonton, and this has happened to me not only there, but in Vancouver all the time. He said it is a constant threat on his life, daily, just from the VPD, profiling him for whatever they think they can get away with. So I would really like to counter Adam Palmer's assertion that systemic racism is not a fact in the VPD. I would like to counter and say that it's actually quite obviously has a huge role in our police department here. And speaking to criminalizing poverty and supporting community-led safety initiatives, I would really like this to be a community-led initiative. I don't think it should involve the VPD. Do not train cops to be mental health workers. Do not train cops to do any of the things that we think they think that they should be able to do. I think we should be funding aggressively mental health. We should be funding our schools and our libraries to support our communities. And we should take that funding away from the VPD to do so. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time, and it's very much appreciated you coming to speak to council on this. So I think we're looking to speaker 347 next, Lisa Marr.
Good afternoon, Mayor Stewart and councillors. My name is Lisa Marr, and I'm a fourth-generation Vancouverite and a white settler living as an uninvited guest on the unceded territories of the Coast Salish peoples. I'm grateful for the opportunity to share my views today and would like to acknowledge the diligent, dedicated work of Councillor Swanson in bringing forward Motion B3, decriminalizing poverty and supporting community-led safety initiatives. As members of this community, it is our civic duty to inform ourselves of the pressing issues facing our city and to actively work towards a better and more just society. As taxpayers, we need to know where our money is going and what exactly it is supporting or not supporting. It no longer suffices to say, well, I didn't know, or that's just the way it's always been done, or it's impossible to change the system. The truth is we are living a critical historic moment. The moment of change is here. What we do with this extraordinary opportunity will affect us locally and globally, and everything that comes next, and our very survival depends upon it. I urge the Council to commit to Motion B3's call to take the necessary steps to immediately decriminalize poverty and deprioritize policing as a response to mental health, sex work, homelessness, and substance abuse, while simultaneously prioritizing the funding of community-led harm reduction and safety initiatives in these areas. I urge you to make space for and heed the words and work of individuals, communities, and organizations who are affected most by the havoc wreaked by centuries of systemic racism, enforced inequality, and the calcified policy and procedures that are willfully indifferent and openly antagonistic to the lived experience, Indigenous knowledge, cultural traditions, and generational trauma of the city's most marginalized and vulnerable populations. And I urge you to move beyond data collection and dialogue to the immediate reallocation of precious fiscal resources to more humane, inclusive, and effective practices and programs around safety, health, and well-being created by and for community. I thank the individuals who have already spoken and shared their illuminating knowledge and powerful experience on this critical issue. I fully support motion B3 and implore the Council to do so unanimously as well. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time and speaking to Council. It's a very important issue, so thank you very much. We are now on to speaker 354, Esteban Gonzalez.
We don't actually have 354 in the room at the moment.
Okay. Perhaps you could advise as to who is on next then?
That would be 359, Ryan Hong.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go
hi.
ahead then.
Hi. Okay, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Up to 5 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. Thank you for taking my call and listening to our voices for the past few days. My name is Ryan Hong, and I'm a settler on the unceded Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territories, and I'm calling to express my strong support for Motion B3, decriminalizing poverty and supporting community-led safety initiatives. I'd like to begin first by addressing the VP's budget. Last year, the city spent twice as much on the VP budget than on community services, as well as housing expenses. The Vancouver Police Department takes up currently 21% of the city's budget, which is more than parks, recreation, arts, culture, community services, and libraries combined. As a city that is built on the values of fairness, integrity, and responsiveness, I find that this level of spending is both unreasonable and ignorant, given that we are in the midst of both a housing crisis, an opioid crisis, and a public health crisis. And despite these ongoing crises, police continue to criminalize people, especially amongst Black, Indigenous, racialized, and impoverished communities, leading to violence and murder. So I think it is fair to say that the identity of the police, or the values the police embody, have become somewhat synonymous with that of violence and oppression. Further, by allowing the police department to take orders from the municipal police board and not the municipal council, and letting the VPD be kept, quote, completely insulated from political interference, unquote, we are creating an immunity to shield the police from accountability, which then becomes a barrier to help those that are disproportionately affected. We have created a culture that allows our police departments to see themselves as agents of control and not as agents of protection. And I feel like that culture has to shift. So I implore that you express your support for deprioritizing police by voting in favor of Motion B3. Next, I'd like to address the lack of education and training that is allocated to become an officer in BC. According to the VPD website, training lasts around 10 to 11 months, where prospective officers are trained on police skills, legal studies, physical fitness, foot drill, and an introduction to the social sciences. There's no mention whatsoever of any training on mental health or on any disability training. And as a brother of someone who is on the spectrum and someone who volunteers and works with students with disabilities, I believe that training that teaches officers on how to recognize behavioral symptoms, characteristics of various disabilities, as well as those that suffer from mental health issues, is mandatory. So this is important because often disabilities and mental health go unnoticed, as they are not immediately apparent and identifiable by the naked eye. And also the fact that you're more likely to find people and families suffering from prolonged health and mental health issues, living in impoverished conditions, as well as those living with transgenerational trauma. The police do not keep them safe. Rather, continuing to fund policing exacerbates social problems and perpetuates inequality and injustices, as we have increasingly seen over the past decades, and especially in the past few months. By prioritizing the police and defunding the police, we can redistribute the funding, as many others have mentioned, to community-led services that actually help people. So yeah, I'd like to end this off by politely but urgently demanding that Council and Mayor, that you align your actions with your and the city's values and take a meaningful step forward to minimize harm that police perpetuate and create spaces to build systems grounded in community safety by voting to support for motion B3. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time. And again, speaking to council is very, very important that you've been here. Thank you very much. We are now on to 341. Emily Cowan.
That's right. Hi there. My name is Emily Cowan, and I live in Kitsilano. Hi. Do I just start? Sorry, I've never done this before.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
We hear you loud and clear. Go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, as a bunch of people have already mentioned today, I'm sure, a CBC News story broke today. According to the CBC's recently created database of police-caused deaths in Canada, our numbers are not really any better than America's. Black and Indigenous Canadians are disproportionately killed by police, just like in America, and 2020 is shaping up to be a particularly bad year all across the country. As of July, police in Canada have killed more people so far in 2020 than they did all of last year. This is unconscionable. We all know, and we have heard from all the speakers this week, that police as they are today are a danger to Black and Indigenous people, to Asian people, to the mentally ill, to the poor, to the homeless, to the disabled, to all of our most vulnerable. Vancouverites will not be complicit in this system any longer. Citizens of Canada will no longer tolerate these injustices. If police are not here to protect and defend our most vulnerable, then they are obsolete, and they are lowering Vancouver's massive police budget, our budget of 21%, which, as our last eloquent speaker said, is more than the parks, more than the libraries, more than so many other useful community systems. That would be a wonderful way to start. Councillor Swanson's motion B3 is a concrete, doable way for Vancouver City Council to enact historic change and to be on the right side of the historical moment. Your constituents want it. CBC published information yesterday that confirms that 51% of Canadians are in support of defunding the police and redistributing that budget to community-led safety initiatives. You have the power to create that change, to deliver radical change to vulnerable people who depend on you for your support and protection. Lowering the VPD budget will be a start to a safer Vancouver for everyone, not just for white affluents. We need to address the sources of these problems, the city problems, racism and crime, racism, mental health, poverty, rather than responding every time with racialized force. As other speakers have said, police have become agents of control and not agents of protection, and we all know this has to end. City councillors like yourselves are also in a position to be agents of protection. All you have to do is act. You might wonder why a person would become a police officer if they're not actually out to help people, and the same question can be asked of local politicians. You're here to make the lives of every citizen better and safer, and this is something that you can do to make our city so beautiful and so safe for everyone, not just for those who fit the best, not just for white people. I'm sorry, I'm very emotional about this. Lowering the VPD budget will be a start to a safer Vancouver for everyone. I implore our councillors to vote in favor of motion B3 as a way to begin creating a future that I know our city can have. I want everyone to be proud of living here as much as I am, and I know that this can be done. Please be on the right side of history, and please examine your hearts. Thank you very much for your time.
And thank you for your time and expressing yourself. Very important to us.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay. Yeah, you too. So three. I'm sorry. I'm just looking at, I think it's 351 is next. Paolo Davanzo.
Yeah, wonderful. Hello, everybody. My name is Paolo Davanzo. I'm a filmmaker and educator living and working on these unceded Indigenous lands of so-called Vancouver. First of all, I just want to thank you all for the work you do and your commitment to public service. My partner and I have been listening since last week, and we applaud this level of transparency and access that these testimonials have supported. It's been such an enriching experience for us to hear these voices, so we thank you for that. I'm also calling in today, obviously, to offer my support of Motion B3, decriminalizing poverty and supporting community-led safety initiatives. I would encourage the council to do the same. So many profound and important words and testimonials have been shared with the council over the past few days in support of this motion, and I hope we can honor those experiences by finding a more compassionate, less aggressive, and more inclusive ways that we as a city and as a community can decriminalize poverty and support these community-led safety initiatives. I really implore us all to try to imagine the ideal city that we can have, and I think we can do it. I really do think we can. So much love to you all. Thank you, and that's it for me. Bye.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. Just looking for the. Is it 362 that is on next? 362, I believe, and that would be Speaker Emily King.
Hi there.
Hello, we can hear you just fine. Yes, we can. Go ahead. Up to 5 minutes, yeah.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Emily. I'm from Treaty 1 Territory, or Winnipeg, Manitoba, and I live in what is currently called Vancouver and is the unceded land of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. I'll try to be brief. I have worked as an arts educator with kids who have experienced poverty and extreme racism perpetuated by the police. I have also worked with many jobs located downtown and in the downtown east side. Based on what I have witnessed and what is being so clearly and beautifully expressed by members of the community and the people that have spoken so eloquently before me, I feel very strongly that vulnerable people who are coping with addiction, poverty, and mental health concerns require resources and community-led initiatives that Councillor Swanson's motion outlines, as opposed to the violent over-policing that is occurring now. I just want to say that the job of council and government is to serve, respect, and protect the people and the communities that make up this city. This motion is a starting point in doing that, and one would have to think long and hard about why they would want to support a motion that only serves to help vulnerable people. I ask that you please support this motion to help protect vulnerable communities and individuals in this city. Thank you very much. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your clear messaging to us. Next is Speaker 364, Leah McKenzie.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
You bet, very clearly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Liam McKenzie, and I would like to acknowledge that I'm speaking to you today from Vancouver, BC, which is the unceded territory of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh. I'm speaking in favor of Item 7, which aims to criminalize poverty and support community-led safety initiatives. I'd like to thank everyone who spoke in favor of this motion before me and those who will speak after. Thank you to Council for listening. I think it's ridiculous that Vancouver spends 21% of its operational budget on the Vancouver Police Department, while only spending 5% on arts, culture, and community services. What I find even more shocking than this disparity is that community services is an umbrella term for affordable housing, childcare, and homelessness services. Why have we not prioritized the well-being of the people of this city over policing them? The bump in operational budget that the Vancouver PD received in 2010 because of the Olympics was never reevaluated and has only increased since the city has continued to increase that budget with the crime rate that has also increased. Police don't prevent crimes from happening, they merely police them. Their response to these crimes, and in most cases an inappropriate one. We must address the root causes of these problems by allocating appropriate funding to community services like childcare, affordable housing, and homelessness services. These things that actually help support people in our community. We must seek guidance from the organizations listed in this motion and the Black and Indigenous communities of this city to help form policy going forward. The continued criminalization of the people of this city at the hands of the VPD is not the answer. We have the right to know how they're spending our money, and passing this motion would be a step towards a better city for everyone. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time and expressing your thoughts to us on this issue. We are on to Speaker 366, David Knights Cowling.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly. Go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, I'm David Knights Cowling. Pronouns are he, him. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I'm speaking in support of this motion. I'm a 28-year-old queer white settler from the stolen Indigenous lands and a member of the Vancouver arts community. I've never felt safe when the VPD are present. This includes outdoor community events such as Drive Days or Commercial Drive or the Catalano Music Festival on 4th Street, where it's tangible how surveilled my body is in those spaces by police members holding automatic military-style weapons in plain sight. This includes when I'm on a beach and ATV driving police officers weave between beach blankets, presumably looking for alcohol, all while a firearm is visibly strapped to their waist. This includes when I attend protests explicitly calling for the defunding of the police, where police officers are armed with weapons, surround protesters, making which direction they're facing the only difference between defending us and hurting us. I say all this, I am uneasy about all this, but I am a white cis presenting male. It is uncomfortable to me, it is unfathomable to me how oppressive and violent the presence of these officers must be for those in the community who walk in Black, Indigenous, and otherwise racialized bodies. I have found comments by council members over the past few weeks discussing how the VPD is a different type of police force to ring false to me. When this council requested that the Vancouver Police Board cut 1% of the police budget while most sectors in our communities are being decimated by this pandemic, and they refused, it crystallized to me the inequity that is occurring in this system, placing a group that fundamentally feels no need to listen, respond, or respect the community they are explicitly called to protect. That this council cannot directly enforce the VPD to end street checks and instead must communicate through an unelected middle body in Vancouver Police Board, as it must do with aspects of this motion, is itself a representation to me of the unaccountability that is consistent in all manifestations of the Vancouver Police Department. I strongly support this motion and its goal of recentering community care around community organizations such as Hogan's Alley Society, Vandu, and the Vancouver Aboriginal Transformative Justice Service Society, among others. These groups are performing tangible, preventative work that the VPD and its uniformed members simply cannot. The preventative work is necessary for our communities to heal from the history of colonial police violence. Thank you, and that is all for me.
Thank you. Your comments are well appreciated. Thank you very much. So we are on council to speaker 375, Gage Durkis.
I'm sorry to interject. We have caller 371, Donna Baines. Just
okay.
Before.
Yes, that's fine. That's good. Thank you for alerting me to that. Go ahead, speaker 371, Donna Baines.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Excellent.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So good afternoon. My name is Dr. Donna Baines. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm speaking from the beautiful unceded traditional land of the Musqueam people. And I'd like to thank you for giving me time to participate in this important debate. I am the director of the School of Social Work at University of British Columbia, and while I'm not officially speaking on behalf of our school, which celebrated its 90th anniversary this year, so we are old and we know what we're talking about, I feel that I speak in tandem with the school's views and values. Earlier this year, the UBC School of Social Work issued a public statement calling for strong support for Black Lives Matters and for Black, Indigenous, and people of color in general, particularly in terms of resisting police violence and racism and other forms of marginalization and inequity. We also called for the defunding of the police and the rebuilding of the social safety net in order to address the critical social problems facing this fine city. We sent this statement to students, alumni, community members, faculty, and staff. We received strong affirmation in response to the statement, and we were told that we were on the right track and that we should continue boldly down this road. So speaking to you today is part of that commitment to remain active on these issues. As a social work educator and researcher, I strongly support Motion B3 in favor of decriminalizing poverty and supporting community services. I want to be very solutions-focused and specific here. There are social workers and other care professionals and community members in this city right now who have the skills to intervene effectively and compassionately in the overlapping crises of addictions, homelessness, mental health, and poverty in our city, and to rebuild strong social solutions in conjunction with the affected communities. We are ready and willing to do the right thing right now. We and other care professionals have the research, knowledge, skills, and enthusiasm to step into this moment and make a decisive difference. What we don't have is the funding or the mandate. Social services and community services have been cut back, under-resourced, and increasingly marginalized over the last 30 years, and this needs to be turned around if we are to address the racial inequities, police violence, and other forms of oppression haunting our city. In contrast to the cutbacks to social service funding, the police, who do not have the research, knowledge, skills, or interest to address these social problems, have received increased funding on a regular basis and increasingly stepped into the gap left by the underfunded human services. Through the course of these funding increases, the police have adopted increasingly violent and militaristic responses to social problems to the point where there is now a global social movement, an increasingly broadly supported call to defund and demilitarize the police. Funding the police while cutting back the social safety net is not grossly unfair. It is not only grossly unfair, it is also grossly ineffective. Police interventions tend to exacerbate the social and mental health problems they are frequently called upon to address, and they've increasingly left people harmed or dead, particularly if they're Black, Indigenous, or other people of color. Social service and community workers can intervene in these same problems, but we can intervene in ways that are preventive, holistic, and that build community and individual empowerment, capacity, and cohesion. We teach our students critical analysis and anti-oppressive approaches so they can address the immediate pain facing individuals and communities, as well as work on long-term change to systems, policies, and patterns of injustice. In short, our students, and they're only one of many, many groups of students, are far better prepared to deal with the social and mental health issues that police are called upon to do, but we are not provided with the same opportunity or funding. So I'd like to sum up by urging strong support for motion B3. I would also like to reiterate that we're ready to be part of the solution and part of the teams that can work with those who are currently being criminalized for being poor and for doing the kinds of things that poor people sometimes end up being involved with. We are highly trained, highly skilled, and ready to go, as are many other helping professionals and community members. This is a moment of great promise for our city, and I encourage you to vote in favor of this important and very meaningful council motion. Thank you.
And thank you. And you do have questions from Council, so just stay on the line for a second. Councillor Dominato, with your questions?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Perfectly.
Great, thank you. And thank you for your comments and presentation. I was interested, given you're speaking from a professional standpoint and from a social work perspective, and I really heard clearly your comments about a willingness ready to do that work and the training and lacking that funding and mandate. Would it be your opinion or view that that the provincial government has a role to play in some of this dialogue, given that they have undertaken a review right now, and part of that will look at social services, and that they hold the strings on some of the funding and service delivery models related to social work? Is that something, do you see that being a part of this dialogue?
Yes, certainly. There's always other levels of government that hold purse strings at the moment. So yeah, we have to look at other levels, but that's not to let us off the hook here in Vancouver in terms of doing as much as we possibly can within whatever financial limitations we have.
Certainly. No, I appreciate that. I think I was looking at it from the perspective is that you have the province playing a role in not only funding but also in service delivery models and frameworks. And so the fact that they are undertaking a review, it seems critical that would be part of our thinking as well and looking at that work. But I appreciate you calling in today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Dominato, and thank you also to the speaker. We're moving back, Council, to just hear from Speaker 358, Catherine Francioli.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah,
Hi,
we can hear you. Yeah,
okay,
go
great.
ahead.
Well, I'm here to say that it is time to stop allowing the BPD from hiding behind incredibly vague budgets. The city's elected officials have a responsibility to represent us, the people that voted them in. The city allocates its funds, and how it does that affects us all. As taxpayers, we should have the right to see how the VPD spends their budget. I realize that the city is bound by the British Columbia Police Act to approve every annual budget. This is wrong, and the city and its council need to put a stop to this. The crime statistics show that as the VPD's budget grows, the crime stats do also. Why are we not calling into question what the VPD are doing with the money as we as the citizens give to them every year? The Vancouver Police Department does not tell us exactly how they spend $315 million this year. How can we police them? We need to know where the money goes to do that. There needs to be more oversight, and the Vancouver Police Board cannot be trusted to represent us. I've personally had them review a complaint regarding a sexual assault and the ineffectiveness of the sex crime unit. The current police chief, Adam Palmer, and its police board members lied to my face and to all members of the public and media present, using numbers and figures that purposefully misrepresented the number of staff, as well as training the overall sex crime detectives receive. This was confirmed by a sergeant in that very sex crime unit directly following the meeting. He said that the numbers used were not at all true. The Vancouver Police Board, as the governing body of our police department, are filled with those that have a vested interest in keeping the way things have always been, and therefore cannot be an adequate overseer of the Vancouver police budget and its use. I've personally filed a Freedom of Information Act to find out details about how the VPD allocates resources per each department, and was refused on the grounds of what can be broken down to quote-unquote tactical efforts and police safety. But what about the safety of its citizens? What about our safety? The Vancouver Police Department are not a standing army. They are supposed to represent us. How is it possible when we are not allowed to see how they choose to do that? The VPD and the police board want to protect the status quo, and this comes at the price of the health and wellness of the citizens that are supposed to have they were supposed to have been sworn to protect. The VPD do not prevent crime. They most often respond to issues that could be lessened by putting more funding to social services and less to the police department itself. Releasing a detailed version of the Vancouver Police Department's budget is the only way that we as a city can truly see what needs to be changed and how we can redirect funds to the proper channels to take care of those that need help. I would finally like to add, I believe council members Melissa DeGenova and Sarah Kirby-Young should recuse themselves from this motion, as they openly have conflict of literal vested interest by being married to police officers.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, and just to confirm, those two councillors have recused themselves from these meetings. So, thank you very much for being here on this call and expressing your points to council. We are now on to speaker 375, Gage Dirks.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Hello?
Go. We can hear you clearly. Go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. I want to acknowledge that I live and work and play on the Musqueam and the Tsleil-Waututh lands, unceded territories, as it were. I just really appreciated hearing all the speakers. I've been on the phone listening to them for an hour, and I just want to say that I'm not someone who calls in to these things regularly, but that is an indication of how important this issue is. Extremely important. Our children are getting together and talking about this. I want to just raise my voice in supporting this motion, and hope you will vote to support it and defund or decriminalize poverty, defund policing, and fund the social workers and all the people who are the care workers who've been on the ground doing this work without proper support, who can make a difference, and raising those who are having the worst time in society benefits all of us. So thank you all for your time.
And thank you for your time. Very much appreciated. Madam Clerk, I wonder if you could advise as to who is on the line still or next.
So the next caller we have. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, okay.
Is it speaker number 39? Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Exactly.
Ryder Cooey. Okay, Ryder Cooey, if you're on the line, then you go ahead.
Yes, I'm speaking in support of this motion. Name is Ryder Cooey. I do daily logistics, food, water, and transport for the KT camp at Strathcona Park. I wanted to talk about the strategic priorities part of the mandate of this committee and suggest a couple of topics for long-term consideration, or at least the next steps that might be taken by this committee of council. The two topics are the discretion exercised by Vancouver Police and what amounts to the separation between city government and the police department. Both motions that were introduced last week, this one and the street check motion, directed the mayor to simply inform the police force that the priority for the city council in one case is to eliminate street checks, and in the case of this specific motion, to assign community-led responses to mental health, sex work, homelessness, and drug use, rather than policing responses. The value and importance of police discretion is undermined by the dangers in distorting the principle of discretion to justify abusive and illegal police behavior.
Okay, are you finished?
Sorry.
Hello?
No, sorry, I'm not. No.
Okay. Okay, so you just took a pause.
Turn the page. The VPD consultant for the VPD's report on upgrading their street check policy quoted an urban police patrol supervisor as saying, "If we want to speak with you, we will find a way," and that's a forthright statement that regulations don't necessarily mean a lot to police personnel, and they will exercise their discretion at their discretion to achieve the results they think are appropriate. The problem with discretion is not in day-to-day operational policing. It's with the tendency to use it falsely as part of sworn testimony after the fact, during trials or disciplinary hearings, as an artificial and dishonest means for defending illegal behavior. Discretion is also intended to increase the independence of police and policing decisions from improper influence by government. That's an appropriate function of discretion, and it's undermined by less appropriate and unethical uses of discretion. With regard to the two parts of this motion, the first concerns taxpayer expenditures by the VPD. I suggested that expenditures for legal counsel and appearance and consulting and other costs that the VPD incurs on behalf of taxpayers for defending and settling their cases when VPD members are under scrutiny for illegal activities, including assaults and other offenses. The second one, the community-led safety initiative, it seems to me it would be quite useful if a pilot program might be funded and instituted for a community-led safety initiative based on the Bear Clan patrol used in Winnipeg, and a pilot program of that could be funded and piloted at the Strathcona KT camp, where I spend a good deal of time. The VPD discretion and the Independent Investigations Office, which is the agency that investigates cases of police-involved serious harm, has had a difficult time functioning since it began in 2013. It's had, I think, 3 different civilian directors, and much of its difficulty has to do with the reluctance of all the police departments of municipal police BC to cooperate with their investigations. So much so that David Butcher, a longtime attorney, who is very often hired by the VPD to defend its members, was quoted as saying these cases are generally not resulting in convictions, that is, those brought by the IIO, and that have to go back to the quality, and that has to go back to the quality of the investigation and the assessment of that evidence, because clearly judges and juries are not accepting it. That's very much because of the lack of cooperation from in the case of Mr. Butcher, his clients, the VPD. The criteria for charging people is part of the difficulties of discretion as well. In BC, the criterion is in order to file a charge against a police and against anyone is a substantial likelihood of conviction, which in the case of police officers is a very high bar. Substantial likelihood of conviction, it seems to be just this side of certainty. By comparison, the Canadian criterion for charges, for federal charges, is simply a reasonable prospect of conviction. In the case of Paul Boyd, who was mentioned early on in the first day of these discussions, the finding was that there is no substantial likelihood that the shooting of Mr. Boyd constitutes a culpable homicide within the meaning of the Criminal Code of Canada, and that was the reason, or at least that was the stated reason by the special prosecutor. He said further there was not sufficient, that the evidence was not sufficient to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the shooting constituted an offense involving culpable homicide.
Yes, I'm going to have to interrupt you. Excuse me, I'm going to have to interrupt you. You're well over time. I've given you some leeway, but yes, you've gone several minutes over time, and so thank you very much for taking the time.
I just wanted to make a final point of not.
If you could do it quickly.
And the severe injuries he sustained, according to the and the word will not come to me. And finally,
anyway,
I want to say that the culture eats.
Actually, I'm so sorry, but I really, I'm trying to keep all speakers in the same timing. Thank you. And we are moving on to 383, Joshua Stamford.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Oh, fantastic. Good afternoon. So first of all, big thank you to the City Council for just the work that you guys do supporting the community. I'm not a resident of Vancouver. I'm a resident of one of the ancillary cities. And just some things that I wanted to draw to your attention. I'm speaking in opposition of motion B4. So first of all, I appreciate the shared stories and experiences of everybody on this call today, and I'm grateful to live in a place where we can participate in these discussions. I would ask not to look at what the general dialogue says that this motion will do, but instead look at the results of similar motions. In Los Angeles, they implemented similar policies. Their homeless situation has now run completely out of control. As people living in tents, RVs, and makeshift shelters become a fact of life in neighborhoods far and wide, homelessness is now an all-consuming issue in Los Angeles County, with 95% of voters calling it a serious or very serious problem, according to a new poll conducted for the Los Angeles Times and the Los Angeles. These parks are intended to provide a place for our communities to be enjoyed and our kids to have a safe place to adventure outside. With homeless encampments, along comes gang presence, violence, and drug paraphernalia. Although I certainly do support increasing investments in funding to help our disaffected members of our community. I think that's incredibly important. But we do have to understand what the direct impact of decisions like this will be and what that's going to look like for our day-to-day lives. And then when we hear dialogue about defunding the police, luckily we don't actually need to guess what will happen. And we have heard a lot of dialogue about defunding the police today. We can look at places like New York and Minneapolis, where in recent months they have yielded to political pressure from activist groups to defund the police. And as a result now are seeing massive spikes in violent crimes. So I'm just going to read you from the nyov.gov website. For the month of June 2020, the number of people victimized by gun violence and murder in New York City spiked significantly when compared to the same period in 2019. Between June 1st and June 30th, there was an increase of 130% in the number of shooting incidents across the city, 205 versus 89 the year prior, as the number of shootings rose in every borough of New York. The number of people murdered citywide increased to 39 versus 30, which is a 30% increase for the month, while the number of burglaries increased to 1,783 versus 817 the year prior, an increase of 118%. And the number of auto thefts increased to 696 versus 462, which is an increase of 51% citywide. When we talk about verbiage, decriminalizing poverty, I understand, it sounds like something that everybody should be supportive. I would ask you to recall thinking about maybe the Patriot Act in America, which, again, sounds great, but what it did was reduce the privacy of pretty much every citizen in the country. So things don't always do what they say they're going to do. And I just think it's important that we look at some of the places where things like this have been implemented and then take a look at what the actual results were versus what people might claim that they are. I think it's incredibly important. And that's it. I'd like to yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your taking time with us and expressing your point of view. And Madam Clerk, I see now it's 388. Barbara Reed is next. Hi. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. Yep, go ahead up to 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Barbara Reed. I'm speaking in support of Motion B3. I'm a white settler on unceded Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh land. A lot of people have already directed your attention to the same reasons. I think this motion is a first step towards a safer Vancouver, specifically the disproportionate policing of and violence against Black and Indigenous and racialized communities, people who use drugs, sex workers, and unhoused and disabled people, and the fact that the mere presence of police can exacerbate a crisis. Just in response to that last person, I would like to point out that we already have police with ample funding and our homeless rate is already out of control. And also that in 2014, the NYPD went on strike and major crime complaints went down. So if we're going to be comparing it to other places that have tried this, it might help to have like a comprehensive approach to that. Anyway, you've heard already from people who can tell it much better than me why this should pass. So I urge you to pass this and to consult with the organizations listed and for that advice to be reflected in the budget in November. I also support BLM Vancouver and their call to redirect funds. I heard that was quoted to you earlier as well. But the main reason I wanted to stay on the line was to thank the speakers today and last week who shared their experiences with police, because that takes a lot of bravery and vulnerability. And because of that, I also wanted to address quickly a comment. If you can hear my cat, she's saying that she supports this motion too. A comment from the other night before the vote on the street checks motion when Mayor Stewart said that police were being painted in a bad light. Because that echoed to me something that Adam Palmer said last month when he was claiming that systemic racism doesn't exist in the VPD. He said that police were being vilified, and I'm quoting here, just because of something that 4 cops did down in Minneapolis. And I remember someone calling in last week to talk about cops yelling at them about defunding when they were asking why 12 of them showed up to help by blocking ambulance access. So this perspective seems to amount to an effort to dismiss demands to defund the police and the VPD in particular as new and reactive just because they're finally receiving attention. And I think you've heard enough first-hand accounts by now to understand why that isn't true. people around me have been complaining about the VPD's massive budget since they bought that tank in 2010. So anyway, I do agree that the public scrutiny against police has increased since the murder of George Floyd, and that's good, actually. A paramilitary force violently enforcing colonial laws on stolen land in neighborhoods where its members often don't even live shouldn't exist. And until it's completely dismantled, it should be scrutinized, and we should know exactly where their funding is going. So, I wanted to add that the people choosing to bear their trauma know what it's like to actually be vilified, and the way that outrage is expressed, whether to council or in the streets, it doesn't have to be palatable for it to be necessary to listen to. So thank you again to the people who called in before me and anyone who speaks after me, and thank you, Council, for your time.
And thank you for your time and for taking the time with us to express your opinions. Very important. Councillors, we do have somebody who's joined the line who was earlier on the list, speaker number 354, Esteban Gonzalez. So that will be the next speaker.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
First of all, I would like to acknowledge that I am on the ancestral, unceded, and stolen land of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. And I'd like to thank Councillor Swanson for bringing forth this motion. I support it, and I would like it to be passed in its current form without any amendments or further delays. As many speakers have already noted, the total police budget has grown by about $140 million in the past 10 years. And as we know, a lot of this was driven by spending around the Olympics. And the VPD has increasingly militarized itself. Around the time of the Olympics, it spent $350,000 for an armored bulletproof vehicle, as well as previous to that, purchasing a LRAD acoustic weapon for $17,000, which has been used by American forces in Iraq and is known to cause permanent hearing loss. In recent years, the Vancouver Police Department has spent $114,000 on 6 drones that are used for surveillance, as well as on mass surveillance units, which were recently placed in Chinatown, which have integrated video recording with heat-detecting infrared technology and low-intensity laser that allows users to see through walls, inside buildings or vehicles, and under clothing. And as we know, we're often told that the VPD will use this hardware responsibly, but as we can see in the American context, if there is a situation where the interests of the police are actually in danger, they will not hesitate to use them, and I believe that the VPD would do likewise, as we're seeing in American cities currently. And as other speakers have pointed out, the VPD budget is now 21% of the city's budget, and an appalling, that's appalling considering that 5% of the budget goes to affordable housing, childcare, and homelessness services. So the VPD budget is more than what's spent on parks, recreation, arts, culture, community services, and libraries combined. And much of the focus of this motion is on the way that the VPD has responded to mental health problems in our community. As we know, they respond to 74,000 incidents per year. Earlier in these sessions, we heard from the police union chief himself that he doesn't think that the VPD is equipped to deal with these problems. I'd like to remind everyone of the police killing of Tony Dew in 2014, a schizophrenic man who was armed with nothing more than a piece of wood, who was shot dead by VPD officers within 2 minutes of their arrival, much to the shock and dismay of the people who were standing around him. The VPD is a racist organization. As we have heard, it disproportionately has performed street checks on Indigenous folks and Black folks. It has been engaged in displacing homeless people from the streets, whether it is in the injunctions that it executes against 10 cities, through their harassment of homeless people and their seizure of their possessions. I think that this motion is a great first step, but I don't think that it goes far enough, because I don't believe that the police can be reformed. They're a blunt instrument that's designed to brutalize the poor and the most vulnerable people in our society, and I believe that they're a danger to our community. And I call on Mayor and others in council who like to stand at, in protests and get photo ops to actually actually enact the demands of this movement, of the Black Lives Matter movement and of the movement against police brutality, and to stop passing the buck and saying that only provincial authorities can deal with the VPD. So I urge you all to support this motion. We're all watching, and we will not forget if you fail to act in this moment. So thank you, councillors, and I cede my remaining time.
And thank you very much for taking that time. I think the next speaker we have is, if we go back, I think it's 354. Nope, that's done. 384, sorry. Mustafa Hager.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you
Hello?
just fine. So go. Yes, we hear you fine. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
All right. So, yeah, I'm Mustafa Hagar. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm a PhD candidate at UBC. I'm calling you from the lab right now, so I apologize if you could hear the drone of equipment and stuff in the background. But, yeah, I'm calling to say that I support motion B3, and I encourage you to vote in its favor. And I think that it's so important to acknowledge that we're in the middle of the civil rights movement right now, and that our actions and decisions today will be certainly scrutinized in the future as people look back. I think it's absurd that we still send poorly trained pretend social workers with guns to handle noise complaints and wellness checks and other stuff where it just makes common sense to minimize police involvement in situations where they have no right to be involved. I'm not going to rattle off the same stats that you've been hearing all day, but I want to point out that there is a precedence to some of this, which is the ambulance. So if you look at the state, prior to the 60s, ambulance service used to be provided by the police or sometimes the fire departments or funeral homes. But in a lot of places, it was mostly the police. And they weren't obviously paramedics. What they do is you just call the ambulance and then a police van would show up and they just load a patient into the back unattended and they would just get a ride to the hospital. So, obviously, like these are police officers, not paramedics. They didn't really know what they were doing. And this also meant that police's systemic biases and racism leaked into their ambulance service. And people in poor Black neighborhoods were reluctant to call, police-run ambulances. And so in the 60s, you had something called the Freedom House Ambulance Service established in Pittsburgh. And it was one of the first emergency medical services in the United States that was staffed by actual paramedics. And these were actually predominantly Black Americans from poor neighborhoods. And so where police ambulances had a notoriously slower response in Black neighborhoods, the Freedom House ambulance was quicker. It was speedy in nearly all cases, even in other places around the city. And then people started specifically requesting to have the Freedom House ambulance as opposed to the police-run one. And today, like, the idea of loading people at the back of a police van is just ludicrous. And so, it's like police used to be in charge of ambulance service, and that responsibility in the States was liberated from their jurisdiction. So I don't see why we should, in that case, as a society, stop at ambulance services. Like, I support this motion, and I urge you to vote in its favor. And I should point out that we're merely just taking the first step towards hopefully more impactful changes in the future. And I guess I yield the rest of my time.
Again, thank you very much for taking the time and speaking with us. Very important. Next on the list is 392, Emily Price.
Hi there. Thank you for hearing me speak today. As you said, my name is Emily, and I am speaking in favor of this motion. I'd like to acknowledge that I am a resident on the unceded lands of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh people. Firstly, I'd like to note that this is a highly intersectional issue, so that in every step of making change and implementing new strategies, we must always keep an intersectional lens and listen intently to the lived experiences of the folks who are facing these issues firsthand. Secondly, I would like to say that I find it outrageous that we are even having to ask the police to itemize data and costs in relation to calls and enforcement for mental health, homelessness, drug use, sex work, and related community issues. At baseline, this should have been occurring already, and the fact that it is not signals to me that the police lack organizational accountability. It raises questions about how and why their funding has been allowed to grow with such propensity without accounting for these kinds of details. Wouldn't an organization that claims to care about community relations and building trust with the diverse communities they serve want to be tracking this data in order to help and use funds in the most effective way anyways? Thirdly, we need to stop giving money to the police to respond to situations that they were never intended to and situations they are not appropriately trained for. Expecting them to do this and seeing issues like mental health and poverty as a policing and crime-related responsibility is like expecting you, Mayor Stewart, to set your alarm much earlier so that before you attend to your mayoral responsibilities, you first put on coveralls, drive with sanitation to pick up the trash and the recycling, then respond to calls about burst water lines, develop blueprints, for city engineering, plant some flowers, clean up playgrounds, and you see where I'm going with this. Except the difference is that with the police, we're putting matters of life and death into their hands that they cannot appropriately respond to. Police are not equipped, prepared, or helpful answers to poverty and the related issues at hand. The unhoused need homes, not handcuffs. Those experiencing mental health crisis need supports, not SWAT. I'd also like to have it noted that the person who waxes my bikini line receives longer training time and education for that job than the police, specifically the VPD, receive for a job that enables them to carry a weapon and respond to these complex human and community issues. I'd like to share a personal experience with the police versus the community-led support. This occurred in Edmonton, but I know these same issues are happening here in Vancouver, as you've heard from numerous callers before me and their lived experience with the police. And the Edmonton Police, the EPS, is doing an equally poor job in these areas, as Edmontonians are also calling for reform with their own city budget for policing. My brother was suicidal and facing drug use issues. On one occasion, when he was in crisis wanting to hurt himself, my sisters and I panicked, unsure who to call. We were unable to get through to a crisis intervention line and had to call the police. 2 officers arrived, and their response was to respond to my suicidal brother with threats about arrest if he couldn't calm down, then proceeded to tell my sisters that we essentially had to wait until he was at rock bottom, quote, because I will never forget this, that we had to wait until he was half dead under a bridge somewhere before he could turn his life around. They provided no other help. We then did our research so that the next time this happened, we could get the right help, because emergencies, as we know, don't happen from 9 to 5. Just a week later, we were having a repeat situation, my brother wanting to commit suicide and having a crisis. Thankfully, we were able to get the help of the mental health crisis team, who was able to come at the right time, because as we know, our Vancouver crisis team is sometimes there's a wait. So 2 nurses came to our home with compassion and empathy, spoke to my brother like the hurting human being that he was instead of a criminal, and were able to talk him off of the literal ledge enough that we got him immediate psychiatric care that he needed that night, and he is alive today because of that community-led harm reduction support and help. I often wonder how the first situation with police would have turned out if my brother had brown or black skin, and sadly, I know the answer. Again, I support this motion wholeheartedly. It is a very first small step, but one we need to take. Thank you for hearing me speak today. That's all.
Again, thank you very much for not only being on the line, but conveying your personal experiences. It's very much appreciated. And finally, I think it may be the last speaker on the list right now, after which I'm going to call for a break, is number 394, Jordan Bowers.
Hi, hello.
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, well, great. I've been listening to everyone call in for about an hour and 42, and I think it's just wonderful. There's so much good stuff being said, and I think you probably agree there's definitely a desire for change. So got some notes, and we'll keep it under 5 minutes here. So I'm a white man. I'm 38 years old. I like to say I look like a cop. I've never really had problems with the police, but that doesn't mean that there are not problems with the police. I live in the downtown east side, actually live right on Main and Union, which is that Hogan's Alley area, which is embarrassing to learn about it this year. But that's the facts, and that's where we live. And I think as a community, we don't have to be ashamed of it, of our history if we move forward and we recognize where we've made mistakes and we do better. That's the only thing we can do. So I would definitely be in favor of decriminalizing poverty. I'm certainly in favor of defunding the VPD. I would love to see some of that money go to community-led organizations led by people who live in the community. I know most police do not live in the areas that they police. So how would they, when you have to see your neighbors the next day, you act different. And share a quick something I noticed in the last couple of weeks, that the police really are just hammers. And if you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail, and that's a huge problem. So I was walking back home, and I stopped. I saw a few police at a pub dealing with a woman who's probably intoxicated. And I myself have worked in some bars, and I do understand that if the staff says, hey, we're not going to serve you anymore, or you've had enough, you have to leave, there is a law like, hey, you have to leave. And if you don't leave, you can get arrested. But we had 3 police, had a Native woman there. She's upset. She's filming them. So I stopped just to be with her, right? She doesn't care about me, right? They even, like, I'm just a witness. So one police officer came over and said something, and it's like, I'm not trying to engage with him. I'm just here for, like, the lady's safety. And she's upset, and she's not listening. But the police, their only authority is rooted in violence, right? That's their legitimacy, is like they will be violent to you and we can't do anything to them, which, violence is a very short-term solution. So even they had a supervisor call, and the supervisor talked to the woman for a moment, and then she I wouldn't say stormed, but she aggressively approached me, and she said, are you with her? If you don't get her, like, it's like as if I'm like in a threatening manner, and I'm comfortable in that situation. I'm not like, I wasn't shook about it, but it was just funny to me that they're desperate, right? And when they're desperate, they're coming in with violence, with threats of it, and that's just so in the past. I don't think we need that anymore. And the situation was actually diffused by an older gentleman who I see in the neighborhood, and he walked up and said, oh, please don't arrest her. Like, hey, can I talk to her? And he diffused the situation, and he thanks the cops for not arresting her, and the lady walks off, and that's just one old guy, 3 cops plus the supervisor couldn't do it. And I spoke to him after. I ran into him. I said, hey, that's super cool that you diffused it like that. And he said, the police don't understand. They come into a situation in these uniforms, they come in with weapons, and it's not a conversation. You're not having a conversation with someone like that, and I totally agree. So I was also at the viaduct protest. I was sitting out there, and there was a police officer blocking traffic, and I believe he had 2 guns, some extra ammunition, and a taser, and he had a high visibility vest, and the vest says community safety officer. And the most unsafe person in that group is that officer. But no one else, like, why does he have 2 guns, extra bullets, and a taser? Like, it's ridiculous. And he comes up and he asks, hey, do you guys need any resources? And it's like, what kind of resources does this guy and the organization he's representing, what kind of resources do they have? Nothing, just like some violence, So I'm really rooting for providing social workers and mental health workers with the money, with the funds, with the resources they need, and take it from the police, and then the police don't have to do it. And we're going to save money because they don't have to put in all this overtime for calls that they are not equipped to make, not equipped to attend, not prepared to see through. And I think a few people have said it, but like the police do not prevent crime; they respond to crime, and we really got to fund the kind of people and the kind of groups that get to the root of poverty, addiction, mental health issues, and crime, and not the symptom, right? So I really think that this is our time. This is a huge opportunity in history and in our city for us to take a leap. And it's not the time to stick with the status quo. We got to be brave. We can stick together, and we can look back, and it's just an amazing opportunity not to miss, right? And I'd like to say thanks to Councillor Boyle and Swanson for emailing me back on my emails. I'm sure everyone's busy with everything, but definitely noticed it. And yeah, man, I mean, I vote, I'm getting more informed, and we're not standing for this anymore. So glad to have this conversation.
Great.
There it is.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you for taking the time and conveying your thoughts to us. Council, well, unless the clerk informs me otherwise, is there anyone else on the line, Madam Clerk?
Chair Carr, no, we don't have
else
anyone.
Great. Okay. I'm going to suggest we take a 15-minute break to 3:15 as the clerks do one last call out and tweet out to see if there aren't any other speakers ready to speak to us. But we'll see you back. You can use it as a health break. See you back in 15 minutes. Just after 3:15, like 3:16. Okay. Okay, Council, we have had some other people join us, and welcome back after our short break. So we have 4 speakers, but also another speaker on the line who has not signed up. And we'll take your decision to allow the speaker to speak because, yeah. He's okay. So it is Howard Chow, but I think he's on the list as a representative. I'm just checking to see. No, he did not speak to date. So he is the first speaker of representatives who did not speak. So I think we'll go through the speakers in their numeric order on the list. As far as I can see, we have, as I say, 4 plus Mr. Chow. So go ahead, Mr. Chow, Howard Chow. If you're on the line, you can commence. You've got 5 minutes. Is Howard Chow on the line now, ready to speak?
Yes. Can you hear this?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
You have 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I was signed up to speak, however, I had a conflict and had to come back. So thank you for allowing me to come back on. I just want to acknowledge all the good discussion that was going on. I've been listening to most of them, and I think it's a very healthy and necessary discussion that we needed. Many of the points that have been raised is something that we've been on the podium and spoken publicly about, asking for ourselves in terms of some of the downstreaming that's been taking place over the years and decades, for that matter, on so many areas where at 3 o'clock in the morning, there is nobody else to deal with many of these issues and calls that we're having to deal with. But I am hoping to add some clarity, add some information, correct some of the misinformation that has been out there. I know there's been discussions about the Cahoots program in Eugene, Springfield, down in Oregon, and we've been down there, we've been asking and been in contact with that police agency to get some information. Some of their stats they just don't have available. Other quite notable differences are that it's a population with 170,000 people. 83% of the population are Caucasian. They appear to have the same opioid crisis, drug addiction, homelessness, and social issues that we have here in Vancouver, which has a population of about 675,000, as we all know, but yet police about 1 million others that come into town because of work, tourism, or entertainment. So that's part of it. Now, when we talk about our mental health strategy, and we've won international awards, an award for it, spoken broadly across Canada, across the U.S. at international conferences for our mental health strategy that we've had. Over the last decade, we've dropped the calls for service for mental health-related calls from 33% to 16%. However, that still leaves us with about 35,000 calls. In terms of our strategy, we've got CAR 87 that's out there, and I know that's talked about in the news quite often about certain agencies that are coming out with it. Well, I think it's important that everybody in this city knows that, and the councillors know, that we've had it in effect in Vancouver for 41 years. It started in 1978 for us, where we have a police officer in plain clothes with a psych nurse that respond to calls. But that's a reactive response. So whenever we get a call related that has a genesis to a mental health related issue, they go as a reactive type response. We've also started in 2012 our ACT teams, and this is a full service. It's a assertive community team, and what it does is it's with our health partners, with the mental health team, and it's a wraparound service, and they're dealing with the highest need clients out in communities. So we're already doing this, and it's police officers that are in plain clothes, so they wouldn't know that we're actually out there with each of these teams, and they manage about 350 clients. But yet we're an integral part of this team because they do need that information that we're able to provide, as well as some of the legislative authorities and when incidents get violent. So the other thing that we've got is a sort of outreach team, and this is something that deals with the hardest clients, the hardest to deal with clients out there with mental health and substance abuse issues. And we've been operating this team for about 6 years. So some of the interesting things is that we've dropped for the AOT, our outreach team, It's dropped 84% for negative police contacts and 92% for mental health apprehensions. So lots of discussion about let's get police out of this space and area. And I understand that discussion that's going on out there. But the reality we should also know is that in 32% of those calls in Section 28, it's when somebody is in crisis, they're decompensating, and either somebody else or the client themselves are calling police and saying, I need help. And 32% of them are from health professionals themselves. And then when we look at Form 4s and Form 21s, that's when the health professionals are saying, hey, our clients out there in community need help, and we need you, the police, to come and deal with it. So the health professionals themselves are calling for our assistance in those cases. So I think that's part of it that we need to know, because in 20% of those cases, there's a weapon involved. In 91% of those specific cases, there's violence involved. Heard lots of discussion around use of force. And we're looking at, I think this is an interesting stat that I think people ought to know, is that when they're pulling their information off CNN or what's going down in the States, it's just not a reality up here in Canada. We use force in 1 in 1,250 calls we go to. And that could be anything from putting somebody in an arm bar or having to take that person down to handcuff. When we talk about police oversight, the number of substantiations where police is found to be in misconduct is a fraction of 1% of all the calls that we go to. And bear in mind, we're going to 750 calls every single day. So when people are pulling information and incidents out, I wish I could say our members are responding perfectly each time, but that's just not the case. I think they do very good work. They're trained very well. They're equipped very well. But like everybody else, there's going to be instances where they just didn't get it as good as they should have, or they just had a bad day, which I fully understand. That's why we have the oversight that's going to hold our officers accountable.
Yes. Mr. Chow, if you could wrap it up, you're over time. I hate to say that, but you are. But if you could wrap it up, that would be appreciative. Thank you.
I understand. So the budget is heavily staff-driven. 97% of our budget is non-flexible. In the same time, the city population has gone up 11.5%. Calls for service has gone up 14%. The region's gone up 17%, yet we're working on 2009 budget. I will wrap this up. I know there's lots of information out there. I just think it's so important that we're making decisions based on the best information, and we want to be part of that conversation. So, Madam Chair, we do have a video that I'd like to show existing staff. I'm hoping that we can show it that's queued up that may help inform the counselors in terms of some of our mental health strategies that are available.
And you've got it queued up right now?
It is queued up, yes.
All right, Council, I'm going to have to ask for a motion to allow the extra time for this speaker because he is overtime. And so if somebody, go ahead.
Motion to allow. I'm happy to do that move.
Yes, okay. I'm just going to go with yeas and nays. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Yay. Yay.
Yeah. Any opposed say nay. Okay.
Madam Chair, I just have a quick point of parliamentary procedure. It's Councillor Bly.
Yes, go ahead.
Does the deputy chief have 5 or 8 minutes to speak to council representing an organization?
Yes, they have 5 minutes.
5, okay.
Yeah, I clarified that when John Irwin was here from the park board, if you remember. Yeah. But we'll watch the video, and then Ms. Xiao, you have councillors on the list to ask you questions. So do stay on the line, please.
Thank you.
Whoops. No, we can't hear this. Still can't hear it, Madam Clerk.
Howard, are you still on the line? Can you share the video?
I'm not logged in to do that, Rosemary.
Okay.
I know Paul has it as well. I don't know if he's on, if we can
Okay.
do it, but I will try real quickly.
Okay, we will try a different way. Just hang on a second.
Thank you.
Department. For many years,
Chair Carr?
Yes.
We have the presentation ready to go, and it might be easier. So Paul is going to try and share his screen. If it's an issue, let us know, and we can just switch it to the cone for council.
Okay. Well, I was hearing a bit of the sound, so let's try.
the VPD has been working with our community partners to lessen the impact that mental illness has on our community, on policing resources, on healthcare services, and most importantly, on those living with mental health issues. The police are not mental health professionals. We recognized early on that we need to collaborate with experts in the field. Some of the people we encounter who struggle with mental health issues are also dealing with substance abuse issues, and some are living in challenging conditions, making it hard for them to seek or receive treatment. It's clear that there's a need for better and timely access to the healthcare system, not the criminal justice system. We'd like to show you our coordinated approach and how we work with our community partners to address these complex issues. Thank you.
1 in 5 Canadians lives with a mental illness, and when untreated, they are 15 times more likely than the general public to be a victim of crime, and 23 times more likely to be a victim of violent crime. This stigma is contrary to the belief that people with a mental illness are only perpetrators of crime. In addition, they have a greater chance of contact with police and of living in a low-income and higher crime neighborhood. Meet John. Officers first had contact with him over a decade ago when his mental illness surfaced. Over the years, circumstances in his life led to substance abuse problems which developed into an addiction. He was unable to access care or to regularly take his medication, and he ended up living on the street. When police received 911 calls about a man running into traffic and screaming at people passing by, responding officers recognized John immediately. They can see he is in a mental health crisis. All VPD officers receive training in crisis intervention and de-escalation, which is ongoing and evolving, and the department has a mental health strategy to guide how they respond. They need to consider if intervention is necessary, how best to communicate, and whether other resources are needed, including family or another person in their support system. Some of these incidents happen suddenly and evolve quickly. If officers feel police interaction could result in unnecessary safety concerns, they might choose not to engage and to reach out to family and other resources to help resolve the incident. In John's case, the officers assess the situation, consider their options, and determine that arresting him is not appropriate. Car 87 arrives to share their history of interactions with John. Car 87 is a mental health crisis response car with a police officer working alongside a Vancouver coastal health mental health professional. It began in 1978 when the VPD first identified the unique demand placed on officers who respond to people living with mental illness. The concept has now been adopted by police agencies around the world. As John's personal safety and the safety of others is at risk, the officers feel he should be apprehended under Section 28 of the Mental Health Act, which empowers the police to take someone to the doctor if they are in need of protection, and CAR 87 agrees. His behavior is too serious for him to go to the Access and Assessment Center at VGH, which is the primary entry point into the mental health care and substance use system, where police and paramedics bring non-emergency clients for rapid access. The emergency mental health care system in Vancouver can be accessed through hospital emergency departments at St. Paul's, VGH, UBC, and Children's. The officers escort John to St. Paul's Emergency, where they wait with him for a doctor to examine him. When the doctor clears John medically, he admits him under the Mental Health Act and takes him to the Hub, which is also at St. Paul's Hospital. The Hub is an urgent and additional rapid access point for mental health and addictions care in Vancouver, aimed at improving quality of care, reducing wait times, and supporting a patient's transition back into the community. When the psychiatrist decides John is ready, he discharges him with the option to voluntarily enter the Vancouver Police Foundation Transitional Center, where they offer support such as referrals to housing, other social services, and to ongoing mental health and/or addiction follow-up care. The hope for this innovative initiative is that it will break the cycle of crisis-driven healthcare and negative police interactions, and with the help of community services, enable clients to have a better quality of life. John is welcomed to the Vancouver Police Foundation Transitional Center, where he receives positive support. He takes a long shower, has a bite to eat, followed by a good night's sleep. The next morning, the Assertive Outreach Team arrives to help him. The Assertive Outreach Team is a mental health program in partnership with Vancouver Coastal Health, which provides short-term and intensive support for clients experiencing more challenging mental health and/or substance use as they transition from hospital or jail to care providers in the community. Psychiatrists, nurses, clinical supervisors, and police all collaborate to offer immediate and creative problem solving to increase the chances clients like John will continue with treatment. For John, Assertive Outreach Team members drive him home, buy him groceries, and make sure he has his medication. They see him every day, take him to appointments and meetings, make sure he has food to eat, and that he takes his medication. After 2 months, the Assertive Community Treatment Team steps in. This full-service mental health program, led by Vancouver Coastal Health, provides longer-term support for clients where traditional mental health services have been unsuccessful. Team members, including psychiatrists, social and housing workers, nurses, vocational counselors, occupational and recreational therapists, peer counselors, Aboriginal cultural support workers, and police officers all work together to support John in his treatment. John receives addiction and psychological counseling, life and job skills training, and even recreational outings like camping trips once or twice a year. The quality of his life improves as he continues to receive the care he needs. He no longer requires police intervention or repeated interaction with the emergency healthcare system, and he is well on the path to recovery. So where do many of these initiatives come from? Project Link was created in 2011. This group of decision-makers from Vancouver Coastal Health, Providence Healthcare, and the VPD meet monthly to discuss issues, strategies, identify gaps in service, and to find solutions. It's another example of the collaboration needed to successfully address mental health and substance use from all angles. The VPD continues to work with our partners on new initiatives and to take a proactive approach. We have developed an early warning system using data to identify people who may pose a greater risk for negative police interaction. The VPD's mental health unit uses this system to determine where to place their resources in an effort to intervene early and prevent problems before they escalate and result in negative contacts with police. The VPD's mental health strategy demonstrates the department's commitment to reducing the stigma attached to mental illness and to providing necessary help to those who live with mental illness. We will continue working with our partners in healthcare and in the community to ensure our efforts keep evolving to address these ongoing challenges and that clients receive the support they need.
Hello, I'm Monica McAuliffe, and I'm the Director of Mental Health and Substance Use for Vancouver Coastal Health in the Vancouver Community of Care. We provide a variety of services to people of all ages, and collaboration with other agencies is essential, particularly when providing services to people experiencing mental health and substance use issues. With joint initiatives like the Assertive Outreach Team, the Assertive Community Treatment Teams, the Access and Assessment Center at VGH, and the Hub at St. Paul's Hospital, our health teams and the VPD have created a successful partnership between health and policing. Together, we help clients in crisis and support them with accessing treatment, particularly those who do not access conventional health programs. Our aim is for clients to reach their optimal health goals using educated and culturally safe practices. Our shared goal is to provide services so we can assist clients to access treatment and avoid getting involved with the criminal justice system. Vancouver Coastal Health will continue to build partnerships to improve overall health outcomes for Vancouver residents.
All right.
Okay.
Good evening, everybody. We're going to get.
So, okay. The video is finished, Mr. Chow?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep. Okay. You now have questions from councillors, and first on the list is Councillor Hardwick. Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick, for up to 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chow. Watching that video and thinking about everything that we've heard over the last number of days on regarding this motion, there seems to be a real misalignment. Watching what you just put forward in that video it answered a lot of the questions and a lot of the criticisms that we've been hearing. So how is it possible that there is such a disconnect? Can you explain it to me?
I think a lot of it, I hate to call it, but I think a lot of times we're pulling our news and information from U.S. media and from social media, and it's not an accurate depiction of what goes on here in Canada, and it most certainly isn't an accurate depiction of what's going on here in Vancouver. Because I can tell you that our AOT and our ACT teams, they've been doing some pretty remarkable work with our health partners, and we've seen some significant drops in our calls for service and negative interaction with the mental health patients and health and police.
Well, I certainly acknowledge the influence of America on our culture more and more, and certainly in Vancouver. So I get that. But we're talking very specifically here about mental health and the way that that's being treated. And we've heard from Coastal Health on this as well. And yet there is this perception, including some of the lived experience stories that we heard from people, that they are genuinely afraid, that they feel that the presence of the police in dealing with any of these situations is fundamentally threatening. And how do you reconcile, again, and I'm sorry to push the point, but I think it's at the core of a lot of what we need to talk about here. How do you reconcile that? And are there things that you can be doing that have not been done? And then I have one more question after that.
Sure, I'll answer it quickly to give you time. So these are difficult calls. They're challenging calls. The individual typically does not want to be apprehended or arrested or want the police or any authority there. I can tell you our officers are exceptionally well trained. They get comprehensive training that no others are getting in terms of, and they've got the oversight that no others are getting. So these are challenging, and I can tell you that there are times that we don't get it right, and I wish we could say we're perfect. We're not, and that's why we've got the systems built in to make sure that we modify, develop, and improve. But you got to bear in mind, we go to 750 calls every single day. And when we're looking at this percentage of 16% of mental health related calls, when you're pulling specific incidents, I can tell you that you have to bear in mind the number of calls that do go exceptionally well, and it is overwhelming numbers. Just talk to our health partners in that respect.
So the final question is this.
That is it for your time, Councillor Hardwick. It's 3 minutes.
Only 3.
Oh,
darn.
Yeah,
is there possible to have another round?
You can always ask for Councillor's leave to do that.
Okay, thank you.
But I'm going to move on to Councillor Weeb.
Thank you for speaking today. My first question is on the Car 87. I know that when we put a motion to look at Oppenheimer Park, there was a call for review for Car 87. I'm just wondering where that review is at and how we're making it better for the well-being outcomes of the city.
Well, I can tell you we've reviewed our mental health program significantly and do it ongoing. I don't know specifically on the Car 87, 88 one. This was we had discussions with our health partners in terms of resourcing, but know that the Car 87 is reactive. Where we've been getting our, some of our significant gains is with our proactive work through our ACT and AOT teams. That they're the ones that are going out there dealing with the most challenging clients and making the most difference and having the best benefits out of it. So I can find out specifically where that review is in relation, but I don't have it at hand, sorry.
Okay, and then you've talked about some really large mental health reports that police have put out over the last kind of couple decades. What has been the biggest barrier to implementing a lot of this work to ensure that it moves forward? And what is the changes that the police department's advocated to the provincial government to reform the justice system to ensure the better well-being for the outcomes of the residents of Vancouver?
And you're right. I mean, we were strong, loud advocates for better, improved care and more funding and resourcing to mental health. And some of the people we're seeing day in and day out, 24/7 by our frontline officers. When they're dealing with these people, it's hard enough for our officers when they're trying to find help for these clients at 2 o'clock in the morning, let alone somebody who's suffering from mental illness and or drug addiction. So the reports that we put out in 2008 and again in 2013, they created a catalyst for a lot of action and activity surrounding mental health by government. Some significant funding went down to it as well. But one aspect that we've always asked for is additional treatment beds, and that's where we feel still the need is more treatment beds, in particular for our hardest patients and hardest clients.
So you're seeing the biggest need is a 24-hour, but it looked like in the slide there was health supports 24/7. So can you explain what is missing kind of from the 24/7 health response, and what are the specific beds that we're missing, and who should be advocating for which beds?
Well, I think it's all three levels of government. It's police, it's health authority, it's all of us should be advocating for it. And I think just listening to some of the speakers and hearing loud and clear that more needs to be done, because I think the challenging fact is that we've got many people out there, in particular in the downtown east side, that should not be without the wraparound care that they need. So when we talk about some of the resources that's put in, it's nowhere near what we need. When you're talking, hey, let's move this space over to another agency at 3 in the morning, where's that agency? And is that agency adequately trained? And does that agency have the legislative lawful authorities to make the apprehensions and the arrests? And what if, as I said, in many of our Section 28 apprehensions, 91% come with a level of violence. What happens then? Do you bring in security? I know that was thrown around, but your security will not be as adequately trained, selected, and have that accountability that our police officers currently have. So I think there's absolute room for talk and discussions with it, but I think there's a lot of areas that need to be explored, and I'm hoping that's what the provincial review will put a lot of emphasis on.
And do you think the provincial review will bring into wellness checks and where we think we can go with those?
Councillor Weeb, that is your time. So you,
Okay.
I believe there'll be a motion to have a second round is what I'm anticipating. But anyway, for now, I'm going to move on to Councillor Bly. Go ahead, Councillor Bly.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Deputy Chief Chow, for being here today and speaking to Council. It's helpful to be able to ask you questions. My first question is regarding the outcome of today's proceedings, and that is if this motion were to pass, and whether it's slightly amended or as it's been written, but if the intent that we have before us remains, how will the police respond?
Well, I can tell you that what's going to happen is if that motion passes and our budget is cut to the extent that proposed, is that we are going to see impact on public safety. Our crime severity.
Can I just before I let you fully answer, there is no proposed budget cut in this motion.
Okay.
So I just want to be explicitly clear. If it was to pass as it is written, it's asking for sort of more focus being paid to what this could look like in the future, but there is no budget cut in this motion.
Okay, I understand. I'm mixing it up with some of the other discussions. So,
okay.
When we're looking at increasing our lens, our collective lens on the mental health strategies, I think we're all for that. I think it's important that we're doing this, and it's important that we have this discussion there. I can tell you that to move funding in any stretch, and I know that there's none proposed, but to move funding, the public should also know that when we're looking at Vancouver Crime Severity Index, and this is like we're looking at crimes, obviously a sex assault is heavier weighted than a theft, a homicide is heavier weighted than an assault. So they look at Crime Severity Index. Vancouver is on all the major cities across, and this is cities with over 500,000, our rating is 73. I'm sorry, the average of all the cities is 73. Surrey's is 90. Vancouver's is 180. We're the third worst in all of Canada, and that's because we're dealing with, as a core city, even though we're 650,000 people, we're bringing in all the good things that come into Vancouver every single day, but we're also bringing all the bad things that are coming into Vancouver.
Okay, I appreciate that. I don't have much time, but I do have one follow-up to that, and that leads me into, if you were able to sort of stop in time right now, is how the police is responding to sort of complex issues in society. Do we have the right design, in your opinion? Do we have the right setup, or has this been a matter of taking on more and more issues because you've either had to or it's just become what you've done? I just wonder if you can sort of do your very best to kind of say, okay, if I was to redesign how we're offering services to some of our most vulnerable residents in the city, this is how I would do it, or we should do it some other way.
So I do think it's necessary to look at the space that we're talking about on mental health. I think that it requires additional funding as well as on the drug addiction and addiction issues and on the homelessness issue. It's just know that our resources on the policing side are fully strapped. We're operating in 2009 numbers for staffing, even though everything else has gone up. Everything else has gone up. And we look at budget, we're talking budget is around 21%. This is consistent for Vancouver for the past number of decades, as well as for any major police department across Canada. So it's not a departure from that. So I think that funding absolutely should be looked at towards some of these other areas, these social issues that need to be addressed. However, to pull it from policing, I think is really going to be a recipe for disaster in terms of public safety.
Okay, I'm out of time.
Thank you. And I'm going to advance Councillor Hardwick with, I'm assuming, a motion.
Yes, I'd like to move that we have another round of questions, please.
Yeah. Council, I'm just going to do yeas and nays on this one. All those in favor say yay.
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 Oh, any opposed say nay. Okay, Councillor Hardwick, you're up first. Thank you.
Again, because of the discussion, I'd like to look very closely and unpack the motion. It says that the Mayor and Council commits to prepare a written submission to the Special Committee on Reforming the Police Act in order to provide input into how provincially funded and delivered services must be adapted in order to successfully refocus resources at the municipal level. Do you have any issue with that overarching statement?
I'm so sorry, it cut out when you were, that last bit. My apologies.
Okay, well, if you get if you're able to get the motion in front of you, and it's that the mayor and council prepare a written submission to the Special Committee on Reforming the Police Act in order to provide input on how provincially funded and delivered services must be adapted in order to successfully refocus resources at the municipal level.
So, sorry, if your question is, do I agree with that? I think I'm putting faith into this provincial review. I think that they're going to have the time and space to be able to look at it comprehensively. They'll get input from all stakeholders, and I think the refocusing and some of the issues that need to be addressed is something we've talked about for quite some time in terms of the Police Act. So I'm hopeful that it's going to be a good outcome for us all.
Okay, so that's a thumbs up. The next is that council asks the police board to itemize the work they do that's related to mental health, homelessness, drug use, sex work, and the amount of money spent on it, including the number of tickets issued from enforcing related bylaws as well as the cost of this enforcement. Seems to me that you have all that data. It just needs to be articulated. Is that accurate?
Yes, and this is something that when this provincial review team comes to us, one thing we're absolutely very good at is capturing our statistics, our metrics on the programs that we have. So
good. So that's another thumbs up.
Yeah.
The next is that we ask staff to seek input from a bunch of different organizations and groups about how the city could support existing and future community harm reduction and safety services. Seems pretty motherhood to me. Do you have problems with that?
Absolutely, we should. We should be listening to community.
So far, so good. 3 thumbs up. Next, the council asks staff to report back as soon as possible with a planned timeline and budget to deprioritize policing as a response to mental health, sex work, homelessness, and substance abuse, and to provide funding community-led groups to deliver harm reduction and safety initiatives in these areas. What do you think of that?
Well, I think the defunding portion I have issue with. I think that it's important that when council is looking at this, they look at all this information already. When we're talking substance abuse, much of the information I'm hearing from speakers is just not accurate. It's simply not accurate, where we're saying on decriminalization, by de facto, we've been decriminalized for the last decade. We wrote charged 6 individuals last year for being in possession, and that was typically because there were more serious charges attached to it. 6 people, six instances. So I think it's just a matter of making sure that they get the right information in front of them.
So
I'm out of time.
You are out of time, but it was an interesting set of questions. But Councillor Bly is up next. Go ahead, Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much. And just a quick follow-up, Deputy Chief, is and perhaps further to Councillor Hardwick's line of questions is, if this motion were to pass today, do you see that there would be a way forward to follow through on the 4 resolutions in this motion that would not put the public safety at risk if the police were at the table with the other stakeholders to move us into a new place that clearly we've heard 400 people share how it's not working, and of course it does work in many circumstances as well. But I would just want to know, is there a way forward? Because right now it feels that there's a bit of a protectionist of the status quo, and I just want to open that up. Can we do that without risking public safety?
Yeah, I wouldn't frame it as protectionist. I would frame it as that I'm wanting to provide accurate information so that you can make your informed decisions. I'd say that when you, and I did check, and apparently there is a budget cut in the motion in Part C. So when you're talking about can we move forward on this, and I'm suggesting no, we can't move forward. When our resources are stretched, we're dealing with protests that are significant. We're dealing with anti-Asian hate crime that's taking place. We're dealing with the issues surrounding Granville Mall, Yale Town, Davie Street. and encampments. All these sorts of things are pulling our resources all over the place. And we have additional motions coming from council that is also going to strap our resources. So I would say that I can't see it moving ahead with that aspect there. We'd be happy, thrilled to be at the table to offer our perspective and our data on this.
Well, I believe that's where the motion is headed, and of course, that there would be a certain level of funding and resources, but that is, we need to figure out how we would get there before I believe that would be clearly laid out. So it's good to know that the police would be at the table and can let go of the status quo in order to get to a new place that could be better for society, I think, is where I see this motion going, without leaving anyone behind or making anything worse is the goal. But anyways, I appreciate you being here and taking our questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chief Chow. Those are your questions, and thank you very much for calling in. We're happy that you did that, and I appreciate the time you've spent with us.
Thanks so much.
Yep. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Good. Council, we have 7 speakers on the line, I believe. So I'm going to go through the order that they have come onto the line. So I'm going to start with Speaker 166, Nazanin Moghadam.
Hello?
Yes? Nazanin Moghadam? Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes, we can. Go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you. I just start my thunder too. So my name is Nazanin, and I'm a registered clinical counselor here. I am a support manager who works with LGBT refugees. I have been to council a few times before COVID, and I'm also a supervisor at the Sexual Assault Center at UBC SASC. So I just want to remind the council that there are 2 councillors, and I really appreciate that they're abstaining from the discussion because of their conflict of interest. So it was interesting to hear the Deputy Chief's presentation. In Farsi, we have a saying that it says, they ask the fox who's their witness, and the fox says, "It's my tail." So it's interesting that there was a video that was shown that was made by the police and shown how amazing the police is. Actually, in reality, that's not how it works. It's not as rosy as actually the Deputy Chief also acknowledged. He also stated that 32% of health professionals themselves call the police. As a trained professional, as a trained counselor who have been practicing for more than 6 years, we are taught at school to call 911 because there's no other resource when a client is suicidal, or they disclose that they're homicidal, or there's a child abuse. We have to call 911. There's just no other way. So of course that we call them, because that's what my association asked me to do. That would put me in jeopardy and make me liable if I don't. So just because 911 and the police is the only avenue that we have to call, that doesn't make them a legitimate avenue. He also made the claim that a lot of the conversation is based on media, and that is very wrong. We in BC, in Vancouver, we've heard this many, many times over the past few months, especially, that racism doesn't have a place here. We don't have police brutality here. And until we actually acknowledge that we have a problem here, we cannot find a solution, because there is nothing new that I can add to the council that you haven't heard before. If you're not listening, there's nothing that any advocate can do. A lot of the people who have talked, they base their experiences in Vancouver with the VPD. As a sexual assault worker, as someone who works on the ground with refugees, I can tell you with confidence that Vancouver Police Department strikes a fear in the hearts and lives of the most vulnerable and the most targeted in our society. I was here in February. There was a motion passed, Access Without Fear. Before the week came to an end, I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday the motion passed, I got a call from someone who was sexually assaulted, and they didn't know what to do. We advised them against calling the police.
because that would have jeopardized their livelihood. The statement that these are based on the states, the statement that this is all rosy, the statement that police's distribution of funding will make for a public safety, that is just wrong. That is just inaccurate. This is not what's happening on the ground. And if you're paying attention, you will be learning about this. People are in fear. Sexual assault, that's the conversation that we have been happening with, if you talk to survivors, if you talk with people who work with survivors, deciding to go to the police is a tricky navigation because we don't know what we get when we go to VPD or RCMP or any other police department, because we don't know if you're jeopardizing the safety and livelihood of the person who just experienced sexual assault or domestic violence. Police is part of the problem. And I can't say it more clearly and I can't say it more simplistically. Police is striking fear in people. It's part of the problem. If you have precarious immigration status, police is a source of fear and danger, and not just emotional fear. It's dangerous for you. We had a motion to stop street checks. Why do we have street checks? Why do you, when you call 911, when you call the police department, why do they ask, is the person Caucasian or indigenous? That's still a question that's being asked today. And look at the population breakdown in Vancouver. You passed a budget for social services a few months ago where there was lots of disagreements about Vancouver rape relief and all that. The budget was $4 million. The province last year granted a top-up on all sexual assault services in BC over the 3 years for $10 million. $10 million. What's the police department's budget? It's 27 times more than that.
Okay, and that is it for your time. However, you do have a counselor with questions for you. So I'm going to advance. Counselor Boyle, go ahead.
Yes, thank you for coming and speaking. I'm wondering if, from your professional or personal experience, there's anything you'd say about what a service could look like if there were a different service than the police that you were able to call in situations where people needed help. What might that look like? What should we be keeping in mind and thinking about developing something like that?
That would be a relief from a counselor point of view and from people who seek professional registered mental health support. If there is a service that is designated to be responded not in a criminalized way, not in a violent way, but by trained social workers, peer counselors, crisis workers, conflict resolution people, whoever that they are, they can respond and get together and put the resources that the person needs when they are in the time of crisis, when there is a resource other than the police developed that we can call and go to. It's heaven to me. That would be a service that I would not hesitate to call. In my intake, when I introduce my counseling services to my clients, I introduce that I have to call the VPD, and 99% people flinch. Doesn't matter who they are. Doesn't matter what their lived experiences is there. They flinch because they do not want to get involved because there is a reputation, and that reputation didn't happen because of U.S. media. So if there is a service that is informed by research, so that's very important. It's informed by independent research, not some propaganda that we're doing good, so look at this video. It's informed by what is needed in the community, so listening to the advocates and frontline workers and mental health professionals and people who also use mental health professions and services. A service that is designed by what is practical and what is research-based, that's a service that is needed. It's a service that is not a waste of money and funding. It's not based on personal values. It's based on research and objective findings, what people need, not based on protecting an old institution that is built on very different values, even though they have been trying, and I acknowledge that they have been trying to do better, but the foundations, I think, are wrong. So another service, an alternative service that we can call that is exactly what we need, Councillor Boyle. And I think if it's informed by people who are doing the job, by people who are using the service, and is staffed by people who are knowledgeable and not using power or criminalization to protect, that will be just a dream come true for a lot of us who are working in the field.
Great.
Thank you.
So thank you, Councillor Boyle. That is your time, and again, thank you so much to the speaker for taking the time and being here to inform us of your experience. Thank you.
Thanks
thank you. Council, we're going to speaker 348, James Nakagawa.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. My name is James Nakagawa. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I was born and raised here. Today I want to speak in support of this motion. I don't know what I can say that hasn't already been said. However, watching or hearing that video from the deputy, I certainly had some thoughts when I was listening to that. I want to say that police are very well trained, but the question we should be asking ourselves is, well trained for what? I believe that officers are trained with an emphasis on dealing with aggressive conflict for potentially for potential violence. Police officers show up to calls with body armor on, with a firearm at their side, and I'm sure it's been said before. Just the image of this, just the police officer showing up that way, that in itself escalates the situation. It's sort of a reaction to violence before any violence occurs, and it's very alarming, especially to someone who is having a mental health crisis or some other issue. Addiction, substance use, homelessness, mental health crises, poverty, these are not criminal matters. I believe the city's priority should be to de-escalate rather than to provoke confrontations. And so Councillor Hardwick, he mentioned a disconnect between the video that was presented and some of the comments you have received over the last few days. And I can corroborate this myself because I've had a run-in with police in the past. So during a mental health crisis in 2008, I myself was arrested under the Mental Health Act. In my opinion, responding officers escalated the situation when they showed up. Instead of being brought to the hospital, which is what the Mental Health Act is supposed to entail, the arresting officer put me in a jail cell and then just put me out on the street the next morning. Personally speaking, I felt the traumatic repercussions of this incident for many, many years. And I can't say I'm ever going to be over it. So none of the so-called support that video mentioned was ever offered to me. And the deputy said that, people are getting their news from CNN or whatever. No, this happened to me. This was what happened to me with a run with police. I think it's a very easy answer to say that police should be dealing with this and that and everything. The easy answer is always yes, do this, do everything. More is the answer. But I don't think that's the answer this time. I don't think that a police force is the right tool for this job. It seems like a simple mission creep to me. Also, I just want to mention that I was not going to tell my own personal story until I saw that video, and it just rang totally false to me, which is why I am coming forward with that. I also heard the police union president talk about cahoots in Eugene, Oregon. He made an argument about it that to me sounded like, if this is so great, then why haven't I heard of it? Which doesn't sound like a very good argument to me. Per self-reported data, cahoots workers responded to 24,000 calls last year, which was about 20% of the total dispatches. And just imagine if a community safety organization took care of 20% of total dispatches in Vancouver. So out of those 24,000 calls, about 150 of those required police backup, which is less than 1% required police backup. According to the union president Kaiser, police themselves do not want the downloading of mental health cases into their purview. In other words, police will be glad to have these things off their plate. Good for the police, good for the community, good for everyone. I think where the union president disagrees is having to give up a proportional amount of funding in relating to these shifting priorities. And I think that's just something that he's going to have to deal with because it's something that is badly needed in Vancouver. Thank you. I yield my time.
Great. Thank you. Well, you stay on the line because you do have questions from the mayor. And Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair Carr. I just wanted to say just thank you so much for phoning in, and I can hear the stress in your voice from you recounting your personal story, which I find, as hard as they are to listen to, and I'm sure much harder to say, the most valuable part of what we're learning here, because it gets beyond statistics and it gives us a sense of really how you've experienced the system that we've set up here. So thank you for that. And I was just going to ask if instead, being put in a police cell, this sounds terrible, but what would you have preferred? Walk me through what you think would have helped you more.
Well, I wanted to feel
comfortable with.
This is my understanding of how the Mental Health Act is supposed to work. Is that if you're arrested under the Act, then you go to the hospital to be assessed by a medical team. That didn't happen. They put me in a jail cell. The next morning, I was out on the sidewalk, and that was it.
And we heard from testimony from another participant is that they were apprehended under the Mental Health Act, taken to a hospital, but then the police officer stood over them while they were in the hospital, and that was also traumatic. So I'm just wondering if that seems to be what the protocol is, and just if that would have made as big a difference, or how you think how you see that approach.
Yes, I heard that story. I mean, anything would have. Maybe that would have been better than what happened to me exactly. I still would not prefer to have a police officer standing over me. Maybe less bad, but still, I don't think I would like that. I don't think I was a threat to myself or anybody that night. And
you're just looking for. And you're looking for care and understanding and compassion and not detention. I understand that, and just thank you. These are really difficult things we're doing here in terms of hearing this and trying to figure out how to fix the system. So thank you very much for your participation. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thanks. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. And that is it for questions. And thank you very much for actually coming or spending the time to speak with us on this. I'm going to move us. Mr. Mayor, you might want to mute, or if councillors could mute their lines, that would be great. I think I'm moving to 187, Danielle Hill.
Hello?
Yes, hello. We can hear you clearly. Go ahead to 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you. So again, I think I'm probably going to be echoing what a lot of other people have been saying over the last few days. But one thing I kind of wanted to touch on, because after watching the video and some of the comments about mental health initiatives, I don't believe, one, that the U.S. is the standard for information on these issues at a local level. I believe mostly what people are talking about is their own lived experiences, and this is quite a local issue that we're addressing here. The other thing I think that is fundamentally wrong, per se, with having the police be the ones that are sort of the touchstone for mental health services is that police are not, as an institution, there to reduce harm. They are there to police harm. That's not how the police are structured as an institution. It doesn't matter how well trained you are. If that is not the function of the police, they're not going to fulfill that. And I think that I'm sure many other people have mentioned that there are lots of initiatives in communities, in my community specifically. I know that there's Black Lives Matter, there's the Downtown East Side Women's Center, the Western Aboriginal Harm Reduction Society, the John Howard Society, and a lot of other community-led existing programs. You know, they're there, and they're either underutilized, they don't receive the amount of funding that they need. And I just think that a shift in that direction would be really powerful. Listening to other people's experiences has brought up even a lot of my own lived experiences as well. Being in contact and around the police, I have never personally felt safe. I don't know anyone in my life who does not feel threatened by the existence of a police officer at a protest, at their school, in their communities. And anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. Very much appreciate your time and speaking with us. Thank you. Next on the list is speaker 159, Fraser McGee.
Hi. Can you folks hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Great. Thanks very much for taking my call and listening to what I have to say. I just want to express my support for this motion. I think it's a quite reasonably written motion, and one where there really should be room for collaboration between a wide range of people on the side of police reform versus defunding versus abolition. Like, I think it's a really good starting point that I think the VPD themselves, at least if they believe what they're purporting to say, should also be on board with. So I don't think that, if there's any city councilors that see this as, being anti-police or anything like that, I don't think they necessarily have to go there to take this first step, right? Like, I think that in the video that we saw a few speakers ago, the VPD admit that they aren't mental health professionals and that they want to work and collaborate with other members within the system. So if they truly believe that, then they should also be supporting this motion, because it's recognized, it's focused on recognizing that and bringing more supports into the picture to deal with mental health issues, so that it's not just folks who aren't trained to deal with those situations. Like, I'm kind of surprised that there's been so many, or at least for that speaker in particular, that a motion that is looking to facilitate that collaboration wouldn't be supported by them. So why do I think that as a Vancouver resident and as a citizen, do I want this motion to pass? Well, I think that the statistics that we've seen, first of all, I think that when you have someone who is trained extensively in the use of weapons and who is armed coming to mental health situations, it's not going to be good. Like, I recently got stopped on the street and was misidentified as somebody else. And after the whole interaction with the police happened, police apologized for misidentifying me as somebody else, and they went through it. But initially, that interaction started with the police drawing a gun on me and telling me to get on the ground. I'm a white man who was not currently going through a mental health crisis, and even then, I was scared shitless and starting to think kind of irrationally of how am I going to get out of the situation, that sort of thing. I can only imagine, and I can't imagine what it would be like if you had a background and a history of negative police interactions. and also we're going through a mental health episode, that would escalate the situation, that kind of explicit show of force. I also think that the statistics that we have in Canada, there's been some discussion about it's incomparable between Canada and the United States. The statistics that we do have in Canada show that police use of force is disproportionately used against Indigenous folks and people of color, right? Like, it's hard because the VPD doesn't collect statistics, at least as far as I know, on police use of force via race. But statistics are troubling that we do have 1/3 of people shot by the RCMP are Indigenous. Ontario studies have shown that in urban areas, Black people are overrepresented, Indigenous are hugely overrepresented. These are Globe and Mail articles that I'm pulling these from. We can also see like the approach of the missing murdered women on the coast and the police handling about Robert Pickton murders suggest that we also have those problems here. So how is that related to this motion? Well, we don't want people who come from an institution where there's evidence of racism within their system to be handling and interacting with folks who might be people of color or Indigenous and having mental health issues, because just the sign of the badge and that uniform is going to escalate that situation inherently, even if the police that are responding to the calls have the best of intentions and do anti-racism work internally. The system in general is a symbol for racism for so many people. I also think that I just want to push back a little bit on the insinuation from the previous caller that like healthcare professionals and Indigenous groups are supporting this. Canada's largest mental health hospital, CAMH, in Ontario, has just called for the police to no longer be involved in mental health calls. We see as well that like institutions like the Black Lives Matter chapter in Vancouver, Hogan's Alley, WISH, a variety of community institutions that represent, to some extent, these people are saying that this is not something that they want for their community, right? So I also want to say that the previous speaker also said that there's some instances where police just make mistakes and have bad days, and that's inevitable. The problem with that is that because police are armed and trained extensively in the use of force, their mistakes are far more dire than if, say, a mental health care professional made a mistake, because their mistakes might end up in violence, right? Like, as a Vancouver resident and as a resident of Canada, I'm sick and tired of hearing about stories like Chantal Moore and Rodney Levi. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. It's our moral imperative to reduce the chances of these interactions happening, right? So to me, I think this is just like a very reasonable first step that we can agree on. We should be calling for more community support. I think it's unreasonable, the burden that we put on the police departments right now to try and address all of these calls that they're ill-equipped to handle. So I actually think that, like, even if you are supportive of police in the system, like, that we should actually be looking to reduce that to reduce that burden and to not ask them to to unrealistically respond to these things. And I also
that
think,
is your time.
Absolutely.
Speaker?
Yeah, thank you.
You've run over time, but thank you. Very much appreciate you taking the time with us. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor, we're moving on to Speaker 4, Nathaniel Lowe.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Clearly, go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
Great. My name is Nat Lowe. I'm an organizer with the Chinatown Tenants Organization. I'm a resident, a renter in Vancouver, and a labor organizer with the Provincial Healthcare Union. I'm here to voice my support for Motion B3, decriminalizing poverty and supporting community-led safety initiatives. Chinatown Tenants Organization is a group of tenants building democratic membership-based organization in Chinatown with the aim of improving living conditions and secure, affordable, and safe housing for all. We got our start as an organization last year to repair and replace an elevator at Solheim Place in Chinatown, which tenants won. There are 3 reasons why we support Motion B3. Number 1, in our economic and legal system, the purpose of police is to protect private property. And as renters, we know that landlords rely on police power to enforce their interests. In the context of COVID-19, we are on the precipice of a wave of mass evictions due to the sunsetting of provincial rental provisions starting in September. As a tenant organizer and as a tenant myself who's faced eviction threats, I know firsthand that tenants face fear of police knocking on their door to remove them. I had to miss my speaker turn for this motion due to having to respond to a tenant in crisis facing eviction. Our organization assisted this tenant to be able to resist an illegal rental increase and an unlawful eviction threat, and thankfully they were able to negotiate an agreement to stay. However, this tenant faced landlord harassment, multiple eviction threats, and visits from police, and she lives with the daily fear of being evicted and the threat of police violence. Landlords rely on police to enforce evictions. Evictions are a form of police violence. Evictions are a form of police brutality. Any form of reducing police power through defunding or abolition is welcome and needed in this time of economic and social turmoil. Number two, a majority of our organization's base consists of Chinese tenants, many of whom live at the intersections of being working class, immigrant, women, and with limited English ability. Our tenants face daily anti-Chinese violence and threats. This is compounded by COVID-19 and the rampant xenophobia promoted by our politicians and right-wing organizations that continue to villainize Chinese people. There have been multiple reports of assaults, vandalism, slurs targeted at Chinese people, and contrary to common perceptions, has existed since colonization. Unfortunately, the city responded with increased police presence and increased funding for street patrols by the Business Improvement Association. The very street patrols known to harass homeless people and drug users. To be clear, this worsens the racism that police violence and does nothing to alleviate the crushing violence of racial capitalism. Instead, we need to address the root causes of discrimination through community-led safety initiatives, such as culturally appropriate social services, increased access for limited English speakers to the healthcare and mental health system, massive investments in social housing, public and free community spaces, and community councils led by working-class tenants and residents. Number three, community-led safety initiatives work. We do not need police in many instances and should reduce the role of police in as many situations as possible. As an organizer myself, I've been in many situations, sometimes violent, between tenants that have been resolved and mediated without the need for police. Imagine if we invested police funding into community-led safety initiatives such as public community spaces. One of the key demands of Chinatown residents coming out of 105 Kiefer and the People's Vision for Chinatown is a free, public, and permanent intergenerational community space as a way to address social isolation, create positive intergroup interactions, and address community safety concerns. A community center would provide a warm, safe space for to meet with friends, exercise, and participate in culturally appropriate community programs. I support the defunding the police and reappropriating those funds to community-led safety initiatives, such as a Chinatown Community Center. In conclusion, our organization supports motion B3, and I urge Mayor and City Council to vote yes in support of this motion in its original form. Thank you.
You do have questions, so just remain on the line, please. And thank you very much. And Councillor Swanson, go ahead with your questions. Councillor Swanson, you are muted. Yes, you've been muted. Go ahead.
Oh, am I still muted?
No, now you're good.
Okay. So thank you so much for coming. You talked about police enforcing property rights around evictions, and it made me think of police enforcing the port's property rights at the parking lot next to Crab Park. And it also reminded me of one of the previous speakers who told us that the police were, I guess, basically enforcing court-ordered requirement that she spend half her time with her abusive dad and the other half with her mom. So I'm wondering if you have any ideas about how we deal with this issue that there's just unjust laws that police are enforcing, and that's one of the big issues here.
Yeah, I definitely think that's a concern. I think even with laws, landlords will find ways around that. In the instance that I mentioned, the landlord didn't know the law. Even if they did know the law, they had an interest in kind of violating it. And when a police officer comes, they're going to listen to the landlord over the tenant, right? So there's an inherent power dynamic there that I think is problematic. Of course, we need more enforcement. We need better laws to protect tenants from harassment and evictions. Absolutely, but at the end of the day, landlords will try to get around those. So any way that we can prevent that is critical.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, that's it for your questions, Councillor Swanson?
Yeah.
Great. Good. Thank you very much. So we are now on speaker 339, Flora Monroe.
Hello?
Yes, hello, Flora Monroe.
Yes?
Yeah, yes, we can hear you. Make sure that there's no typing going on in the background. But anyway, go ahead. We can hear you. Go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
Okay, hold on. I'm just going to close the door really quickly here, too. I don't want anybody coming in. Well, my biggest thing about decriminalizing like poverty and that, and supporting the people, is like looking at like the history. Like I worked as a restorative justice worker prior to moving to here to BC, and my thoughts are like if it's order to help like decriminalizing poverty downtown, I think like the VPD need to kind of learn history of the people as much as it is like working with them. Like, you know, like I've heard that, you know, they've had like training, but they have like absolutely no understanding of like the Native culture, Black culture, things like that. Like, and that's the biggest, I guess, like worries. Is like that's why there's no trust towards the VPD. There's just like a lot of bias on that on their part, I find. But it's like I was looking at like defunding VPD as well. Like, you know, with all that extra money, if they did, like would be so much helpful if they worked it towards like mental health training for more of the police, not just like one vehicle. Like, because if something's happening somewhere and there's only the one vehicle and then there's another crisis, so it's like you need more training for the officers, as well as like maybe doing like youth mentorship with the where low income housing. Like I'm trying to be positive or trying to work a positive way to dealing with a lot of this. And it would be beneficial too, instead of like having to charge the people like, you know, with mental health, like bring in restorative justice. Like I've worked with that and it's always been very helpful, and plus it's a positive way of working with the people, like, you know, that are getting into trouble, and have like, you know, putting the onus like on them as well of what they've done, and try to work it out so that to work towards a positive feedback, like, you know, to I'm trying to explain this, to have it like working with them instead of against them. Like, you know, if they did something wrong, like, you know, they would turn around, like, you know, with the person that the crime has been committed to, like, you know, to have them work together or come together and try and work things out to where, like, you know, so that it's not so it's hard to explain because I didn't bring my my book with me with that, but I've always found it to be very positive. Like, it's not just for youth, it's for adults as well. And I think a lot of it, like, you know, would be beneficial towards the mental health, because it's like they're the ones that are hit the hardest. And then sometimes, like, you know, it's like family try to help, but sometimes they don't understand it as well. So it's like, I don't know, it's like there's so much you can do positively for the VPD to understand more of the people that are down here. Like a lot of them, like I work at Vandu. I talk to a lot of the people down here, and it's not just because of like they chose to be down here. There's like other circumstances that driven them, and the only way to cope with it is like, yeah, getting, like, you know, the drug scene or alcohol. And it's a way for them to try and block out the fact of, like, you know, the position they're at. And it's hard to deal with it. Like you know, prices of rent has just gone extremely crazy. It's just way too high. Like, a lot of people can't afford that. But I find it, like, you know, if VPD could just work and understand a lot of where these people are coming from. I think it would be beneficial for them as well as the downtown people themselves. So that's what I'm wanting to put into emphasis of having the police training in mental health and more history, because there's so much historical of distrust towards the police, plus the history of trauma from both natives and blacks, colonialism history. There's just it's just gone really, really overboard, and I find it can still be fixed if we can work all together. That's
a good note to end on. You've gone over your time, so thank you very much for taking the time to speak with us. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We're now on to speaker 37, Dr. Ismail Traore.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Dr.
Yep, we hear you clearly.
Okay. My name is Dr. Ismail Traore, and I work at the Center for Community Engaged Learning at UBC, and I've also, been a professor in sociology, and so this conversation on social inequality, particularly class-based inequality, is close to my heart. I'm, like many others on this call, I'm also in support of the motion, and I do want to highlight that, the police, I tend to see it as an institution that is downstream, and they are, as was mentioned earlier on, I believe, by one of the counselors, they are mainly responsible to enforce public policy laws that people pass. And so right now we're focusing on the police as the source of the problem, which they are. They contribute to a lot of problems. But when it comes to things of poverty, just acknowledging that I hear somebody speaking in the background.
If other lines or if people could make sure that their phones are muted, that would be important. Go ahead, Dr. Traore.
Okay. Yeah, just mentioning, we know what the causes of poverty are in BC, in Canada, and most places around the world. We know that it's related to low wage, particularly people not paid a living wage. We know that it's related to the costs of housing. We know that it's related to temporary loss of jobs. And we also know that it intersects with so many other systemic forms of inequalities. Like, yes, usually poverty is temporary. For a large amount of people who are poor, it's temporary. But for people who it's not temporary, in other words, people who are poor on a long-term basis, they tend to be people who have physical or mental disability. They tend to be people who are unattached individuals, lone parent families, people who have less than a high school education, and people who are racialized, particularly if they're racialized newcomers. And so there are all these systemic intersections when it comes to poverty, and I'm just concerned that the focus that we're having is also not addressing these larger systems that are at play for causing poverty in the first place. And so we know there's also a cost to poverty. In fact, how much it will take to the estimate cost by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, BC, their estimate cost for reducing poverty is roughly 3 to 4 billion in BC, but the cost of not reducing poverty, of doing nothing, is 8 to 9 billion. So we even have like an economic incentive why we should be way more bold than we currently are being with eradicating poverty. It doesn't really make sense that in a country with a very high GDP, that people are poor. And so police are often the people who, are forced to criminalize poverty. There's no reason for police to be engaging with people who are, mentally unwell, who are poor, who are addicted. They don't have that type of skill. They don't go to their education as in the police academy does not lead them to developing soft skill, developing de-escalation, developing the ability to support people that are having an episode, or they don't really know how to move people or how to help people navigate a very complicated bureaucratic system. People who are poor, when at the end of the day, when their paycheck is mainly on, how many people did you ticket? What did you enforce? What laws did you enforce? They're not there to have this human rights centered approach, problematic as it is. And so, I'm definitely in support of the motion, but I also want to emphasize that there have been so many calls on what the causes of poverty are and what we can do about it. And I find that right now we're kind of focusing on the downstream as opposed to the upstream. And so I really urge, I see this as a very good first step. But I really urge council to use their position as people who can make public policy in order to eradicate poverty. There's no need for us to even have homeless people in Vancouver. Thank you.
Thank you. And so remain on the line, please. You do have questions from Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
Thank you very much. And I'm interested in just pursuing a couple of lines of inquiry. You support the motion. Have you broken it down into its component parts and considered the implications, or is that a general statement?
It's a general statement of the spirit. I am aware that there are 4 very specific requests. I don't know if you're going to go through this with me like you did with the other caller.
No, I wasn't going to, but I was just wondering if you'd thought about it, because I'm, it's part of my process is I'm trying to, understand the full implications, and so I'm interested in understanding more from experts and how they perceive it. But you felt that you were in general alignment. Were there areas again that you could highlight, in checks and balances where we should be emphasizing and, what we can and cannot do? Is there any more that you could share to help illuminate the situation?
Right. Well, I definitely appreciate, therefore, be it resolved, and if you go to letter B, the necessity to seek input from different, different people who have been in conditions of poverty or who are on the front line and supporting people who are poor. I think that's very important to always center people with a lived experience or who help people with a lived experience regarding what they need. I think as well, we have the Truth and Reconciliation recommendations that some of the recommendations speak very specifically to what ought to be done in order to support different Indigenous communities or nations. The recommendations are there. I think as well that the BC Poverty Reduction Coalition, they have so many recommendations that they have put over the years on, how can we go about addressing this? Right now, my sense is, we're predominantly or primarily focusing on obviously curbing the police's interactions with groups of people that it ought not to be interacting with in the first place, and that absolutely needs to happen. But as I mentioned earlier on, I feel that that's a very downstream approach, and I hope that there is another motion that is passed in order to address a more upstream approach, which is indicated particularly related to housing and decriminalizing drugs, and having a much more making access to mental health support, subsidizing access to mental health support so that people that need it have access to it, and even using the funds that comes from when we decriminalize different types of drugs in order to invest in equitable communities and subsidized housing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hardwick, and those are your questions. So thank you also very much for coming to speak to us. Council, we have to have a motion at this point. I don't want to listen to another speaker and risk the fact that we may run
motion
past 5
to
o'clock.
extend.
Just a second, Councillor Hardwick, if I could just outline what's needed in a motion at this point. We have 3 speakers on the line. All the speakers have been called and informed about this, and so only 3 are on the line. So you have a choice to extend past 5 to hear the remaining speakers on the line. I need this language in the motion and not require the chair to call out the names of speakers who have not spoken, as all speakers have been contacted. The reason I need that in is because we would be overriding a rule of procedure which would want me to call out the 140 names that are of people who haven't spoken. So that has to be in there. But this is the choice. You have to extend past 5, and you can either extend past 5 to hear the remaining speakers and then also do debate and decision. That's your first choice. Your second choice is then take a dinner break and return in an hour. And your third choice is to recess until tomorrow at 9:30 and return for debate and decision then. So I am looking for a motion that enables one of those options.
Sorry, Chair Carr, I was trying to be helpful, not intrusive. But my suggestion would be that we have the rest of the speakers break for dinner and then return for debate and decision.
Okay, so the motion is to extend past 5 to hear the remaining speakers on the line, and not require the chair to call out the names of speakers who have not spoken, as all speakers have been contacted, then take a 1-hour dinner break and return for debate and decision. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Okay, that's open for debate. You can put yourselves on the list if you want to debate it. Otherwise, okay, Councillor Bly, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I missed the number of remaining speakers that we have on the line.
We have now got, I think it's just gone down to 2.
So I'd like to amend the motion that we do not break for an hour for dinner. We listen to the 2 speakers and go straight to debate and decision.
Okay, Council, then we have an amendment, and you can debate that amendment. If there's no one on the list, I'll take you to a vote on the amendment. No one is on the list. So I am going to ask for a vote on that amendment. You have a voting screen up now. This is the amendment to just proceed with speakers going right into debate and decision. And I'm just checking who's, Councillor Wiebe, you haven't yet voted. And please let me know if you need a vote assist.
Yeah, the vote screen doesn't come up. It's just blank.
Okay, it's up for everyone else.
I'll be voting in opposition.
Okay, in opposition. That vote passes with Councillors Swanson, Hardwick, and Wiebe in opposition. So we are going to listen to the rest of the speakers. We will then plow through with debate and decision. Thank you for the motion. So I'm now going to call on speakers. Sorry, there was one that moved off. I'm just looking to see. So we're now turning to speaker 101. Yulia
Chair Carr?
Oliveri. Yes?
The speaker has disconnected. The next speaker is 228.
Okay. Speaker 228, Elise Purdy.
Hello?
Yes, hello. Yes, we can hear you. So please Go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
Hi, my name's Lisa Wilson. Again, extending gratitude to everyone for taking the time to hear me out. I'm a 32-year-old woman whose partner had passed away during the COVID from an overdose. We have 3 small children, one of whom has special needs. Well, 2. One extremely gifted child and one child with a neurological condition causing him to have an articulation difficulties. My partner passed away after a long struggle with poverty and ostracization of mental illness. After a work injury left him with severe brain damage, and his impulse control went out the window, and just like a lot of his emotional impulses were just not, he wasn't capable of controlling them. He was a hardworking man, a talented artist, and his repeated encounters with the police that usually ended violently extended the wear and the length of time that he suffered with those difficulties. He was breached 27 times over a 4-year period of a no contact order and keeping the peace, and he never once was remanded by the Mental Health Act. So there was, even though it was clearly his issue, and when he did get out of jail and sober for the first time in 4 years, he got I believe hot shotted. What they call a hot shot is where you purposely overdose somebody because he had money, he was healthy, and he was stepping away from that lifestyle. Because there's no investigations on overdoses. That was something that we'll never really get a firm answer about. Just last week, while I was working with the Oka crisis resistance survival, there was a seizure at Main and Hastings. It took 5 minutes for 6 police cars. It took 5 minutes for 6 police cars to get there, and it took 25 minutes for an ambulance to show up. And 11 officers were standing there while a man seized in a puddle, rolling his face back and forth, probably risking like an aspiration, when you inhale liquid into the lungs. 11 police officers could not flip a man over and pull him out of a puddle. And their presence shook the entire community, the whole corner, all upward in fear for the man from the police officers. It's a regular occurrence. So that because of my partner's emotional issues and behavioral outbursts, our house was on a red list and some sort of high alert list. And again, 11 police officers show up with assault rifles and 4 police dogs to come detain a man who they know to have brain injury. It just seems like the wrong approach. And again, my son has special needs. He had a temper tantrum in his classroom. They sent a police officer to take him to the hospital. And instead of a social worker being able to come pick him up, or a nurse or a health counselor that could be in the school for these kind of things, they had a police officer come and take a child out of a program that he'd already been ostracized from his regular school in his regular neighborhood, putting him in a school a 20-minute drive away. And this is so these Excel programs that have been used to cut costs are just teaching our kids that their behaviors are not they're pushing children to grow up into adults who then have to live on the fringe of our shitty society. It's creating a big gap between the people who have the knowledge and ability to help and the people who need it. I think that moving forward with this would really assist in putting the money where it needs to be in the schools and in the healthcare. That we have the knowledge and to really help our neighborhoods and our children in the future.
Right.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the time to speak.
And thank you for taking the time to speak with us. Very, very much appreciated. So we are now at I think, the last speaker, 189, Nathan Crompton.
Hello?
Hi, yes, we can hear you. Although if you could make sure the background noise is as minimal as possible. It's quite noisy. Yeah. Okay, go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Nathan Crompton.
Yeah, it's very hard to. Excuse me, Nathan Compton. It's very hard to hear you. So if you could try and speak much more.
Is this better?
That is much better. Thank you.
Okay. Apologies.
No, go ahead.
My name is Nathan. I work at Vandu, and I'm part of the Our Homes Can't Wait coalition. We both as Vandu and Our Homes Can't Wait have been part of the defund organizing for a couple of years, and in my capacity, I'm speaking to support the motion. I think the members of Vandu are the people who should be stood around this motion and have spoken, and I think they've been pretty consistent in pointing to the ways in which the police are the first sent to almost every form of crisis and the first to have resources given to them to deal with a range of social, economic, and issues and questions in Vancouver. I think defund is important partly because it would allow some resources to be freed up for actual social programs and start to deal with some of the basic causes of poverty. I also think defund is an important way of taking power away from an organization that continues to use its force to criminalize low-income people. The chief of police has cited that some of the arrests are down in terms of possession and petty possession and the criminalization of drug use. But what we're seeing at Vandu is a shift rather than a decrease in actual arrests and infractions. So the shift takes the form of people still getting stopped, still getting street checked, still getting what our members call jacked up. All this whole range of interactions with the police. And while it's true that in some cases with vending bylaws, with jaywalking, with petty possession, it's true that in some cases there's less actual paperwork. But that doesn't at all mean that there aren't a huge range of consequences for people who do have that negative interaction. Usually their possessions are seized, not just their illicit possessions, but all their possessions. People without homes living in parks are stopped on a regular basis and their possessions are taken away. So I think that to focus strictly on a decrease in drug charges, while that's a welcome development, I think it's not an adequate reflection of the picture in Vancouver today. The accurate reflection would be one where, because the VPD has such large financial budget, because the budget has doubled in 10 years, because it's one of the bigger budgets in Canada per capita, if not the biggest, the police have, especially beat police, have an enormous amount of time on their hands to do what they call street patrols and look for, not respond to calls, but look for what they identify as criminal behavior. Often it's a form of phishing or it's a form of street checks, which has already been discussed and thankfully addressed in some ways. But I think that the sheer scale of the funding to the police is an important thing to address, just because there are so many other places where that funding can go and would address the root causes of some of these questions around street homelessness and poverty in Vancouver. And I would add that it is about homelessness and it's about street vending and street survival. But actually, most low-income people in Vancouver, whether or not they have homes, and even when they do have homes, they're seeing that the police is way too often the first ones to arrive, the first ones on the scene, and they bring an energy to a situation. They bring a really particular response that, in a lot of cases, escalates the situation, and not just in mental health interactions or criminalized youth, but actually in a huge range of cases. People who, whether it's in schools or in social housing, people who do want, a problem addressed, but don't want the intensity of an armed officer present.
Okay, and I'm going to have to bring you to a close. You're over time, but thank you very much for actually taking the time to be with us and speak to us on this issue. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Council, that is it for the speakers on the speakers list. The motion has been, of course, moved and seconded. So we are now moving into discussion and decision. Okay. Councillor Boyle, you're up first. Go ahead. Councillor Boyle?
Yes, thanks. So I am very happy to speak in support of this motion and want to start by saying a huge thank you to all of the speakers who we've heard from over the last week, many of whom were speaking to Council for the first time, who shared personal experiences and who gave all of us, Council and many, many members of the public I know were listening, a lot to think about and pushed us to keep doing more on this issue. So Black and Indigenous communities, as well as people who use drugs and sex workers and others, have been telling us very clearly that our current policing system isn't making them safer. And in many cases, it's making them less safe. It's important as elected leaders, and for most of us, people who don't share those experiences, that we listen to these voices. They are the experts in their own safety and the safety of their communities. Reallocating police funds into community-led safety initiatives informed by communities who are most heavily policed is a tangible act of reconciliation and of redress, and I think it's a really important move for us to be making or moving in the direction of at this moment. And I also think it's worth adding that for those most concerned about efficient and effective use of public dollars, this is also a sensible, fiscally responsible move. We can look at how we can better meet the health and safety needs of residents with better outcomes for the public dollars that we're spending. That too is part of our work, making sure that we are spending these public funds well, and I think this moves us in that direction as well. One of the speakers today spoke about the systematic defunding or underfunding of social services and mental health supports over decades, and it stuck out for me because that's what I have witnessed over my lifetime. Funding the education and welfare and disability supports and more have largely remained stagnant while wealth inequality has skyrocketed. And we've responded by increasing policing, and we know it's not a long-term solution for local governments or for police forces or for residents. So as another one of the speakers said, this is about rebalancing our approach, taking a big picture look at what's working and what's not working, and hearing from and centering the voices of those for whom it's not working in thinking about how we can better meet our community's needs for safety. So for all of those reasons, I'm very happy to support this motion and to continue to have this conversation and take action in meaningful ways as we move it forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry, you're up next.
Sorry, I'm having a difficult time. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine.
Okay. We've definitely been having some important conversations around policing here in the city, but really around North America. This is a real watershed moment for changing the sort of paradigm of policing and public safety. And as we move forward in this discussion and in this direction towards a community and healthcare-based approach, we need to do it with intention and thoughtfulness. We need to recognize our role as a city and where our approach to policing overlaps with our responsibilities and the responsibilities of the health authority or the province and the resources that we have as a city in the context of our region, our province, and the country. We certainly heard some incredibly compelling and heartfelt stories from people who expressed fear of the police, of wellness checks, of being apprehended. And, for those folks who shared their truths, I'm grateful that they had the courage to speak before us. And also, thanks to the allies who came to speak on their behalf. I would say as campaigns go, this has been incredibly well organized. I think 400 speakers to sign up to speak has got to be some kind of a record. We got well over 3,000 emails sort of on the subject of defunding the VPD and reprioritizing kind of conversations. But I also note that over that same duration, we've had some 10,000 people sign up for the Safer Vancouver petition calling for more policing resources. So I think it's important to acknowledge that there's a lot of people that we didn't hear from. There's lots of people for whom policing on the street makes them feel safe and secure. And many of these people will lack the training to understand how to deal with somebody who's experiencing homelessness or addiction or psychosis. So it's just to underscore that this is an important and complicated space that we're operating in. And this conversation around who we police and why needs to be one that's accessible and inclusive and makes space for mutual understanding, for education, for consensus building. I think it also, on that note, should be acknowledged that this campaign did take a pretty ugly approach by targeting two of our colleagues with some pretty hurtful and misogynist messaging and bullying. And I don't want to name that. I know it's a passionate issue, but I think that was a really inappropriate and disappointing targeting of our two colleagues there. And I think it should also be acknowledged that the police are right now being sent in to do the work that we are asking them to do. And by we, I'm not just talking about the board or the Police Act, but the standards and expectations that our society as a whole have tasked them with. So up until now, it's been an incredibly difficult and stressful job that we've tasked them with, but we're changing that. And in my lifetime, I've seen how policing priorities have changed and are changing. And we're stepping in that direction and really prioritizing community and health. And I think this motion heads us in that direction. That said, I've submitted some amendments to the clerk.
Oh, okay, Councillor Fry, I'm going to move us to an amendment queue. So just bear with me. I'm going to add you to that. Just 1 second. Okay, Councillor Fry, you're free to speak to the amendments.
Yeah, I mean, this is really sort of fleshing out some of the things and some of the interests that I had expressed in an earlier motion on trying to have a more holistic approach to this, which ended up getting referred. But I think the most sort of relevant one would be the amendment to B. And I note that the named, it really strikes the named organizations and really tries to take a broader approach to be more inclusive. That list was originally circulated in the defund VPD motion from about 2 months ago, which isn't necessarily an issue per se. And indeed, I'd expect all of those groups to be included in this work. But I don't think it's an especially complete list, and it's the kind of work I would prefer to see done by staff. So rather than editing B to create a larger list of community and equity-seeking groups, for instance, to include like at-risk youth, the MST, the South Asian community, or the Vancouver Brain Injury Association, or whoever else, and still come up short of a complete list. I think staff can do this work, and that the direction's already established in the motion and in the amendment. I think the rest of it's fairly self-explanatory.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Great. Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Swanson to the amendment. Councillor Swanson, you may be muted. You're still muted, I think.
How about now?
It's good now. Go ahead.
So I actually think it's important to put those groups in that I did put in the motion, because they're the ones that have been calling for community-led initiatives, and they're some of the groups that could be providing those initiatives. But I didn't exclude other groups when I wrote the motion, because I said and other community groups. So, but I can live with this amendment because the other community groups is still in there, and it still includes Black Lives Matter, WISH, CAP, Bandu, etc. But I think it's going to be really important that those groups, which have amazing lived experience with actually providing good services, non-police services, and also lived experience of bad experiences with the police. I think it's very important that they be offered the chance to provide a lot of input.
Okay, that's it, Councillor Swanson?
Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle, you're up next. Go ahead to the amendment.
Thanks, and I'll just echo, I appreciate having organizations named, but can also live with this. There are other organizations, including the Urban Native Youth Association and First United Church and others, who I've had helpful and interesting conversations with, who I think would be interesting to add to this. So I just want to state that I'm fine with supporting the amendment to be with an understanding that striking these names isn't about not asking them. It's just about not trying to make a list where people are missing, but that our staff would be seeing this list and including those folks in under the umbrella of other community groups that they will reach out to.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Mayor Stewart, to the amendment. Go ahead. Mayor Stewart, you might be muted.
Yep. Thanks so much. Well, I appreciate where Councillor Fly's amendment's going and what Councillor Swanson and Councillor Boyle have said. I think these groups, it's important to keep their names in the official motion that we pass, because these groups have worked so hard to bring this to our attention, move it to the forefront, have come and spoken. So I agree with Councillor Swanson that these groups, the way the B, at least B, was written at the initially doesn't it doesn't mean that we couldn't talk to other groups. Just that these groups have done a lot. So I'll be voting against B, the deletions in B. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Mayor Stewart. Councillor Dominato, go ahead to the amendment.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to all the speakers who took the time to speak. I know they'll have time for comments later, but just to the amendment at this time. Appreciate the consideration for focusing in on particularly including the perspective of people with lived experience. I was really appreciated that for many of our speakers who called in spoke about their lived experience, and that is critically important to any policy discussion and any work that we do. It doesn't matter whether it's policing, whether it's social work, whether it's mental health, addictions. Lived experience is critical, and so appreciate that. But I also think the addition and focus on housing and health providers, as well as other nonprofit agencies that do frontline service delivery, particularly in the area of mental health and addictions, because we heard a lot about that from speakers. I recognize there's a range of issues we heard about. But to ensure that we engage and have consultation with a wide range of organizations, and I would expect that our staff will engage with all of the organizations that were named, because I think also they are critical to this conversation. And so I'm supportive of the amendments. I think it needs to be holistic, and I would expect our staff will take the lead and they would be engaging with all the organizations named as well as others, and I think that's appropriate.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly to the amendment.
Thanks, Chair. I just have a question, point of information through you to the mover of the motion.
Yes.
The amendment.
The amendment.
Thank you. And so my question is, in B, is it the intent of the mover that people, sorry, it's just gone off the screen. I can't read it anymore. Yeah, if we could have all of the amendments on the screen, that'd be great. But now just going back to B, that people with lived experience, equity seeking, and other community groups includes everybody that is listed previously in the motion, and in addition to, and then I have the second part to the question.
Actually, Councillor Bly, I'm happy to have that as a point of information to the mover of the amendment, but you may want to ask that as a point of information to staff to see how they interpret that and whether they would include those groups. That's just a suggestion.
Okay, I would do that, and then I would ask, sorry, Councillor Fry, you've been overridden as the provider of the answer, and that's fine. That is my, I think intention is important, so if it's the intention of the council that is, but also what staff's interpretation is, along with would staff interpret this as partnering with the province. When I read social service providers, of course, frontline workers, peer support, those that are working day-to-day providing the service, and then I think of partners, stakeholders, other levels of government who are funding some of these organizations, and I wonder if the intent is that this casts a broad enough net that it would include provincial partners.
Okay, first we'll hear from, if you wish to answer, Councillor Fry, and then we'll turn to the city manager or whoever is representing staff. So go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, no, the intention is not to exclude, rather to include, and where certain groups, like for instance the Brain Injury Association or UNYA or South Asian Youth, who are otherwise excluded, aren't necessarily, there's not a signal that they're excluded, but rather that we're really trying to do complete work here and that staff are free to do more kind of complete work.
Okay, thank you. And staff, are you prepared to answer what your interpretation is in terms of including those groups and also including or the relationship with the provincial social service agencies?
Thanks, Chair Carr. Paul Mokry, Deputy City Manager, speaking to the question through you. So yes, and obviously we have Councillor Fry's clarification there, so that's helpful for us. We would, these groups are all, certainly we would see them as within the scope of the definition that's been generalized here. With respect to the other providers and services that are referenced here, we would interpret those as including provincial services. So health services, mental health and addictions are largely delivered by the province through their health authorities. And housing providers, social service providers, the province and provincial agencies are definitely working in that field directly. So based on the wording here, we would interpret this as including those provincial ministries and agencies as well.
Great. Okay, thank you. Councillor Bly, back to you.
Thanks very much. I have one follow-up question, and I appreciate the response from the Deputy City Manager. So one follow-up question is there a department within our organizational structure, I presume under Arts, Culture and Community Services, that exists to do this work, or will we be establishing a new department under that umbrella of services that we currently provide that would be tasked with doing this work based on the motion before us?
Thanks, Chair Carr. Through you, we will have to now receive this direction, obviously, and figure out how we will do this work. I expect it will include staff, certainly the staff in Arts, Culture, and Community Services. Those staff have other commitments right now, including a lot of work responding to the pandemic and particularly a second wave planning. So we will have to incorporate this into our work plan. We certainly hear the interest from council, subject to your decision here. But yeah, how we would actually get this work done and who in the organization would do it is we will have to take that away and come back to you with that plan as required.
Okay, fabulous. Well, thank you very much for those answers. In my last 15 seconds, I'm happy to support these amendments I think it's clear what they're asking. I think it's inclusive rather than exclusive, and I deeply appreciate the work of all the organizations that are listed in the original motion to get this discussion to this point, and trust that they will be equally as happy to broaden that discussion with other partners that may not be listed there. So happy to support and thank Councillor Fry for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. Councillor Boyle, you are up again.
Yes, so I'm hoping to ask that we could sever the votes on each piece, or just B and then C and D for separate votes on this amendment. Is that possible, Chair?
Of course.
Okay, great.
So, and you're saying sever B, or do you want to sever B, C, and D?
I'd just like to vote separately on B, and then C and D I'm fine with voting on together. And just to say I really appreciated the Mayor's comments about the value of naming these organizations as part of recognizing the years of work that have gone into this, and appreciate having heard from staff. My sense is that that they will be doing this consultation with all of these groups, and that we that basically that I like the original language of B better. I think it is better to be recognizing the work of some of these groups by name, knowing that staff will do the work of reaching out to others as well, and that's included. So I'd just like to vote separately on B, to vote against changing the language of B, but support the amendments in C and D. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Boyle. And Councillor Swanson, go ahead to the amendment.
Yes, the Mayor kind of convinced me to. So I've submitted an amendment to the amendment, which basically just leaves all of the red in, but also puts back the groups that started this campaign, BLM, WISH, CAP, just to make sure that they are, honored for the work that they've done, recognized for the work that they've done, and just to have it in the motion.
Okay, I'm going to move us, everyone, to Amendment Q2. Councillor Wiebe, if you wanted to speak to the new amendment, it's the new Q. And go ahead, Councillor Wiebe, to the amendment to the amendment.
I understand that it's great to put the different organizations in. I do have to conflict out, though, because obviously one of the organizations has my mom on the board for over 25 years, and I volunteer for. And so one of the things when we have a lot of organizations that councillors who are very involved in the community work with or have close ties to, when we do list off the organizations, it does make it difficult. And I know other councillors also have ties to some of these organizations. So for me, I will be abstaining, caught in conflict on this amendment to the amendment, and recognizing the difficulty of having listed names in motions like this. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Wiebe, thank you very much, and I'll note that. Councillor Bly, go ahead on the amendment to the amendment.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to echo, actually, Councillor Wiebe's comments, and though I appreciate the points made by Councillor Swanson and Councillor Boyle and the Mayor, the advocacy work that got this motion to this point is, we wouldn't be here without it. So it is so valued and so important on any level. But here we're writing policy, and we're providing direction to staff. And this is, I think that this motion and its whereas clauses has acknowledged the work that's been done, and we can continue to, and there's ways to talk about this publicly and in the media and op-eds and every way that we can raise the profile of organizations that have really championed this work. I'm always wrestling with the tension between that work and what we're doing here in council. And we've been criticized for sort of making amendments to the amendment and this, that, and the other thing. And so I'm happy to support this or not. I just am going to take this moment to say that, there's a a fine line between what we do here during council time and what we do outside of that time to help elevate the voices, and Councillor Swanson has done so by bringing this motion forward. So, you know, I'm happy to support it or not, but it does make things more complicated, and it does belabor, I think, our process here as City Council to get some work done. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, Council, I don't see anyone else on the list, so I'm going to move us to a vote on this particular amendment to the amendment. So this is the amendment to the amendment made by Councillor Swanson to add back in the list of groups highlighted in yellow. Councillor Swanson, you haven't yet voted. Councillor Swanson, do you need a vote assist?
I voted.
You just
in
did.
favor.
You just did. Okay. That does pass with 3 abstentions and 1 declaration of a conflict. Okay, we are now moving back to the amended motion, the amended amendment. So that would be the amendment that Councillor Swanson had put forward onto Councillor Fry's amendment. And Councillor Swanson, you were on the list, or you're on the floor?
I'm good.
Okay. Councillor Wiebe, to the amended amendment.
Yeah, so now that this amendment is passed, I will need to declare conflict and we'll need to sever out B.
Okay. Yes, I understand that. Thank you for noting that, Councillor Wiebe. So I'm not seeing any other speakers to this amended amendment. So Clerk, could you take us to a vote, please?
Chair Carr, just to clarify, we are voting just on B right now? Is that your intention?
Sorry. Yes, that's because we're just, I see. Yes, we have, it's the whole amendment is, of course, everything else. Thank you. We are voting just on B as part of the amended amendment. Just on B. And Councillor Wiebe, this would be the amended amendment that you are declaring a conflict on. Is that correct? I've got you down as not voted yet, so I'm just clarifying for you. We're just voting on B right now. Would you like a vote assist, Councillor Wiebe?
Sure. My vote screen still has the last vote on it.
Okay. Declared conflict of interest then? Yes.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So that passes unanimously with a declared conflict from Councillor Wiebe.
Chair Carr?
So, yes?
Yep,
now
that's
we have
fine.
to do the
Yeah,
rest of
thank
it.
you. Yep.
Right. So now we are council voting on the amended amendment, which is all of the changed language that was forwarded as an amendment by Councillor Fry, excepting B. So the rest of the motion. This is the amendment, right? Everybody clear?
Is this just B? Or?
No, we've just voted on B, Councillor Hardwick. So now we are voting on the changes in the motion in C and D.
Thank you.
And we can go to a
Chair
vote.
Carr? Just
Yep.
to confirm, there's no change to A, so we are voting on C and D.
Correct. Yes. And that is unanimous. And now,
Madam Chair, I just had a point of parliamentary procedure.
yes. No. Actually, during a vote, you can only do a personal privilege. So after we finish this vote, you can raise a point of parliamentary procedure.
Okay.
Okay, so the vote is unanimous on that. And I'm now, moving us back to Councillor Bly. Go ahead with your point of parliamentary procedure.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that the two city councillors that have declared conflict of interest are actually being shown as absent in the vote.
Thank you for raising that. Madam Clerk, is that the correct designation of their vote as absent versus conflict of interest? Could you please clarify?
Chair Carr, we will ensure that it is shown as declared conflict.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Bly, for that. So now we are back on the main queue, and Councillor Fry, you have the floor.
Oh, I'm good, thanks.
Okay. Mayor Stewart, to a motion as amended.
Sorry, I didn't have anything.
Okay. Councillor Dominato, to the motion as amended.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I have a point of information through you to staff. And,
yes.
And then I have an amendment. Just if staff could clarify with respect to Clause C of the motion, it directs that council, and we're looking at the old version, but that council asks staff to report back as soon as possible with a plan, timeline, and budget around deprioritizing policing as a response, et cetera. Is that something that staff would undertake? Do they have the authority to undertake that? I know it's been amended since, but, or is that something that the police board would have to undertake?
Yes, Mr. Mulcree.
Thanks, Chair Carr. That plan would obviously be constrained in terms of actions the city's taking by the city's jurisdiction, but there may be other actions in it that would involve advocacy or other direction or kind of budgetary decisions on the part of council. So obviously it's a bit early for us to say how we would actually deliver on that, but we would do our best to respond to council's direction in terms of what we understand the intent is here.
Okay, thank you for that. I think at this time I'll move an amendment I've circulated to the clerks. Bring that up on screen. Thank you. So I'm proposing that we add a clause to this motion, and it's up there for everyone to see now, but it is to direct staff to prepare a written submission with council's input to the Special Committee on Reforming the Police Act, with a particular focus on provincially funded and delivered services and how they must be transformed in order to successfully refocus resources at the municipal level. And I think this really speaks to many of the things I've been hearing around a desire for systems transformation. Well, I think much of it has been focused on policing, and I've said before, I think it's healthy for all organizations to revisit how they do business, how they deliver services, what their policies and procedures and training looks like. I'm also hearing in a number of the speakers who spoke about more broader systems transformation, whether it be around how we support people who are struggling with homelessness to mental health and addictions. And many of those services are provincially mandated, delivered, and funded. And so I don't think we can have this conversation in isolation. We can't do it in a vacuum. We certainly have some agency as a council to examine these issues, but I do fundamentally think since the province has initiated a review, that we should be participating in that review, and we should be putting forward our ideas based on the experiences we're having in our city, what we're hearing from residents, because I think Councillor Fly rightly pointed out is that there's been an enormous amount of feedback and correspondence around this motion and wanting to look at police reform, but how we deliver mental health services, how we deliver addiction services. And we also have, on the other side of the coin, the public increasingly feeling unsafe and calling for more support. And I think there's an opportunity here to reimagine our systems, but we should be contributing, I think, in a meaningful way to the province. And so that's the amendment that's on the floor.
Great, thank you, Councillor Dominato. And I'm going to move us to an amendment queue. And councillors, you can add yourself to the list to speak to that, or not. Councillors, I'm not seeing anyone on the list, so, okay, Councillor Bly, go ahead on the amendments.
Yeah, I realize we're moving through here, so I won't belabor other than just to speak in support of this thoughtful amendment. And I think it's a really important amendment. We've heard from our Deputy City Manager that there will be some sort of report back to us to sort of share the scope and the strategy for moving forward. So I think we don't actually have that named in the motion or a timeline. So I think that that's, and it's a very, it's a quick turnaround, I would say, Q4 2020. So supportive of that second component of the amendment. And then I think ultimately, this is the part of the work that I've been wrestling with this motion actually is to recognize that to fund this work adequately, we must partner with senior levels of government. There's just no way that we can shift dollars from a police budget and expect that that's all we will need in order to properly resource what's required here. So the complexities of the social issues that we're dealing with need very thoughtful, well-planned out supports with trained professionals. And we know that already those resources are there, but they are just not robust enough. They're not available. And so police continue to get called because they are the fastest response to some of the more acute mental health calls. And that's what we've heard from many, many speakers today, that's what needs to change. And we as a local government with regional challenges cannot do this solely funded by property tax revenue. So I fully support this. I think it is part of the process of moving forward and hope that it passes so that this motion can really cover all of the bases that needed to take this first step.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. And Councillor Wiebe, go ahead to the amendment by Councillor Dominato.
Yeah, I'll be supporting the amendment. I think I really appreciate the systems change approach. I think that we recognize that it's not just one department or one area of our society that needs to change and reform, recognizing the amount of gaps that COVID has helped us visualize and the amount of groups and speakers that spoke to different elements that need to be changed. So really appreciative of this work, and hopefully we can come out of COVID and make the system change needed so that we don't have the vulnerable populations we do not being able to live the lives that they deserve in the city of Vancouver.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. I see no other councillors on the list, so Madam Clerk, could you take us to this vote on the amendment by Councillor Dominato? And that is a unanimous vote. Great. And I see that the voting record is being corrected in terms of Councillors Kirby Young and DeGenova in terms of declared conflict. Thank you, Madam Clerk, on that. All right, Council, we are back to the main queue. Councillor Dominato, do you want to speak to the motion as amended?
Certainly, I will do that right now. Can you hear me okay? I've heard that it may be hard to hear me.
I can hear you perfectly, but I have had the clerk ask me if you could speak up, so.
Okay, I will endeavor to speak up. I do just want to add a few more comments, and I appreciate council support for that amendment because I do think we do really need to take a systems view of these issues, and that we need to consider these issues holistically. As Councillor Bly noted, is that we need to be working together and collaboratively at all levels of government. These are complex issues and in many cases social issues, but we are, when you embark on change, we need to be all involved, rowing in the same direction. And I was reflecting on this motion last night, and I was thinking about, I've had a few experiences where I've had to call 911, and I was thinking, I don't know how long the 911 system has been in place, but when you think about it, you still get asked when you call is, what's your emergency? Do you need police, fire, ambulance? And that hasn't, however long that system's been in place, that question hasn't really changed, and we default to those categories, and we make the best judgment call. but there have been calls in Canada for a 988 service, which is to address mental health emergencies. And like I said, I heard a lot of stories and lived experiences from members, and I really, my deepest empathy to many of them who called in today to share their personal stories, and they lost loved ones to addiction and overdoses, but there isn't a button for mental health when you call 911 and you get given those options. And I want to say that I appreciated the police perspective today as well in presenting some of the efforts and many of the efforts that have been underway in partnership with various service providers, including Vancouver Coastal Health, and that the CAR 87 that was initiated in Vancouver, and that the police have been calling for additional supports around mental health and addiction. They've recognized this long ago and have been advocating for change, systems change, transformation there. I think what's important for me as we move forward and we explore these issues more deeply is that we remember that everything is interconnected, so we can make changes in our systems and our service delivery and our frameworks, but collaboration and partnership will still be key to success in all of this, and information sharing between agencies, as we heard in some of the examples. But absolutely, is it healthy to look at delivering services differently and bringing in different professionals? But I want to recognize we have some great strengths and assets in our systems. They can always be improved, but we can't do it in isolation. We need to work with the province. I look forward to the outcome of the provincial review, and appreciate that this is shining a light on a conversation that really I don't think has had enough attention. And so appreciative of the conversation and dialogue gets raised, and I'll probably just wrap my comments there.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Hardwick, to the amended motion.
Thank you very much. This has been a fascinating exercise in examining some very complex issues. And in doing so, I was really trying to see where the alignments were and where the divisions were. And so it was really quite illuminating, I think, hearing some representatives of the BPD who do acknowledge that there are misalignments here. And this was well illustrated on the one hand with the VPD saying that we, quote unquote, we should not have to do this work, and the feeling that there are work on other levels of government that have been downloaded onto the VPD. Now contrast that with the other viewpoint, which was that this was in fact scope creep or mission creep that the VPD were wanting to take on. So it's a bit of a glass half empty, glass half full as we looked at the different perspectives in how to treat what is really a paradigm shift that we're seeing broadly. So I think the the A, for example, clause on this, I think everybody is on side that the work that can be done to help us understand at a level of granularity how much work is being done by the VPD in each of these areas will help then dissect that from the larger work that needs to be done. And why is that important? Well, I heard that there were 4 or 5 positions that were involved in this that would be eliminated, but that represented something in the order of $500,000 as opposed to the larger expectation of something in the order of $6 million that would be taken from the VPD budget. So I just really hope that we can look at this with some granularity and think about it very carefully. And hopefully I got my point across about the difference between, on the one hand, seeing it as scope creep and mission creep that the VPD wanted versus feeling that they were having work downloaded onto them. The various different organizations that are involved, great. I'm glad that the list was broadened to housing and health providers and service providers in a variety of different ways. The plan back from staff, and I was happy to hear Mr. Mokri talk about the division of labor between what staff can do internally and what what I surmise will be done by the VPD or the police board. And then ultimately, I just wanted to thank Councillor Dominato for adding the provincial dimension on this, because truly so much has been downloaded from the senior levels of government onto the VPD. And so their involvement in helping sort through the complexities of this problem, I think, is essential. And it's a big and complex problem. And so in a final statement, I just ask people not to reduce it to black and white. There is considerable complexity in solving these problems. And I fear that when we do reduce things to black and white, that we are not doing the thoughtful work that we need to do. And I am hopeful that there will be thoughtful work that will come out of this. And to you, Councillor Swanson, for advocating for this. I mean, this territory up close and personal for many, many years. And hopefully the wisdom that you're bringing to this will help influence the solutions that come out of it. So thank you.
And thank you, Councillor Hardwick. And moving on to Mayor Stewart to the amended motion.
Yes, thank you, Chair Carr. I think the testimony that we heard over the last few days has been so valuable and just so brave for people to talk about their personal histories and lived experiences and those of their families or loved ones that have gone through. And really, the motivation behind coming to council was to make things better. So other people would be treated differently, that they'd have more help. And I really think this is where this all has to, where it all has to generate from is people, our neighbors, people that we love are in difficulty. How do we use the resources that we have to help them the most? And what we're hearing from many people is there's fear. In some cases, there's mistreatment. And it doesn't, to me, add up to people getting the help they need. So again, as I've said in the past, policing is a new thing to me. I've been on the board now for police board for 2 years, and I'm learning a lot. I do get a lot from the police side, but this has been so invaluable to me personally to hear the very brave community members coming forward, the representative organizations, and to really let us know what they're expecting us to do. And I think this is a good first step. But I've heard from as many have said, this is a first step, as was the street checks motion that we had prior to this. And so of course I'll be supporting this. I think this is a good step, but also doing my best on the police board to make sure that this is an issue that we have a number of discussions around racism that are coming in the fall at the police board, but also how we deal with people in mental health crises would be so essential, I think, for the board to get a better handle on, because in the end, it's these two bodies, council and the Vancouver Police Board, that are really going to start the change. And I do like that we're feeding into the provincial committee that's going to be looking at revising the Police Act. And I think between council, the police board, and the province, we can really move this in a direction that will benefit those people that need the most help. And when I look to what's happening in south of the border, when I look at federal agents being sent into multiple cities, night after night after night of rioting and tear gassing and heavy-handed approaches by agents of Trump, essentially, it makes me think we've got to double our efforts to make sure our community is moving in the right direction and that we're not moving down that path, which is so destructive. So I also want to thank council and staff for putting in their time. I mean, these are difficult things to hear. These are really difficult things to hear, but we're in the position of power and the ability to make some change that it was really important for us to hear them. So thank you to everybody who's participated, and we'll move on to the next steps. But until then, I'll be voting for this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. Councillor Weep, go ahead to the amended motion.
Yeah, beautiful. I just want to make sure that we can sever B for the final vote. And then to speak to the motion, I think a lot of the councillors already stated, but it was powerful. It's powerful to learn every day as we sit in the seats that we do have and the privilege we have to be on our virtual city hall. But I think that we recognize that this is an immense time of change, and the opportunities we have and the conversations that we've had on our ride-alongs and with friends and neighbors and people that work in ambulance and others, all recognizing that change has been needed for a while, and it's very difficult to make systems change, but we have an opportunity to do that, and this is the start of seizing that. So I'm really supportive of all the changes and amendments to this, all the speakers that came out, and I look forward to this is the beginning to really tough conversations on how we look for the well-being of the residents of Vancouver as our outcomes moving forward.
Thank you, Councillor Weep. And Councillor Bly to the amended motion.
Thank you, Chair Carr. And I just want to thank the speakers. That's been a transformational experience to hear from each speaker in the way that I have experienced myself, feeling quite grateful that each speaker was willing to share their story, which I'm sure for many were painful, and the amount of advocates who also called in, and the level of detail in each unique experience. So thanks to the speakers, and also I want to say thank you to Deputy Chief Howard Chow, who I have a lot of respect for as an individual and appreciate his willingness to engage with council. I certainly feel I was able to engage with him directly in terms of questions about how we move forward, and I'm confident that this will be a process that includes everybody, including the Vancouver Police Department, as we ask for everybody to open their minds and let go of the way that things have been up until now, in order to look forward and be able to create a new future that involves police but is not solely dependent on police presence. And I think that's really what we've heard. When I think of outstanding people I've come to meet and I heard actually through WISH is the work of Special Constable Linda Malcolm, who is the sex work liaison officer for the VPD, and the work that that Ms. Malcolm has done has been nothing short of vocational in her approach. Because the reality is, until, as an example, sex work is fully decriminalized at the federal level, then police will be involved. And so we need to continue our advocacy work to unlock some of the policies that are holding us back in a past and not helping us move forward collectively. So that's one example. What I heard in many of the teachers, the education professionals that called in, as well as parents, and being a parent myself with a young son, is the level of youth engagement. And I think there's reform to be done there. It's not to eliminate police presence altogether, but I think we need to reestablish a chain of command when it comes to raising our children. And parents need to be more engaged and be asked to be more engaged in order to have police play a more appropriate role in the lives of youth. And that's really been quite an outstanding development that I've come to see through this process. So I think at the end of the day, this motion has been contributed to by all of council in a very positive way, but ultimately it is the work of the advocates and organizations that have gotten us to this point, and then Councillor Swanson, of course, for really being the absolute correct person to bring this to council, given her work, her years of advocacy. So I hope that we continue forward down this path, and I have hope that the province is going to recognize that this is an important initiative for their largest urban center in the province, and we deal with a lot of regional challenges that require provincial support. So I look forward to next steps, and happy to support this motion as it's been amended in its entirety.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. And to close, Councillor Swanson. Go ahead.
Yes. Whoa, I just am so grateful to all the speakers. I'm going to get weepy here, but I'm also grateful to the councillors for agreeing to hear them, because I think it was kind of a transformational thing, even for me. You know, students, professors, homeowners, a library worker, a newlywed, lots of downtown East Side volunteers and workers. So many people, so many stories, so much I didn't expect so much about mental health. So many allies. I'm just so impressed. Thank you so much to all the speakers. So I'm sitting here thinking, how do we put teeth into our anti-racism and equity work? How do we make that work be more than just talk, proclamations, and special days? How do we get racism and classism out of our systems? You know, we have lots of reports sitting on the shelves telling us what people need. The Red Women Rising report, the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls report. In Red Women Rising, they say redirect growing municipal, provincial, and federal police and prison budgets towards solutions that increase safety for Indigenous women, such as more housing, childcare, income, healthcare, mental health and addiction services, and healing supports. They also say, somebody mentioned this, fund a Bear Clan patrol in the downtown East Side, led by Indigenous residents and based on Indigenous reciprocal responsibilities of safety, security, and kinships. These recommendations have already been on the shelf for over a year, but they're really good, and they would help Indigenous women a lot, as well as everyone else who's criminalized by our laws and the police. So let's implement them. I got to spend 4 days in jail a while back, and I met some really nice, mostly young, many Indigenous women who, in my opinion, shouldn't have been there. They played chess with me. They showed me their crocheting. They took me by the hand to get me some Tylenol. They showed me what to fill out so I could get 2 1-inch thick mattresses and have a softer sleep because I was old. They helped a lot. And a couple of them told me that they regularly went to jail to get off the streets as they had no home. They shouldn't have been there. We've been using police and jail instead of equality, justice, and kindness. The last speaker said we need to end poverty. He was absolutely right. I'm hoping that this uproar about the police can make us do a U-turn in that direction. Let's consult with the groups, the BIPOC groups who know what they need. This is a principle, is it not, of this council, to listen to the lived experience of people? Let's consult with them to find out what they need, what they can provide with proper funding. And yes, let's take at least some of that money from the police. It's true that the city doesn't control the police, but the police board, which does control them, is supposed to take into account our priorities, goals, and objectives. So let's tell them that our priority is more equality, more justice, more BIPOC-led services that are nonviolent and non-threatening. There's lots of ways that this work can get derailed. If it passes, it's only a beginning. And I'm just urging all the awesome speakers and the folks who emailed us to make sure that this actually gets implemented, to go to the police board with the same message, to keep the pressure up. It worked a little bit so far, and we need to just keep it up until we get that kind of society that we want, that is based more on equality, justice, and kindness.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. Council, I believe that we have heard from you all, and we are going to move to a vote. And I think we'll start with the severed B. and then after that, move to the rest of it. So first of all, Madam Clerk, if you could have us vote on B. And that has passed unanimously. And now, Council, and we have 3 declared conflicts. Councillors DeGenova, Wiebe, and Kirby-Young. Council, we are now going to move to a vote on the rest of the motion, and that would be as a whole. And that has passed unanimously. So thank you, Council, and the Standing Committee portion of this meeting is now complete, and we will now convene in Council. Over to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks so much. Just getting my script open here. So thanks, Council. We're now going to reconvene in Council to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's Standing Committee. We're convening under Order M192, and we're on by phone. And we have to make sure that your video's on so we maintain quorum. Just wondering, clerks, have the 2 councillors that were absent due to conflict of interest on the last item, have they been informed that we're going into regular council?
Mayor Stewart, no, we haven't, and they would not need to join because council will basically be voting, approving the recommendations from committee for the last item we just voted on, which they have declared conflict.
Okay, good. And I just think that's an important point to make before I ask you to call a roll. So please go ahead.
Mayor Stewart is in the chair. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DeGenova is absent. Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Kirby-Young is absent. You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thank you. And just before we proceed, so are the councillors that have conflict, are they absent or are they absent due to conflict? Just wondering to make sure we record it correctly.
Both will be absent due to conflict.
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much. And we need a motion to adopt the Standing Committee's recommendations for today.
So moved. Councillor Carr.
Councillor Carr, I think I heard Councillor Bly there too. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Yay. Opposed say nay. That's passed unanimously. Thanks, Council. We do have a bit of urgent business. Councillor Boyle, for personal reasons, has requested a leave of absence for all meetings held between August 4th and 7th. And I have requests for today, actually a retroactive for meeting held today from 9:30 till 1 p.m. Due to the Pride ceremonies. So can I have a mover for that motion?
So moved.
Dominato.
A seconder?
Second.
Thanks very much. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed say nay. And I think, Council, I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay.
Hardwick.
I'm going to give it to Councillor Hardwick. Seconded by Dominato. Okay, thanks. All those in favor of adjourning, please say yay.
Yay.
Opposed say nay. Okay, great. We're adjourned. Thanks, everybody, for all your work. It's been a long one, but I think we'll all agree that it's been worthwhile hearing those speakers. Thank you very much to the clerks who've done just a huge job facilitating all this and all the staff that participated. So thank you, everybody, and we will see you, I think, when are we back next? We have
tomorrow, Mayor Stewart, Council will convene for the public hearing tomorrow night at 6 p.m.
Great. Okay, that's great. Thank you very much, Council. We'll see you then.
Everybody.